This week on Friday Night Football, it's a rematch of one of the biggest, most exciting games of the regular season. And there's a spot in the state semifinals on the line as Prestonwood Christian hosts five-time defending TAPS Division I state champion Parish Episcopal. These two teams played a raucous, incredible, ridiculous game 4 weeks ago in district play as Prestonwood knocked off Parish by a 52-49 final score in a game that saw 53 points scored after halftime alone. Now they will play again with a spot in the semis at stake. Players to watch in this one for Parish Episcopal, it's their superstar quarterback, Sawyer Anderson. Anderson is now the most illustrious passer by yardage in the history of high school football in DFW. Meanwhile, for Prestonwood, it's their quarterback, Luke Glass, who has combined for 30 touchdowns on the year, including 4 touchdown passes a week ago in their first playoff game. You can watch live for free Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+. Download WFAA+ to your smart TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV. Parish Episcopal and Prestonwood for a spot in the state semis on Friday Night Football. Homecoming at Bishop Lynch and a top 10 matchup to boot. Tonight, Thursday Night Lights is a bit of a misnomer. We're taking a spin through the private school scene. The view is pretty spectacular. Two of TAP's best, Bishop Lynch and Parish Episcopal, in a crucial game for playoff positioning. The Friars host Preston Stone and the Panthers. Thursday Night Lights on the WFAA Digital Network, sponsored by Texas Health Resources. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Ruffino Stadium on the Bishop Lynch campus. Mike Leslie joined by Sean Giggy this week. And Sean, we've got two very, very good football teams with a lot of high-quality college talent on the roster.
Yeah, and when it comes to high-quality college talent, look at Parish Episcopal offense and Preston Stone, the quarterback, who in some recruiting services is listed as the #1 dual threat quarterback in the entire nation. It's going to be exciting to see him tonight, but also what that Bishop Lynch defense can do to slow him down.
No doubt. These are two of really the brand names in private school, Texas high school football. Bishop Lynch, a team that won a state championship just a few years ago, lost in the state title game a year ago. Parish Episcopal also has state championships to its name. So these are two programs that people are used to seeing on big scenes in the high school football world. And this year, once again, very good football teams. Lynch, as I mentioned, last year played for a state title, but have lost a good bit from that football team. Several kids transferred out, and they also were hit pretty hard by graduation. So they're trying to figure out who they are in 2019.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the well is dry. They still have plenty of talent, but of course, as Coach Price for Bishop Lynch said, that you look on the other side of the field, Parish Episcopal, he just does not see a weakness. And so he said his team, as inexperienced and as much as they lost this year, they're going to have to be very minimally mistake-free to try and come out of here with a win and take control in this district race.
Yeah, trying to take on a Parish Episcopal team that is red hot, coming in 5-1 on the year, outscoring their opponents on average 39 to 13 on average. Last week won 37-14 against the defending state champion Bishop Dunn. So let's get to our players to watch for this evening. Sean mentioned him a moment ago. First for Parish Episcopal, their quarterback Preston Stone. For Bishop Lynch, it's defensive end Aiden Howard. Let's start with Stone, 4-star recruit. And as you mentioned, some recruiting services have him as the #2 dual threat quarterback in the junior class. Some have him as #1. Either way, absurdly talented.
Yeah, his head coach, Daniel Novikov, said he's like Johnny Manziel, athletic, but has the brain of Peyton Manning. He said he could be valedictorian if he puts in all the work. He's that smart of a kid. And to have someone as athletic as Manziel, Johnny Football, and the brains of Peyton Manning, that's a pretty high compliment. And you can see it when you watch the tape. It's not just these short throws, but he is able to make the downfield passes accurately, on time, and that is what makes him so dangerous.
The man who's going to be chasing him around as much as anybody tonight is Bishop Lynch defensive end Aiden Howard. Big, powerful, can bull his way through offensive linemen, but also has the speed to chase down running backs and quarterbacks. They need him to get to Preston Stone tonight, though, and create create some havoc in that backfield for this Parish Episcopal offense. Starters this evening, let's start with the Episcopal offense. Of course, Preston Stone leads the way for that group, but 3 running backs in the backfield that all see time in a variety of other positions as well, because they're just too talented to not put them on the field. Christian Benson and Caleb Culp as well, not listed as a starter, but we'll see a lot of the field. 3 wide receivers set and a big and talented offensive line, a nasty offensive line, as Daniel Novakov calls it. The defense for Parish Episcopal, Andrew Merrick and Keegan Addison in the middle certainly lead the way with this unit, the 2 middle linebackers, and Blake Burris, 6'5", 265 pounds at that defensive end spot. Big, fast, physical, and very athletic. Offensively for Bishop Lynch, Michael Light, the quarterback. Darius Boyd, a transfer from Parish Episcopal, is the starting running back for Bishop Lynch. 3 wide receivers on the outside, but this is certainly a team that likes to run the football behind a big and talented and physical offensive line. Defensively for Bishop Lynch, a 4-3 set. Aiden Howard, we mentioned him before. Caleb Williams on the opposite side, the other defensive end, does it in a different way. He's more the speed rusher. Both of them trying to get home to the quarterback and do so with an awful lot of ease. Logan Monroe, Austin Bell, Justin Bell, the linebackers. They play more of a 4-2-5 set, though, and the Bell brothers are maybe kind of on that hybrid, in a hybrid sense, linebacker, defensive back, kind of a rover type. Certainly Justin Bell fits that role. And four defensive backs led by Dylan Monsieur, the free safety. Head coaches tonight for Parish Episcopal, Daniel Novakov in his 3rd year, 20-12 in that span, and Bishop Lynch's head coach, Greg Price, his 1st year with the program, 3-3 early on this season. These are 2 of the best private schools in the state. Parish Episcopal and Bishop Lynch, state title contenders, squaring off. Kickoff next on the WFAA Digital Network. The state, according to Max Preps, amongst all private schools, Bishop Lynch, for their part, ranked number 9 in the state amongst private schools, and these 2 teams squaring off here tonight on senior night. Captains for Parish Episcopal, Preston Stone, Noah Love, Caleb Culp, Alejandro Garcia, and Blake Burris. As for Bishop Lynch, Aiden Howard, Logan Monroe, Isaac Chavez, and Joe Shore. Bishop Lynch won the toss and deferred to the second half, so it will be Parish Episcopal with the ball first, which means our first opportunity to see Mr. Preston Stone, number 2, the quarterback for Parish Episcopal, the number 1 rated dual threat quarterback in the country for the class of 2021, according to Rivals, number 2 in the country, according to 24/7 Sports. Depends on who you trust, but either way, really, really talented kid, Sean, and somebody we get a chance to see tonight, and a kid that Bishop Lynch gets a chance to at least attempt to slow down. Opening kickoff right now as Blaine Ritter is set to kick it away. Caleb Culp and Daniel Demery deep to return, as is Christian Benson. This one goes out of bounds, though, and it will be good field position. And a little bit of extracurriculars after the play toward midfield. No flags thrown, and it will be a 35-yard line start for Preston Stone and company.
And you mentioned how good of a quarterback Preston Stone is, but what's kind of remarkable to hear was Bishop Lynch head coach Greg Price say that they want to make Episcopal one-dimensional and make them throw the ball. When you have a quarterback that good, it's surprising that you want to make him throw the ball, but that's what they want to do. They want to try and take that run game away because they have a pretty good defensive line, although the Bishop Lynch secondary has had some question marks this year. They're a little bit young and lack the experience back there, so they're going to have to play kind of loose and not give up those big plays, try to keep everything in front of them and make sure they make tackles and don't let these receivers behind them.
Talking with Matt Faulkner, the offensive coordinator from Parish Episcopal, before the game, he said that he needs for Preston Stone and their entire offense to be patient tonight, because just like you're saying, the defensive backs will give space. They can throw the stop route all the way down the football field if they want to. They need to be patient enough to allow themselves to do that. They are going to throw deep down the left sideline, though, on the first play, and that is complete in the hands of Gabe Walls, and just like that, Parish Episcopal across midfield.
Yeah, 25-yard gain right there. Already seeing right off the bat what Preston Stone can do. Gabe Walls with 11 catches on the year. That make that 12 right there. He's got a couple touchdowns and already passed midfield after the out-of-bounds kickoff and the nice pass there from Stone.
Quickly back to the line of scrimmage. Stone comes, and he's going to throw on the second first down of the day. Throws on the near side. That's Christian Benson sitting down at the 35-yard line, and yet another first down for Parish Episcopal. This offense is very, very dangerous. We've talked about the talent that Preston Stone is. You're seeing it already through just 2 plays tonight.
Yeah, and so far they're throwing the ball, which is what Coach Price wanted for Bishop Lynch, but big gains.
This time they're going to run it in the hands of Caleb Culp, and they're able to cut him down after a pickup of maybe 2 yards. You'll see an awful lot tonight of Christian Benson, Corin Lynch, and Caleb Culp. All 3 of them technically are running backs for this Parish Episcopal football team, but all 3 of them have the capabilities to play elsewhere on the football field as well. So they will have those 3 on the football field as much as possible because they are 3 of their best players. This time they're going to throw over the middle, complete, breaking a tackle, and inside the 10-yard line goes Evan Green. Finally hauled down inside the 5, and it's first and goal, Parish Episcopal.
You're seeing already from Preston Stone what makes him such a special player. The thing is, his coach says he's like Johnny Manziel athletically. We haven't even gotten to see that yet. So far, he's doing the damage with his arm.
In shotgun on first and goal, handoff goes to Caleb Culp, fighting his way up the middle, maybe a pickup of a yard or 2, but short of the goal line. Looks like they're going to mark him for 2, and it'll be second and goal. Culp also a starter on the defensive side of the football. Very talented kid. Maybe the best true football player on this Parish Episcopal roster. Of course, Preston Stone, the most highly recruited player you'll see this evening, but Culp brings a lot to the table. Second and goal, Stone in shotgun again. Handoff, and this time very quickly in the backfield. Nice defensive play. Caleb Williams knifing in off the edge and cutting him down for a loss, and it will be third and goal from about the 5-yard line.
So far, the few run plays that Episcopal has run, the Bishop Lynch front line has stood up so far, just like Coach Price has wanted. But the passing game hitting on all cylinders so far for Stone, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go to it here on 3rd down and goal.
From the 5-yard line, he's got 3 wide receivers to the near side of the formation, all on the bottom of your screen there. Stone throws to the far side, and that's a touchdown in the hands of Evan Green. Wide open on the edge, and Parish Episcopal goes in front.
That's Green's 7th touchdown on the year. He has been Stone's favorite target this year, leading all those receivers with touchdowns on the year so far, and just barely a little over 2 minutes into the game, and we already have the first score.
6-0 in favor of Parish Episcopal. Out for the PAT comes Reed Boistier, the senior kicker for Parish Episcopal. Out of the hold of the sophomore Gabe Grubbs. 2 minutes and 12 seconds in, and Parish up on top already. Bishop Lynch now will try and find an answer from down 7-0 as Boistier puts it through.
You know,
Beg your pardon. No good, they're saying. Did he miss it wide to the left?
must have. I thought it looked like it went through.
Thought he snuck it inside the upright, but no, sir. 6-0.
We're both. We've got some kind of columns here in the press box blocking view, so we're both having to lean forward, and our view apparently, or our eyeballs are not very good.
Take a look back at Preston Stone's touchdown pass to Evan Green, the senior wide receiver, his 7th touchdown reception of the year. 29 receptions, 421 yards, and 6 TDs coming into the season, the leading target for Preston Stone. Stone, a kid that's still just a junior. We mentioned it before, a class of 2021, so still has a senior year left to be played here at Parish Episcopal, but the numbers that he has put up over the course of his first 3 years are eye-popping, to be sure. His freshman year had 29 touchdown passes and nearly 3,000 yards and only 7 interceptions. You got a 29-7 touchdown to interception ratio as a high school freshman on the varsity level. You're doing something right. Last year as a sophomore, 44 touchdown passes and only 4 interceptions. This year he's combined for now 21 touchdowns, 18 passing, 3 rushing. And only 3 interceptions so far this season. So a very efficient, a very effective quarterback is Preston Stone, and we saw that all the way down the football field on the opening drive of the game. Now Bishop Lynch has to try and find an answer.
Yeah, there's a reason Stone has a film crew for a reality show following him around right now. When you're a high school junior and you have a film crew following you around, you know you're pretty special. But he seems to be a kid that doesn't let that go to his head. He's kind of used to the cameras around him now. He just goes out there and plays. He's got the right head on him, according to Coach Novikov.
So Bishop Lynch now trying to find an answer. Michael Light, the quarterback, rolling out to the right-hand side, throwing on the near side and dropped right through the hands of Matt McLaughlin, the junior wide receiver.
And this is what Coach Price was afraid of. He said, our passing game just has not clicked. Sometimes the throws are there, but the receivers aren't. Sometimes the receivers are where they need to be, the throws aren't. And sometimes we don't block well. And you saw it right there. That was a good throw by Michael Light. Just dropped out there on the far side. And that was what Price was worried about. If they cannot get this passing game going, he's hoping that things start clicking this week for them.
The run game, meanwhile, has certainly been effective for this Bishop Lynch offense. Darius Boyd on the season, nearly 1,000 yards already, 957 yards on the year, and trying to add to it here on 2nd down and 10. Second leading rusher in the state in amongst private school teams. Actually a transfer from Parish Episcopal. Played on this Panthers team a year ago for the last couple of years, but transferred over here to Bishop Lynch for his senior year, replacing a very talented kid in Charles Crawford who was all-state last year on this Bishop Lynch team that went all the way to the state championship game, losing to Bishop Dunn 13-9. So 3rd down and 8 now for this Bishop Lynch offense. This is where things can get a little bit tricky if they do try to go to the air. They try to run for it, though, on 3rd and 8, and they put the football on the deck. Fumble picked up by Parish Episcopal. It's Panther football deep in Bishop Lynch territory. Just over 3 minutes into the football game, and the Panthers in business.
And that's exactly what you do not need if you're Bishop Lynch.
That was off the handoff. He didn't even really get the handoff clean. That ball bounced around, scooped up on the fumble. Kenneth Borders, the rover for this Episcopal defense, scooping it up. And the last thing you want to do is give Preston Stone a short field.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't need only 27 yards to get to the end zone, because we saw how quickly, in just over 2 minutes, they made it to the end zone on their last drive. So this is a gift right here. See if this Bishop Lynch defense can make up for that mistake.
8:56 to play here. First quarter on Thursday Night Lights. A little bit of a misnomer tonight as we're playing on a Friday, and this looks like touchdown number 2. It is. Into the end zone goes Caleb Culp on the reception from Preston Stone, and a very quick start for the Parish Episcopal offense.
Yeah, you can see right here. There were a few guys open up in the middle. You can see a couple of them there, but Culp, just nobody near him, and then all he needed, I don't even know that he needed that block. He had a lot of space just to get to the end zone there. It's Culp's 2nd touchdown on the year.
1 minute and 1 second after Parish Episcopal scored their first touchdown of the game, they score their 2nd touchdown of the evening. And on homecoming, Bishop Lynch already in a big hole.
Yeah, they're really going to have to get that ground game going. Coach Price said he is a ground first guy. That extra point this time is good, Mike. I did not watch the ball. I watched the official's arms this time.
Reed Boyster putting it up and through, and it's 13-0. Parish Episcopal in front here in the early going. You mentioned Preston Stone with his reality show. He's being followed by the Sports Digital Network Overtime is featuring Stone in a reality show / documentary, whatever you want to call it. Episodes every 2 weeks. The next one comes out on Sunday, this coming Sunday the 20th. The network also spotlighting Shedeur Sanders, the quarterback at Trinity Christian Cedar Hill. Those two teams actually played the opening week of the season. Stone ran for a touchdown in overtime to win 33-27 in that game. Broadcast on ESPNU. Two of the best quarterbacks in the entire country, both being heavily spotlighted by the Overtime Network, and for good reason. Stone already with 2 touchdown passes here just in the first 3 minutes and change. You saw a little bit of a fake onside kick there from Reed Boyster and company, but they do line back up and get set to kick the ball away in a more natural sense, and they do indeed do just that. This one a little bit of a shorter kick. This will force a return from Bishop Lynch as they bring it across the 15-yard line and taken down at about the 18. That's Isaiah Schmidtke with the return, and Bishop Lynch with another opportunity. And to your point, Sean, this is where they need to run the football, eat up some clock, give their defense a chance to kind of catch their breath, because they've been run a little bit ragged here in the early going, and try and chunk the football down the field a little bit. Officials timeout for a player down on the field. I haven't gotten a chance to see who that is just yet.
I saw a 0, but I don't see the other half of the number. Of course, always in these situations, you hope everyone's okay out here. You know, as we were talking about developing or establishing the run game, I was kind of surprised that Coach Price and Bishop Lynch came out and threw right on the first pass of the game, because he said he's got the run-first mentality and he wants to establish the run early. As we see the injured player get up.
It's Anthony DiBiase, one of the wide receivers for this Bishop Lynch football team. Looks to be at least somewhat under his own power, although he's, I say that, not really. He's keeping that right foot up off the ground. He's being
no weight
more
on
than
that
anything
right
carried
leg.
off, and he'll go into the medical tent, so we'll keep an eye on that. But it would seem we won't see Anthony DiBiase for a little while here tonight. 8:40 to play. First quarter here at Rufino Stadium on the campus of Bishop Lynch. 13-0 here in the early going. The number 2 team in the state, according to Max Prep's rankings. Parish Episcopal 5-1 on the year. A lot of people's number 1 team, number 1 private school in the state is Trinity Christian Cedar Hill. They do have a loss this year, as we were talking about it before. It's to this Parish Episcopal football team. So Parish is arguably the best private school in the state. They got a free play here. They're running it, though. It's going to be offsides on big number 99, the defensive end for Parish Episcopal, Blake Burris, 6'5", 265 pounds. So when he gets going downhill, kind of hard for him to stop. And he draws the flag, and that'll be a free 5 yards for this Bishop Lynch offense. A little bit of assistance they could use at the moment as they try and get something going here on drive number 2 of the day.
Yeah, and they're good. I know we've talked about the run, and the run-first mentality, but they are going to have to get that pass going eventually. Michael Light only threw for 30 yards last week in a loss to Nolan Catholic. They're averaging less than 100 yards passing per game, so obviously they love to run the football, but Coach Price, Bishop Lynch, said this Parish Episcopal team has no glaring weakness. He said they're not going to kill you at any one spot, but they have no weaknesses. And when a team has no weaknesses, you have to take advantage of every snap, every play out here.
A little bit of a confusing message there from our lead official this evening, Thomas Poors, the referee. He initially signaled an encroachment against Blake Burris and the Parish Episcopal defense, then signaled a false start against the offense. The ball never moved.
Yeah, I'm not sure what.
It's first and 10 all over again. Now maybe they're about to move the football. The officiating crew's having some difficulties here early on in the football game. Thomas Poor, our referee, Bill Walker, the umpire tonight. The two of them talking things over, and I believe now they've got a conclusion, and they're going to say it's going to be a false start against this Bishop Lynch offense, so it'll be 1st and 15. After all of that, it's finally sorted out. And back to the line of scrimmage comes Michael Light and company.
So not what they wanted as we
Not even a little bit. Handoff goes to Darius Boyd. Nice cut up field to get close to the 20-yard line and back to the original line of scrimmage to pick up the 5. This Bishop Lynch team, the last couple of years has been very, very talented. Their coach, they had a coaching change in the offseason. The head coach now is Greg Price. In the offseason, in the midst of that coaching change, some of the players that were part of the previous program decided to transfer out as Light throws on the far side. That ball's too tall over the outstretched hands of Matt McLaughlin and incomplete, so it'll be 3rd down now and about 10. So some key players for this team transferred out. Caden Salter was the starting quarterback last year on that state title game team. He transferred to Cedar Hill. Charles Crawford, the starting running back, an all-state kid, ran for almost 1,800 rushing yards last year. He transferred out to Mesquite Horn. Jack Bradley, their big tight end, 6'6". He graduated and is now at Rice. So a lot of key players for this team that last year helped them to the state championship game are no longer a part of this team, and they're trying to figure out exactly what they are here in 2019 as the handoff goes on a little bit of a misdirection here to Darius Boyd, and Boyd's got the 1st down and then some. Out to the 35 as he lowers his shoulder. A little misdirection from the Bishop Lynch offense. The 1st down.
And that is what they want from Darius Boyd. He is their go-to guy. He's already, by the end of this game, I think he'll be a 1,000-yard rusher for the year. He had 957 coming in, so that puts him within about 30 right now of breaking that 1,000-yard barrier. And if he can get those chunks like that, that is really going to help them out, especially eat that time on the clock and not put the ball back in Preston Stone's hands.
Handoff here on 1st and 10 goes up the middle. Not a whole lot of room for Will Auger. That's the fullback for this Lynch offense. They throw him a bone every once in a while in the run game, but certainly the primary blocker for Darius Boyd and has clearly had success in that regard as they've, as you mentioned, nearly racked up 1,000 yards for Darius Boyd this season. You'll see a little bit of Isaiah Schmidtke as well in the backfield. Sophomore running back that they see as really the future for them at that running back position. A little movement on the defensive line as Michael Light drops back to pass once again, throws on the far side, complete in the hands of Jordan Burnett, just shy of the stick, so it'll be 3rd down and about 2, looks like.
Burneau's 3rd catch on the year there. As we said, they're not a big passing team, so it's good to get these guys involved early, see if they can get some things going. Coach said Burnett has great hands.
Showed it off there on 2nd down and about 8. Now 3rd and, they'll call it 3. Have to get to the 47-yard line on their own side of the field. More pre-snap motion from the defensive line that may is the ball on the deck again. Darius Boyd, did he put the ball on the deck again? Bishop Lynch thinks they have it, and it's apparently still a live football. Out of the pile with it comes Keegan Addison. He's still on his feet. Parish Episcopal somehow coming up with a loose ball that for a long time there, a lot of the players on the field did not realize was a live football. Keegan Addison, I believe, had the ball lateral to him out of the fray. And Parish Episcopal, again, coming up with a loose football. Let's take a look at the replay and see exactly what happened here. Boyd got hit hard. Ball was definitely out. How this play wasn't whistled dead, though, I'm not sure. Caleb Culp had it in his hands for a moment. Blake Burris had it for a moment. He laterals it out of the pile into the hands of Keegan Addison. And now, once again, Parish Episcopal's offense set up with a very short field at the Bishop Lynch 38.
Yeah, it looked like it was Andrew Merrick, the senior linebacker, coming in there to get a hand on the ball and knock it loose. 2nd turnover on the 2nd possession for Bishop Lynch.
Halfway through this 1st quarter, Preston Stone with his first running play of the day, taking it himself and getting to the outside. Stone trying to get to the corner. Stone, hesitation, dives to the pylon, touchdown, Parish Episcopal. 38 yards on the run, and Stone makes it a 3-score game.
Oh, and that's the first time we've seen him carry the ball tonight, and that is exactly what frustrated Greg Price of Bishop Lynch. He was, kind of joking a little bit in jest with this. Gosh, that kid is frustrating, but as you see right here, him breaking through a group of people here, staying on his feet. He's just so elusive. He's not the fastest guy. He's not going to wow you.
This little hesitation move at the end of the play was brilliant, to wait for the little bit of the massive humanity to clear and dive into the end zone. Now they've got a little swinging gate out on the field and a flag before the play can begin.
And that's what you said, that move, that hesitation was brilliant right there. His coach, Coach Novikov, saying he's got the intelligence of Peyton Manning, which is very high praise. We know how studious Peyton Manning is of the game, but just to see things on the field and see where the holes are going to open up, allow that to happen and develop in front of him to cut back and get into the end zone. It's just, as you said, brilliant.
Had a procedural penalty there against Parish Episcopal as they tried to run the swinging gate and run for a 2-point conversion. Instead, they'll line up and kick the extra point now. Gabe Grubbs, their holder, is also one of their wide receivers and also a key player on the defensive side of the football as well, one of their cornerbacks that works in a rotation. So certainly a good athlete who can do some things with the football in his hands, but this time they do decide to kick the extra point, and it's up and through off the foot of Reed Boyster. 20-0 to start for Parish Episcopal. 6 minutes and 13 seconds in, and Preston Stone has thrown for 2 scores and run for another. The 38-yard touchdown run makes it 20-0 Panthers halfway through quarter number 1.
I'd say that's not too bad. 2 touchdown passes and a rushing touchdown so far.
My apologies, Sean. If you guys could see the setup that we have this evening, it's our equipment is a little tight in the press box here at Bishop Lynch, and we have what's called a cough drop. It's a button that you hit if you have to cough, and they're right next to each other. And I managed to hit Sean's while he was talking while I was coughing. So you heard me cough instead of hearing him continue to talk.
Don't lie. You're just
because these things happen sometimes.
You're just getting sick of hearing me. Don't lie. It's just your way of shutting me up. I know what it is.
Good atmosphere here, though, tonight at Bishop Lynch. 2 good football teams, and certainly we're seeing a very, very strong start from this Parish Episcopal squad. Arguably the best private school in the entire state, and they are putting it to Bishop Lynch right now on homecoming. Boyster set to kick it away. Dylan Monsieur fumbles the kickoff there momentarily, picks it back up, and nowhere to go. It has not been a clean start for Bishop Lynch in any way, shape, or form. They have put the football on the deck now twice. That was nearly another fumble, and now here comes Dylan Monsieur out of the pile, limping a little bit on his way back to the sideline. It has been anything but an ideal start for this Bishop Lynch team. Offensively, defensively, special teams, you name it. They have struggled through the first 6 minutes and change.
And I know, obviously, as a fan of the Friars, this isn't something you want to see them starting this slow, but Coach Price was telling us earlier that they've had a tendency where they start these games slow, and then the second half they pick it up quite a bit.
Light coming to the near side, throws incomplete. Matt McLaughlin diving to try and make the catch, couldn't haul it in.
Yeah, Coach Price said in that, for example, in that Ennis game, they played Ennis, they were down 34-10, I believe, at half. And they shut them out in the second half to win 41-34. So, I mean, that one was way out of hand at halftime, but they came back to win. So as much as this is kind of starting to get out of hand early, you just make the adjustments, focus on not turning the ball over, doing what you need to do, and get yourself back in this game slowly. And it starts with not fumbling the football. They cannot give Episcopal extra possessions.
They've already done that twice as this pass comes on the near side. That was a forward pass, just barely. An incompletion and 3rd down and 10. Twice now they've already put the football on the deck and given Preston Stone and his offense a short field. And very quickly, both times on one play, Parish Episcopal into the end zone to take a 13-0 and now 20-0 lead. It's just the exact thing you cannot do against a team that is as talented as Parish is. And as a result, here's Bishop Lynch in a very large hole in the early going.
And if nothing else right here, I think we have a timeout. I didn't see who called that one.
The officials still sorting things out. No, it certainly looked like they were signaling timeout. The officials are sorting things out. It's a sideline warning against this Parish Episcopal team.
Well,
no penalty at the moment. If they assess that again, then it would be an actual flag.
If you don't pick up the first down right here for Lynch, you want to at least get some yards, give your punter at least a little more space to try and
Light's going to throw for it on the near side, and it's incomplete. Trying to find Weston Walls on the near side, the senior tight end.
This is what Coach Price has talked about a lot. You've seen it. There's been a couple times that Michael Light has had that pressure in his face pretty quickly, and he hasn't had that time to throw. Right there, it just didn't look like him and the receiver were on the same page. He let the ball go early. The receiver hadn't made his turn toward the sideline, and just the ball beat him there. And that's what he talked about a lot. We just haven't been on the same page. The pieces are there. We just need to put them together.
First punt of the evening. Bishop Lynch out with Blaine Ritter to punt it away. Down 20-0 here in the opening quarter. Defense absolutely needs to make a play, as this is a short line drive punt. Checks up at the 42-yard line. Culp trying to decide whether or not he wanted to pick up the football. Ultimately decided not to. It's Caleb Culp, number 19, kind of dancing with the football there for a moment. And yet again, a very short field for Preston Stone and company. They got the ball on the 27-yard line. One play, touchdown pass to Caleb Culp, 13-0. Yet another fumble, get the ball on the 38-yard line. Preston Stone, one play, ran it into the end zone, 20-0. And now here they go on the 42-yard line on Bishop Lynch's side of the field. Once again, Stone and company with the football and looking to add to what is already a large lead.
And again, we're not even 7 minutes into the game here, and this is already getting to be a deep hole for Lynch to climb out of.
Stone flushed out of the pocket and taken down from behind. Buzz Jurdy coming through to finish him off. It won't technically go down as a sack, as Lynch did get back to the line of scrimmage. May have actually gained about a half a yard, but a good defensive play by this Bishop Lynch defense. Initially hit by Justin Bell, and then Jurdy came through to finish him off.
I was going to say, not a lot. He didn't lose yardage, but that's a win for the Bishop Lynch defense to keep him to the original line of scrimmage.
This time the handoff goes up the middle for a few in the hands of Corin Lynch, their starting tailback. Lynch on the year, just shy of 500 rushing yards and 7 TDs. Already creeping up on his full total from last season, though, as a junior. He, Culp, and Benson, as I mentioned before, will all work in concert in the run game as well as in the passing game. Here on 3rd down and 6, it's going to be a 5-wide receiver set for Benson.
Free play.
And he's going to go deep down the field. Incomplete. Flag flew. As you mentioned, it was a free play and an opportunity to go deep for Preston Stone to try and find Evan Green. They couldn't connect, but that'll make 3rd and 6 into 3rd and 1.
Yeah, and that's good recognition by Stone to recognize that was an offside and just go for the home run play there.
Green elevated, tried to high point the football, couldn't quite haul it in. Officials still sorting things out, finally moving the football out to the 34-yard line on Bishop Lynch's side of the field. So 3rd down and 6 becomes what is, I think, more realistically 3rd and 2.
Yeah, it looks,
I think 3rd and 7.
A long one.
This is a must stop if you're Bishop Lynch's defense. You need to make a play here and get Preston Stone and company off the football field. 4:10 to play, first quarter, 20-0. Stone and his team on top. He'll throw for it on 3rd and 2. Complete on the near side, first down. Ducking out of bounds is Evan Green, and they'll move the sticks.
And again, that's just being aware of where the chains are, getting past them, making the completion, getting the first down, living another down.
Mike Leslie and Sean Giggy here with you on the WFAA Digital Network, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and WFAA.com. If you're watching on Facebook, please drop a note in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're tuning in to see. We always get comments from people that are watching from California and Ohio and New York and wherever the case may be, tuning in to watch nephews and grandsons. So let us know where you're watching from and who you're tuning in to see tonight as Stone rolls on the near side. He's got traffic from behind and he's taken down in the backfield. Aiden Howard finishing him off. Howard and Ben Van Way combining for the sack, and that is a legitimate sack. A loss of 3 on the play, and it'll be 2nd and long.
That's exactly what you need if you're Bishop Lynch. You got to keep try and keep Episcopal out of the end zone here.
Aiden Howard now with 4 sacks on the year. On 2nd and 13 on the near side, they complete it to Benson. Traffic in front of him, but he's able to dance around it for a moment. Still on his feet as he gets out to the 32. All of that goes for maybe a gain of a yard.
I'm not sure if he got anything. I think he just got back to the line of scrimmage. So another win here. You have a 3rd and long. Last time they had a 3rd and long. They had that offsides. Be smart here. Time the snap and get a stop. Get the ball back. Some positive momentum here for the Friars.
They'll call it 3rd and 12 here as we get close to 3 minutes of play in the first quarter. 3 wides to the far side of the formation. Stone had a shotgun. Deep over the middle, complete, first down. Jai Moore with the first down reception. And Episcopal into the red zone.
As you watch this right here, just putting it on a rope to his receiver right across the middle. That is just a heck of an arm from Stone.
Now they're in the red zone once again. 1st and 10 from about the 12-yard line. Handoff up the middle for Corin Lynch. Lynch trying to backtrack, coming back to the near side of the field. Now another cutback. Flag is down. Still on his feet, dragging players into the end zone. I don't think this is going to stand, but what a run from Corin Lynch to get into the end zone. There's a flag back on the 19-yard line. You imagine a hold is going to bring this back the way that play developed. Could theoretically have also been a face mask. We'll see what the officials rule here, but
the 13-yard run, and I think he ran about 40 on that one.
Preston Stone bringing his offense together here as we wait for a word from Thomas Poore. Got a legal block in the back against this Parish offense, so it will indeed pull the touchdown off the board, and it will set up 2nd down. I beg your pardon, a repeat of 1st down, but 1st and long. Either way, that was a ridiculous run from Corin Lynch, but had a little extra help from his friends, and they'll bring it back and do 1st down all over again.
And Coach Price of Bishop Lynch, when he was scouting them, he said Corin Lynch runs the ball like he's never going to get the chance to run again in his life. And you saw it right there. It ran like it is the last carry he's ever going to get in his career. Was not going down on that one until he got to the end zone.
There's not much you can say better about a running back than that. And we saw it on full display right there. So it'll be 1st and 20 now, outside the red zone. Stone, near side, complete for Evan Green. Lynch rallies and makes the tackle at about the 14, so not quite back to the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 2nd down at about 11.
Evan Green is Mean Joe Green's grandson.
Yes, he is.
Wonder if he's as mean, or if he drinks Coca-Cola.
Daniel Novikov said he's a burner. He can absolutely play. I mean, when you got those kinds of bloodlines, you should be a football player. Stone rolling near side on 2nd down and 11. Throws it in the end zone. Touchdown. No flags on this one.
I think Gabe Walls, he's over there celebrating, but I think he might be a little upset. He was just standing in the corner of the end zone, wide open. I don't know if Stone just didn't see him or he just wanted a more impressive throw. It's not like he had to fit it into a tight window there. He waited till his man got open, but Walls was wide open in the corner of the end zone. And either way, touchdown. Waiting on the extra point, going to make it 27-0, and just under 2 minutes to go in the first.
Boyster puts it up and through. Jai Moore on the receiving end on the touchdown. 27-0 in favor of.
I don't know the record for the farthest viewer, but this Bill Healy says he's watching in Ireland. He says he doesn't understand the game of football, but watching nonetheless. Irish flag,
Bill,
Irish flag.
We appreciate that. Thank you so much for tuning in. So, yeah, I think that definitely goes down as the farthest afield we've ever had a viewer comment from on Facebook. Ireland. Bill, thanks so much. We appreciate you tuning in. Not bad. I don't know what made you pick tonight, but
I don't know what led him to the WFAA Facebook page, quite frankly.
27-0 our score. I thought it was 27-0. Did he miss the extra point again?
We're not paying close enough attention.
I mean, let's be honest. Does it matter?
It might later in the game.
Beg your pardon. He did miss it. We're too focused on Bill Healy watching from Ireland and not realizing that he missed the extra point.
Trying to make our Irish
26-0. I beg your pardon. 26-0 the score here late in quarter number 1.
One of my college friends, Ben, also tuning in as well. Hi, Ben. Thank you for watching. Me and him did basketball together a little bit in college on the radio, so.
Very nice.
Probably judging me.
Kickoff return in the hands of James Quezada.
Can't be any worse than you shutting my microphone off.
Kenneth Borders with the tackle on the kickoff return. Out to the 20-yard line is where they'll mark it. And now if you're Michael Light in this Bishop Lynch offense, you need to figure out some way to move the football down the field, but again, eat up clock. Try to keep Preston Stone and company off the football field. Try to do anything to just build any sort of momentum right now.
Yeah, you've got to hold on to the football. You've got to get a couple first downs. Even if you don't score, at least get past midfield, get something going, drag this drive into the second quarter, and keep the ball out of the Panthers' hands.
Handoff goes to Darius Boyd. Fights his way for about 2. Maybe this is just the game to watch from overseas, because now
did you see that?
Unique D. Cook is the name of this particular person.
Unique or Unique?
It's certainly possible. Says he's watching in Australia on tour, enjoying this game. I'm not sure if he has any sort of. This is the other thing we need. If you're going to comment where you're watching from, let us know who you're tuning in to watch. And obviously, Bill mentioned that he's just watching to watch. Handoff over the middle for Darius Boyd, and he's got a first down. But yeah, I'm curious not only where you're watching from, but who you're tuning in to watch. So Unique or Unique, as you said, may be the pronunciation of his first name. Let us know who you're tuning in to see, or if you're just watching because you're a football fan. First down and 10 for Bishop Lynch as Boyd carries for a pickup of about 9.
As we said, he's closing it. This is game 7, and he's already approaching the 1,000-yard mark for the season. Looks like we might have an offsides here. Yeah, there's a flag on the far side.
Boyd stood up after a pickup of about 2. That's Caleb Culp coming through and laying the wood. But as you mentioned, Blake Burris, I think it was, once again, big number 99, jumping offside. This time it looks like the officials are indeed saying the penalty will be against the Parish Episcopal defense.
Caleb Culp, the one who made the tackle, that's not going to matter because we're going to have a 5-yard walk-off here. But Caleb Culp, coach said he's probably their best all-around player. That's a big thing to say when you have the #1 quarterback recruit in the country. But Culp, last year, first-team all-district offense, defense, and special teams. Hard to get any better than that.
The 1st and 5 now for Bishop Lynch. Final 30 seconds of play here in quarter number 1. Trying to eat into this early 27-0 lead. Throws on the near side. Weston Walls complete for a first down. And Walls is close to midfield. This is maybe my favorite note from the week's worth of talking with these coaches and getting to know these two teams. Weston Walls, the senior tight end, 6'5", 215 pounds, and his head coach, Greg Price, says he's a well-put-together kid, big, strong. He said he's got the washboard stomach and the whole 9 yards. And he said any time that Weston Walls has an opportunity to take his shirt off, the shirt's coming off. And he said as a result, he calls him Tarzan. As the final play of the first quarter is a handoff up the middle for Darius Boyd. And that is how the first frame comes to a close, but quite a quarter for Preston Stone and Parish Episcopal. 26-0, the score after 1. 3 TD passes for Stone, a rushing score as well, and the Panthers are all over Bishop Lynch after 12 minutes of play. I mean, what more do you want, though, than to be called Tarzan? As an 18-year-old kid that plays high school football, that's pretty well put together, it sounds like. You go by Tarzan, according to your head coach? That's not a bad nickname.
As long as he's wearing more than a loincloth, it'll be all right. Let me take my shirt off, and then you'll see why they call me Gumby.
Things we don't need to know.
You notice the camera.
Things that are best kept just your wife.
Camera quickly cut away.
26-0 the score after one quarter here at Bishop Lynch Ruffino Stadium. Homecoming for the Friars, and not the start they wanted on homecoming. We'll see if they can eat into this early lead that Parish Episcopal has built up. Seeing another comment from far afield. Billy Salah says he's watching from Anchorage, Alaska to watch his daughter, London Salah, and the Brigade at halftime. Love it. And we'll show you all that. When we get to halftime, we will step aside ourselves, myself and Sean, for a little while and let you guys enjoy the band show, the Brigade. They'll do a little bit of the homecoming. They'll announce the King and Queen, all that, and we'll let you guys enjoy that during halftime. So, Billy, thanks so much for tuning in as we've got 2nd down and 5 for Bishop Lynch on play number 1 of quarter number 2. Officials still sorting things out, getting things ready for the start of the second quarter. It'll be Michael Light under center.
Never knew the W in WFAA stood for worldwide.
Apparently it does.
We've got a worldwide reach.
Schmidtke on the toss. Nowhere to go. Well defended. Cut down by Josue Munoz after really no gain on the play. Munoz, a 5'11", 245-pound senior. His head coach, Daniel Novikov, says he's country strong.
Having grown up in the country, I know exactly what that means. I know that I did not get any of it.
3rd down, and we'll call it 6. This time the toss goes to Darius Boyd, fighting his way forward. He's not quite to the first down. But it'll at least give Bishop Lynch a decision to be made here on 4th down and a little less than 2.
I imagine there's not going to be much of a decision. I mean, you've already given Parish a couple of short fields inside the 40, so
yeah.
I mean, what's giving them a 57-yard field here if you don't get it? So it's a short pickup here if they can get it. And Boyd has been breaking tackles and getting those, so hopefully he can get these couple yards, keep this drive alive for the
You got to imagine that's who's getting the football is Darius Boyd here on 4th down and 2, and it is indeed straight up the middle, 1st down. Well blocked in front. This Bishop Lynch football team, they like to run the football. They especially like to run the football behind the right side of that offensive line. Andy Cardenas, senior right guard, 6'3", 275 yards. They say he's their best offensive lineman. And between him and Joe Shore, and then also their center, Liam Brace, that right side of the offensive line, they can move some bodies around, and they do so there on 4th down and 2. A fresh set of downs inside the 40-yard line. They're going to throw for it. It's knocked down immediately. Blake Burris got his hands up and knocked down the pass from Michael Light, trying to go on the far side for Jordan Burnell. And it'll be 2nd and 10.
Yeah, I haven't had much success with the passing game, but I like that they're not going away from it. It's trying to find something to open up here. So far, it's been Boyd as the workhorse for him. And he's been doing a good job, especially on this drive.
That's where if you're Webster Walls, the tight end who was blocking on that side, trying to take care of Blake Burris, you got to consider cutting him or try and get some sort of do something to him to get his hands down. This time they throw it on the near side, and it's Weston Walls once again. Close to a 1st down. It'll be 3rd down and about 2.
There's Tarzan, as you said. I just want to see him beat his chest after he makes a play.
That would be on brand, right? That would be the perfect thing to do.
I think rules stipulate he has to keep that jersey on. So.
You saw Aiden Howard on the field there briefly. That's their stud defensive end. He will come on the field and play tight end some. He's a good blocker for this offense. His head coach joked with us, though, earlier this week. He said he'll tell you he's got great hands, but he said nobody else will tell you that Aiden Howard has got great hands. Certainly a better defensive player, arguably, than he is a target in the passing game. 3rd down and 2 now, and you can imagine it's going to Boyd once again, but they won't. They go play action. Light throws downfield, complete, and into the end zone goes Weston Walls. Tarzan for 6, and Bishop Lynch has got their first touchdown of the day.
There we go. Exactly. Big play right when they needed it. That drive took up a good 4 or 5 minutes. I think about 5 minutes. It's exactly what Lynch needed after a pretty horrible first quarter to come back with an extended drive to keep Parish off the field, and Tarzan getting the touchdown. Good throw from Michael Light right there as well.
This is one of my favorite developments that we've ever had on Thursday Night Lights. Tarzan just scored a touchdown. Extra point is indeed up and through. We've got to double check that apparently this evening. 26-7. Now the tally as Bishop Lynch gets on the board, and we'll see if they can build some momentum off of this. As you see a replay, Michael Light, as you mentioned, good throw downfield to a very open Weston Walls, able to get behind the defense and beat Caleb Culp there to the pylon. Touchdown Lynch, and maybe they can build something off of this.
And not only that, Light had time to throw the ball. His line protected well, but he also rolled out, which bought him a little more time, and he hasn't had that every time he's dropped back to pass so far. He's had hands in his face. The guy's right there putting pressure on him. That time, that's exactly what Coach Price wanted to see, everything clicking. His line gave him time. He made a good throw. Tarzan, Weston Walls, made a good catch, got his way into the end zone, and trimming into this Parish lead.
Looking at some of the comments on the Facebook feed here, and Matt Burt commenting, he says, the crowd is staggering. I'm not sure if he's talking about the crowd noise that you're hearing, because on the near side, there's certainly a much bigger crowd. The Bishop Lynch side, the near side, the home side, is certainly much fuller than the far side for Parish Episcopal, as the kickoff return is very well done out to the 45-yard line in the hands of Gabe Grubbs. They call him Gigi, the sophomore wide receiver and defensive back, with a good kickoff return there, and yet again, good field position. We've said that pretty much all night tonight.
Yeah.
Preston Stone and company again with good field position, starting at their own, we'll call it the 44-yard line.
Matt Bird also said the comments are staggering.
That was where I was going, and I wasn't sure if he was talking about the comments in the Facebook feed or if he was talking about
here we got our crowd
from the
shot.
two of us. There you go, a little look at the near side crowd. That is one of the unfortunate realities of the way that our setup is usually done, is that we're always looking. Think about any football stadium you've ever been to. The press box is on the home side, so therefore we're on the home side. Our camera is on the home side, and you're therefore looking primarily at the visitor's side in terms of the bleachers. As Stone throws in the near side and completes it in the hands of Christian Benson, who fights his way across midfield and gets a first down and a little bit more as he gets into Bishop Lynch territory. So yeah, the far side that you're seeing is the visitor side. Therefore, the fans are not quite as robust on that side. But the near side homecoming crowd for Bishop Lynch, they've certainly turned out in full force. I mean, there's not a whole lot of room to sit other than what they've got marked off for the band. But they need to see their football team play a little bit better here in quarter number 2 and try and turn the tide a little bit.
They've gotten on the board, so
nowhere to run, and a flag flies in there as Corin Lynch tried to fight his way for maybe 2 or 3. Check the flag here as Thomas Poore gets word from his crew. It's going to be a hold against Parish Episcopal.
it looks like that hold was on 61.
That'll be Jackson Harris. Jackson Harris will work his way. They have their starting offensive line, Garcia, Mahari, Ryan, Overton, and Monaco. But you'll see a little bit of Cruz Gonzalez as well as Jackson Harris rotate in with their offensive line as well. They'll sometimes move Mahari down to center, which, as a matter of fact, it looks like that's exactly what has happened right now. Big number 66, a 6'2", 275-pound junior. Usually they're starting left guard, but sometimes he'll rotate down to center, as he is right now. Stone in shotgun, 1st and 20 now after the penalty. Looking to the right, he's going to try and run for it. Creates some time, pointing downfield, throws that way, and throws it over the head of Gabe Walls and out of bounds. 2nd down and 10. So here's an opportunity now for Bishop Lynch. You've got Stone and his offense in 2nd and long. Can you get off the football field and give your offense the ball back? We're getting close to the midway point of quarter number 2. here's your opportunity for Bishop Lynch to maybe try and start to create some momentum. You need a stop here, and then you need a drive that follows. But, of course, the stop is the primary thing right now. 2nd and 20. Lynch standing at his own 41-yard line as he throws deep over the middle behind his target, nearly intercepted, tipped twice.
I was just about to say, as you were talking about getting a stop, that a turnover would be huge for them right now, for Bishop Lynch right now. Obviously, Preston Stone does not throw many interceptions. He's had 11 the past 2 seasons.
Only 3 this year.
Yeah, for his freshman and sophomore season, 11, and just 3 more this year. So he doesn't throw them a lot. But right there, you saw the pass a little behind. They had an opportunity, but still, a 3rd down and 20 right now. Big stop needed by the Friars.
5 wide receiver set, 3 to the far side, 2 to the near side. Benson and Evan Green to the near side. Green's kind of the escape hatch. Stone trying to scramble. Pointing, now he's crossed the line of scrimmage. He's going to try and run for as much as he can. Ducks out of bounds, close to the original line of scrimmage. And that'll set up 4th down and 11. There's another player down here for Bishop Lynch on the near side.
About an 8-yard gain there from Preston Stone, so still 4th and long here. They are on the Bishop Lynch side of the field now, though.
Certainly not in field goal range. This would be a 62-yard field goal, so unless you're going to run the Cowboys kicker out there and try it, they'll have to punt the football away. Unless they, I suppose, could elect to try and go for it on 4th down and 11.
Got some viewers from Cincinnati right now.
Mike Hooper's parents, they say. Or Mike Hopper's parents, beg your pardon. Watching from Cincinnati. Parents, sister, and niece. Very nice. Dave Hopper and company, thanks so much for tuning in and watching here on our special Friday night edition of Thursday Night Lights. Still have not been able to catch who the injured player is, as he is entirely encircled by coaches and training staff. It would appear, whoever it is, they are back up on their feet now.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the good thing is it looks like he is on his feet. Here's the play. We'll see what happens. Might be.
Oh, there you go. You
15.
see it. It's number 15, Caleb Williams.
Looks like an arm, either a wrist or an elbow, when he was trying to make that tackle on Stone. Immediately grabbed. Couldn't tell if it was the left arm there.
He's still being tended to, and it looks like it's head coach Greg Price out there talking with him as well, holding his helmet and put his hand on his head and kind of consoled him there for a moment as you see Williams walk off under his own power. But again, as you mentioned, John, it certainly appeared to be some sort of shoulder, elbow, some sort of arm injury.
He did, but he doesn't seem to be favoring anything as he walks off. So
yeah, he seems to kind of be holding that right arm pretty steady.
Yeah,
maybe not moving that out. So they are going to go for it here on 4th down and 11 as we're back to the action. Preston Stone in shotgun, 4 wides, and they jump off side. Replay. Stone's going to try and go deep down the near sideline. He's got 2 receivers out there. It's intercepted. The play is going to come back. Nice defensive play to sky up there and intercept the football by Isaiah Schmidtke, but it's all going to come back, and 4th and 11 is going to become 4th and 6, and they're going to get another shot at this. So smart to go deep, but at least well defended by Bishop Lynch to not allow the deep shot to turn into anything more for Parish Episcopal. But that's a heck of a play by Schmidtke, the sophomore, 5'10", 190-pound sophomore, leaping up there and making the interception.
And obviously Stone probably would not have thrown it deep had there not been the offsides. But on
4th and 11, you got to make something happen anyway. But
not quite that deep.
Sure.
Doubtful. Might have thrown a little closer to the sticks, but may not have thrown the interception. But still, you had a chance to get a stop there. You still have another chance because it's not a first down here.
Right.
But that offsides, it's the penalties and the turnovers have killed the Friars so far. Still have a chance to get a stop here. They've got to come up big and get the ball back and cut into this lead.
So 4th and 6 now after the penalty. Stone in shotgun once again, and this time it'll be a 5 wide receiver set. 3 to the bottom of the formation. Green and Benson to the far side. Walls, Jai Moore, and Caleb Culp, the 3 to the near side. And Stone in shotgun, staying in his own 45. They got to get to the 34. He's going to try and run for it on a quarterback draw. Did he get it? He went down, I think, before it.
Oh,
that was very, very close. The near side head linesman has a spot at the 40-yard line saying, whoa, 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 whoa. As the far side marked it as a first down, the near side head linesman came running in and said, hang on a second, we need to talk about this, because he absolutely started his slide before that first down marker.
Here's the replay. Let's watch.
Here's another look at it. He's got to get to the 34. He stopped
he's
early.
short.
He's at the 35, I beg your pardon, not the 40, the 35-yard line.
And we have the benefit of the replay. The officials do not.
Of course.
They're going to have to talk this over. But that head, as you said, that head linesman, he came running in here.
That's Manny Santana, the head linesman tonight.
The chains have already moved because the referee on the far side, the official on the far side, indicated it was a first down, but this head linesman said hold on. We saw in the replay that he was short, so we'll see if they talk this over and make the right call. And they are moving the chains back. It may be.
It certainly looks like they're. I don't know if they're going to change the spot of the football, because that's also going to be necessary if this is going to change who's got possession. But Aiden Howard's celebrating at the middle of the football field.
I mean, if they put this ball where the head linesman is, they don't even need to measure. I mean, he's a good solid yard and a half short, and that's a turnover on downs. See where they're going to spot this ball.
Now, where they have the change right now, I don't believe is accurate, because the first down marker was not the 32, it was at about the 34.
Yeah. You could see.
First down. It was just officially signaled by Thomas Poore. Turnover on downs. First down for Bishop Lynch. So what frankly probably shouldn't have been a stop for the Bishop Lynch defense, because he had room to run. He certainly could have run for another yard or two and gotten the first down, but Preston Stone starting his slide a half a yard too soon, right at the 35-yard line, and a turnover on downs as a result. So a big development for Bishop Lynch and their defense, and now an opportunity here, 8:15 on the clock, second quarter, for Lynch to try and capitalize on this. A little bit of misdirection, but they did not fall for it at all. Taken down in the backfield. A nice defensive play by Josue Munoz right at the feet of Darius Boyd. And that'll go down as a loss of about a yard and a half.
And again, the Friars need to put together another drive here to keep that Parish offense off the field. Not only that, but to get back in this game. They got the one score, getting it within a 2-touchdown game and holding it there as they go into half would be a huge win for this team.
Second and 11 here. Light going to throw on the near side. Complete, maybe a pickup of 3 or 4 as he hits Matt McLaughlin. Third down and about 8 forthcoming. Mike Leslie and Sean Giggy here with you on a special Friday night edition of Thursday Night Lights, live on the WFAA Facebook page, YouTube Live, and WFAA.com. We do appreciate you joining us. If you're watching on Facebook, please, and YouTube for that matter as well, please drop a comment in the feed and let us know where you're watching from, who you're tuning in to watch, and please click the share button as well and let your friends and family know that they can tune in. Light's going to try and run for it here on 3rd down and 8 on the QB draw, and he's going to be taken down short. Keegan Addison pulling him down at the 42-yard line, and that's going to bring up 4th down and about 3. Looks like Greg Price might be at least considering going for it here. Aiden Howard coming on the football field, the big defensive end, plays some tight end as well. 6'3", 272 pounds. That's the kind of body that might help you pick up a 4th down and 3, and they are going to go for it here, down 26-7. Risking giving Preston Stone a short field, but understanding they need points in this football game. 4th and 3. Light tosses on the near side for Boyd. Penetration in the backfield. Ball loose. Again. Picked up again by Parish Episcopal. Henry Partridge to the house. Touchdown, Panthers.
The one thing that you couldn't have happen right there, but we do have a flag on the field.
Flag down on the 39-yard line. The big question here will be whether it was before or after the change of possession. Yeah. And, of course, who it's on as well.
Bishop Lynch has got to be saying a prayer right here that this flag will bring it back. Just can't afford to fall in a bigger hole. Already fumbled twice, a 3rd fumble
be I believe he said a personal foul against Parish Episcopal Thomas Poor, our official this evening. It would appear, based on the fact that the Parish offense is coming out on the field, that the penalty must have been after the play. I did see one of the officials explaining to Thomas Poor, our referee this evening, and he was kind of clapping in the face of Thomas Poor. I wonder if he was demonstrating, maybe there was some taunting that came after the play. We'll get the official word here from Thomas Poor. It's going to be an unsportsmanlike penalty. I'm trying to read lips here a little bit. He doesn't have a mic on tonight, but it looked like he was saying after the play. So it is indeed going to remain Parish Episcopal football, but the touchdown comes off the board. We'll give you a look at the replay here. Darius Boyd trying to fight for a first down. I don't know if it's going to be in the frame or not, the penalty that occurred. It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it because it would have been back where the fumble took place.
But so a 15-yard penalty. The flag was dropped at the 39, so that would bring it all the way back to the 46-yard line in Parish Episcopal's territory. So that penalty pulls a touchdown off the board. There's now more laundry down on the field on the far side. 2 flags, one at the 41, one at the 37. And the officials are now talking to the coaching staff on Parish Episcopal's side of the field.
And while if you're Bishop Lynch, well, you don't like to see that fumble. Having that touchdown called back ultimately is no greater harm than had you not gotten the first down. It was 4th down there, so they would turn it over on downs had he not made the marker, and it didn't appear he was going to.
But again, we've got more flags down on the field. Now they've been picked up, but the officials talking with, I believe that's the head coach, Daniel Novakov. I beg your pardon, Novikov. I'm not sure exactly. I don't know if he's just looking for an explanation or if his search for an explanation may have gotten a further penalty.
Well, he doesn't look thrilled.
Certainly not.
So I'm sure he didn't get what he wanted out of that little meeting. I'm imagining he thought the touchdown probably should have stood.
And this is now further. This is a second unsportsmanlike penalty. So 30 yards now coming off of the field position for Parish Episcopal.
So their 3rd fumble of the game.
So this is basically going to go down
in a punt. Yeah.
Glad we're on the exact same page there. That's essentially what this all will go down as. Forget what you've seen over the course of the last 90 seconds. Bishop Lynch didn't go for it. They punted the football away. It was a fair catch at the 31-yard line. And it's Parish Episcopal.
We're going to imagine that happened. I don't think I've ever seen a team go for it on 4th down, and the result was the other team getting the ball as if there was just a punt.
It's a 30-yard change of possession. It's an unsportsmanlike penalty during the play that takes a touchdown off the board. And if you think about it that way, it's really a 70-yard penalty.
So, in other words, Parish gave up. They made a great 4th down stop, only gave up 30 yards. It's kind of what it seems like.
6:34 on the clock here, 2nd quarter, and finally action again. We're done looking at the officials and starting to watch a little bit of football again as Corin Lynch carries for a pickup of about a yard on 1st down. The number 2 and number 9 private school teams in the state of Texas, according to Max Preps. Number 2 looks an awful lot like number 1 to me. Parish Episcopal, especially in that first quarter, looked outstanding.
And Bishop Lynch has done a pretty good job wrapping up Corin Lynch for Parish tonight. He's averaging about 9 yards a carry, but it doesn't seem like he's broken off too many long ones so far.
They're going to try and throw for it here on 2nd and 9, complete over the middle, and that is a first down. Gabe Walls out across to the 46. Walls on the year, 11 catches, 131 yards, and 2 touchdowns coming into this game. Talented kid, more of a possession wide receiver for this offense. His head coach Daniel Novikov says he reminds. Oh, that's over the head of Preston Lynch, and he's got a drop on top. There's Preston Stone. I beg your pardon. Bishop Lynch had a chance to get on that football. That's going to be another big loss. What was 1st and 10 at the 44 is now going to become 2nd down and a mile.
I'm sure he would
mark it at the 29.
I'm sure he wouldn't mind having a career that's on the same path as Preston Lynch, even though Preston Lynch is kind of bouncing around the NFL right now. But getting to the NFL would be great.
5 minutes on the clock here, second quarter. Preston Stone, and now
Paxton
yet
Lynch,
another flag. That's right, yeah, Paxton Lynch, yes.
Got my names confused.
Not sure if this is going to be an offensive or defensive penalty. It looks like it's going to be a false start against the offense. So just think about the penalty yards and then also the fumble yards that Parish Episcopal has given up over the course of the last 4 or 5 minutes worth of play.
2nd down and 34 right now. But if there's any team that can get this 1st down in the next 2 plays.
Let's see what Preston Stone can do on 2nd and 34. Rolling to the right, throwing downfield. He does complete it in the hands of Evan Green and out of bounds. That'll chunk off maybe about 10 or so of those yards. They have to get all the way out to the Bishop Lynch 44-yard line.
I think it's still going to be about 3rd and 22 here, maybe 23.
Testing the math of not only Sean Giggy, but also the poor soul who has to run the scoreboard here at Rufino Stadium. 2nd and 22, they'll call it.
If your math's bad, just count real quick. The dash is on the field.
There's a penalty against Parish Episcopal, but the penalty declined.
Well,
he signaled that the penalty was declined, but apparently not. Thomas Moore turned to our side, waved his arms across his chest as if to say the penalty was declined, and then they moved the football back. And the down marker reads 3rd. If the penalty was accepted, it should be 2nd down, a repeat of down.
We've had more penalties in the last 2 minutes than plays.
It has been the Thomas Poor show. He's our referee this evening, and we've seen an awful lot of him. Now they're trying to sort this out. I think they're realizing that it should indeed be 2nd down.
We might need you folks to stick with us to midnight after we get all these penalties sorted out.
Oh, illegal forward pass was the ruling on the play. Preston Stone apparently may have gone past the line of scrimmage. Still an awful lot of sorting out being done. Let's introduce you to the whole officiating crew, since they've become the stars of the moment. Thomas Poor, your referee. Bill Walker, Manny Santana, Frank Baker, Greg Mitchell, Scott Solomon, and Mark Crawford, our crew this evening, and they've been busy tonight. So it will remain 3rd down and 34. 4:40 on the clock, second quarter. Stone firing deep downfield. He's got an open man. It's complete in the hands of Evan Green. 1st down. They convert on 3rd and 34, and they're into Bishop Lynch territory.
Needed 34, and they got almost 50. That has got to be a huge punch in the gut for Bishop Lynch. But that is what Coach Price said. We cannot allow guys to get beyond us.
Flags flying again. Stone thought he had a free play. There have been a series of false start or encroachment question marks tonight. A lot of times it's more clear than it's been this evening, but the officiating crew is, and they're going to say that this one is a false start.
When that was a 2nd and 34, I said, if one team can pick up a 1st down in two plays, it's this team. They didn't need 2 plays. They did 1 play.
Yep.
And now they're just trying to back the ball up again so they can try and gain more yardage.
They're stat padding. That's all it is.
Yeah.
1st and 15 it becomes now. 33-yard line in Bishop Lynch territory. Parish Episcopal with a 26-7 lead. They scored those 26 points in the first 10 minutes and 11 seconds of this football game. Since then, it's become rather mistake-prone for Parish Episcopal. Stone trying to change that here. Throwing over the middle, complete to the hands of Jai Moore, and very close to a 1st down. A little shy.
Jai Moore came into the game with 14 catches on the year. Already a few tonight. And those Parish receivers are doing a great job just getting to their spot and sitting right there in the middle of the field waiting for that throw to come.
Stone flushed, chased, flag flies. Aiden Howard right on his back. Slides down out of bounds after momentarily picking up the first down, but the initial signal is yet again that it will be against Parish Episcopal, and will back them up yet again.
Hold on Overton, I believe.
We've seen our fair share of penalties over the course of the season on Thursday Night Lights. I mean, let's be real. We're talking about high school football. It's not a perfect brand of football by any means, but tonight in particular, my word, the penalties that we have seen. I mean, that was a straight-up tackle. I don't blame the officials for calling that one. Overton, for all intents and purposes, tackled his man, and that will set up now 2nd down and 11. But there have been quite a few penalties in this first half of play.
I don't know if our guys up top running the cameras have headsets or not, but we need to have one of our cameras just stationary on the flag. Just have a dedicated flag camera over these past few minutes.
2nd and 11. Stone with 2 wides to each side. Corin Lynch in the backfield with him. Off play action, throws it on the near side, complete for Evan Green. First down. Yes, sir. Yes, first down, just barely. Right at the sticks and just a hair more. And once again, Parish Episcopal into the red zone. .3:11 on the clock here, second quarter. Stone hands off to Corin Lynch. This time nowhere for him to go. Good pursuit. Nice job to get off blocks by this Bishop Lynch front 7. Flags again after the play. Maybe some extracurriculars after the play. Looked like Aiden Howard and A.J. Overton were tangled up after. I'm not sure who the penalty is going to go against here.
I was about to say that the good thing for Bishop Lynch is that they're slowing Parish down and making these drives take a little more time, but I don't know if it's so much them or these penalties. As you said, those 26 points were on the board in the first, that Parish has. Those 26 points were in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Penalty goes against this Bishop Lynch defense. So now a free first down, and it's 1st and goal. Ball sitting at the 8-yard line. You see a little bit of the extracurriculars there after the play. The immediate celebration from Robert Monaco. 1st and goal, Preston Stone. 2 backs in the backfield with him. Off play action. Swings it on the right-hand side. Throws it right at the feet of Caleb Culp and incomplete.
Caleb Culp has 13 catches on the year. That one a little low.
That would have been a tough grab to make,
yeah,
especially as he's trying to turn upfield and make something of that play. That's a quick hitter where you got to get the football out to him fast and give him an opportunity to make something of it. That time Stone a little off target. So 2nd down and goal. Once again, Corin Lynch and Caleb Culp in the backfield with Stone. Hands off to Culp. Culp's got a lead blocker in Lynch. Trying to get the corner. Touchdown.
Wow, what a block from Lynch. Sealing that edge out there. Watch this block. 28 here. Comes in. Not so much as a block as the other guy. The defender looked to be taking the legs out. Trying to take the legs out of Lynch.
It's Dylan Monsieur, the junior safety, just trying to do everything he can. I mean, you got a lead blocker out in front like that, and only a few yards to the end zone. There's really not a whole lot you can do. He's just trying to kind of create traffic as they nearly block that extra point. It does go up and through, though, off a foot of moisture, and it's 33-7, Parish Episcopal.
Check it out one more time here. They're just trying to fight through that to make any sort of tackle, and he almost got him with his feet.
I mean, what he's trying to do is, it's called a long arm technique. He's trying to get in there with that upfield shoulder and trying to get around, not only through but also around the block to be able to have his shoulder to the sideline free to try and do something with it.
But a hand or something.
Lynch made that very difficult on him, and he wasn't able to get a hand on Caleb Culp. And
well, at 6 foot 220, Lynch is a big boy trying to get through him.
The touchdown makes it 33-7 in favor of Parish Episcopal, the number 2 team in the state on the private school scene, showing every bit of why they are thought of as highly as they are. 5-1 to start the year on a 3-game winning streak, and trying to make it 4 this evening. Certainly a very good start through just shy of 1 half of play.
It's not going to get easier for either of these teams. This district is loaded with talent.
Kickoff into the end zone over the head of James Cazada.
6 of the last 11 state championships in Division I of TAPS have come from this district right here. And right now, Parish is looking like a team that really believes and has the talent to make that a 7th state championship for this district.
When you look at the schedule for Parish Episcopal to start their district play, in back-to-back weeks, you play Bishop Dunn, who won a state championship last year, and Bishop Lynch, who lost to Bishop Dunn in the state title game last year. It doesn't get a whole lot more challenging than that, you would think, as the handoff goes up the middle for Darius Boyd, and he picks his way for maybe a yard.
And then after that,
and they've come out and won 37-14 over Bishop Dunn, and they lead 33-7 right now, shy of halftime over Bishop Lynch. They are making a very profound statement these first 2 weeks of district play.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised, depending on how the other results shake out tonight, if sometime in the next couple of weeks, if you keep playing like this, if they end up in that number one rankings. This is quite a performance so far in this first half.
Light's going to throw for it here on 2nd down and 9, and they maybe pick up a yard as sliding to his knees as Webster Walls after he made the catch. Third down and 8. The last thing you want to do right now if you're Bishop Lynch is give the football back to Preston Stone and company with enough time to do something with it. Both teams with 3 timeouts to work with.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. The score's already run up, but I'm kind of surprised Coach Novakov hasn't called a timeout to try and preserve a little bit of time if they do get the ball back here. We'll see what happens after this play.
122 and moving as Light takes the snap. Beg your pardon, it's now the backup quarterback in there, Blaine Ritter, throwing on the near side. And incomplete. Little extracurriculars there from Weston Walls. No flag flies. Up after the play comes Daniel Demery. Let's talk a little bit about this kid for a moment, by the way. Number 14 in white, Daniel Demery, a freshman, 6'1" and 180 pounds. Makes plays on this football team, is a key piece of this football team already as a freshman. And at least according to his head coach, Daniel Novikov, says he could be the best freshman in the country.
Yeah, said he has a chance to be the best safety in the entire country.
Really, really talented kid. He's definitely a big part of their future. He's going to get the punt return here. Picks it up at the 46. Cut back. Now across the 40. He's got a wall.
He's going.
Can he get to the end zone? Daniel Demery, one man to beat. Dives. End zone. Touchdown, Parish Episcopal. They're laying it on now.
The most amazing thing, no flags on that play. We've seen a lot of laundry the past few minutes. I expected to see something. Every time they've had a successful play, it seems like it's been called back. Wow. Now
that one cut, and he left 4 members of the punt return team behind him.
And again, he's a freshman that his coach thinks could be the best safety in the country, but he's showing he's obviously a pretty darn good punt returner as well.
Just an athlete, man. Just a flat-out athlete. That is a 6'1", 180-pound freshman. Man. Taking it to the house. Extra point up and through, 40-7. The score in favor of Parish Episcopal. And we still haven't quite hit halftime.
And I know they're not going to do this. But the Panthers, if they use their timeouts, could have a chance to get the ball back. That's not going to happen. I bet they're looking to let it go to halftime as we watch this return again.
Nice hustle downfield by Parish Episcopal to help make sure that happened. Amari Hayes making that final block inside the 5-yard line to clear the path for Demery. I'll tell you what, I do appreciate the kid. Right as we're talking him up, boom, off he goes for a punt return for a touchdown. I mean, you couldn't have timed that one up any better for us, Daniel. We do appreciate that at the very least. 40-7 now the tally. 59 seconds to play in this opening half. Bishop Lynch on homecoming having a tough go of things against the number 2 team in the entire state.
You must have an earpiece and streaming that WFAA live feed there. Knew we were talking him up.
He showed a little bit of why right there. And here's Boyster to kick it off. Line drive kick, checks up at the 20. And Isaiah Schmidtke trying to make something of this final minute and a half. Runs into a wall at the 20-yard line. We do want to remind you, if you're tuning in to see the show from the bands, from the drill teams, anything along those lines, the homecoming announcements of King and Queen, we'll bring all that to you here at halftime in just 50 seconds worth of game action. We'll drop the headsets for a little bit and let you guys just enjoy the show here from Ruffino Stadium. Still a little bit of work to be done, though, before we get to that point, as, again, it's Blaine Ritter in there at quarterback. I didn't see an injury happen with Michael Light. We may have missed that. That is entirely possible, but Blaine Ritter in the game at quarterback, and
we do have a flag again.
In a altogether shocking development as they make the connection to Isaiah Schmidtke, and yet is standing on the sideline. Standing on the sideline very close to the offensive coordinator and to head coach Greg Price as well, who's the one who actually does call the plays for this offense. Flag goes against Bishop Lynch. Is Michael Light. He's right there, ready to go in the football game at a moment's notice. So I don't know if maybe they're just doing this because they need to throw the football down the field and they feel that Ritter can do that more effectively, but Light's still going to play at some point in this game, or if they've made a true change at the quarterback position. I guess we'll see as the second half plays out. But it certainly appears that Michael Light is healthy.
Yeah. Helmet on, he looks ready to go. Seems like he's itching. He took a couple steps on the field after that last play, like he was ready to go out there.
But it's the sophomore Ritter, number 16, in there, handing off to Darius Boyd. And that will probably be the final play of half number 1.
I think Bishop Lynch is content just letting this one wind down right here. Running the ball, not calling their timeouts. Got to go into the locker room, regroup. Definitely not a half that they wanted coming out here. They wanted to keep this game close early, but the good news, if there is a positive, is that they have played some really strong second halves this season. So hopefully they can do the same here tonight and get back in this game.
Whistles before the half can come to a close, and Parish Episcopal's calling timeout with 2 seconds on the clock.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure why. You figure if you're going to use that timeout, maybe you would have used it 30 seconds ago. If you're trying to get the football back, maybe just force them to snap the ball one more time. I'm not real sure what the strategy is here. Perhaps as we're seeing a close-up of the huddle here on the Parish Episcopal sideline, maybe they just noticed something. They say, you know what, we need to address this real quick. It may well have been just that simple.
Maybe just a teaching moment. Yeah, maybe their guys might have not been lined up right. I don't know, because Coach Price, I know he told you before the game, Mike, that he's not a really big trick guy. So even though there's 2 seconds left, this seems like it would be the time to maybe pull something out of your sleeve. But given the fact they've had trouble hanging onto the ball, haven't been throwing it well, I doubt they try anything fancy here. I assume they probably just run it here, go into the half, and try to regroup.
2 seconds on the clock. It's still Ritter in there at quarterback. Boyd dotting the I behind him. He gets the handoff, and not anything more. Very quickly taken down by Blake Burris, Josue Munoz, and Noah Richards, all in the backfield in a heartbeat. And that will be the final play of half number 1. Preston Stone and company laying it on through one half of play. 40-7 the score. Stone involved in each of the first 4 touchdowns. Caleb Culp with a touchdown run. Daniel Demery with a punt return for a touchdown in the final minute here of half number 1. And the number 2 team in the entire state looking like it through one half of play. John, your thoughts on what we've seen so far?
Well, I think from Parish we've seen exactly what we expected. Preston Stone finding open receivers, throwing the ball downfield, the running game going for them, everything clicking on offense. But what we've seen from Bishop Lynch is a little bit surprising, not holding on to the football, the 3 fumbles, the penalties that have backed them up. And they knew they couldn't have that coming into the game. They knew their offense was pretty one-dimensional with just the run game. And to make those mistakes, that's what they can't have against a team, as you said, that looks like the number 1 team, even though they're ranked second. You can't have those mistakes, and obviously it's cost them here in the first half.
They have as good an argument as anybody in the state to be number 1. The team that a lot of people have at number 1, depending on which rankings you look at, is Trinity Christian Cedar Hill, who does have a loss this season to this Parish Episcopal football team. So, again, Parish did lose earlier this season to Fort Worth All Saints back in the middle of September. That knocked them down in some people's mind a little bit because of that loss. But still, the role they're on right now, the way they're playing tonight against a team that, again, I understand this is not the same Bishop Lynch football team that played for a state championship a year ago. I do understand that. But still, this is a program that is used to being a state title contender, a program that is used to being one of the best private school teams across the state of Texas. And Parish Episcopal has taken them behind the woodshed through 24 minutes worth of play. 40-7 our score at halftime. And Parish Episcopal behind Preston Stone has done everything that they want to do and then some. It's not been pretty through one half of play. It is quite a show from both schools' bands, and as you can see out on the field right now, they're about to introduce the homecoming court here at Bishop Lynch High School, as this is indeed homecoming at Rufino Stadium, but not the homecoming they would have wanted so far on the football field. 40-7 the tally right now after one half of play. Preston Stone with 3 passing scores and a rushing score. All 4 of those touchdowns came in the first 10 minutes and 11 seconds of this football game tonight. Stone's stats so far in the first half: 13 of 16, 196 yards and 3 passing scores, 5 rushes for 49 yards, and the running touchdown as well. Stone leading the way for sure. Caleb Culp also had a rushing touchdown. Daniel Demery had the 54-yard punt return for a touchdown late in the first half. That was the final score of that opening half to make it 40-7. The one touchdown so far from Bishop Lynch, Michael Light to Weston Walls, a passing touchdown up the right side, and that's the one score so far that we've seen from the Bishop Lynch Friars. Boyd on the night, Darius Boyd, the running back for Bishop Lynch, 14 carries for 51 yards. He's done a nice job on the ground. The problem is, Sean, he's also put the football on the deck. 3 fumbles there in the first half, and each of those led to prime opportunities for Parish Episcopal to put the football in the end zone. 2 of those, it was literally the very next play. Fumble recovered by Parish Episcopal, and on the very next offensive play, into the end zone they went. A 38-yard touchdown run by Preston Stone that immediately followed the second fumble. The first fumble was followed by Stone to Caleb Culp on a 27-yard touchdown pass. It's been a rough go of things for Bishop Lynch tonight, and they're in quite the hole here at halftime.
Yeah, Boyd has gone over 1,000 yards for the season with the 51 yards he's got at half. But those 3 fumbles is probably what he's thinking about at halftime. The good thing is they get the ball to start the second half to try and come out here, hold on to the ball, get a little momentum going. I know, especially he's probably frustrated doing this against his former team. I'm sure he wanted to come in here and
for sure
and do well against them and just pound it right down their throat. But he's going to have a chance here coming out in the third quarter to try and make a little bit of a statement and chip away at this lead, but not just offensively. The defense is going to have to step up as well and try to do something to slow down Preston Stone. As you mentioned, he's 13 of 16, hit his first 11 passes of the game. They're not cheering for Preston Stone, unfortunately. They're cheering for the homecoming court. Congratulations to that young lady.
The homecoming king and queen being announced right now, and at least that has been an enjoyable moment for the Bishop Lynch faithful this evening. But again, it's been a frustrating night on the football field. I think what's probably frustrating the most for head coach Greg Price and anybody affiliated with this Bishop Lynch program is that midway through that second quarter, they had at least started to build some semblance of momentum. They had the touchdown pass from Light to Walls. That made it 26-7. And then they had, when the score was still 26-7, they had this Parish Episcopal offense in a world of hurt. 3rd and 34 after a series of penalties, after a snap that went over the head of quarterback Preston Stone. There were a series of errors made by that Parish Episcopal offense, and they had him in 3rd and 34. Now you're down 26-7. Everything that could have gone wrong for Bishop Lynch over the course of the first 10 minutes of the football game went wrong. They allowed the opening drive straight down the football field, and Preston Stone hit Evan Green for the opening touchdown just a little over 2 minutes in. And then we saw the series of fumbles that led to touchdowns for Parish Episcopal, and in a blink, it was 26-0. But then for a little while, Lynch started to try and kind of scale the mountaintop a little bit. They made a couple of plays on the defensive side of the football to get the ball back. They went on that drive down the football field, the long touchdown pass from Light to Walls. And then again, at 26-7, midway through the second quarter, there they are in prime position to make a big stop, get the football back, and perhaps maybe go get a few points before halftime. Get 3 points, maybe get 7 points before halftime, and be looking at 26-10 at the break or 26-14 at the break. Could have been an entirely different football game. Instead, deep ball, Preston Stone up the near side to Evan Green. First down on 3rd and 34, and they eventually go in and score the touchdown with Caleb Culp with a little under 3 minutes to play in that first half. And then to only add insult to injury, Bishop Lynch gets the football back, fails to really move the football much at all, punts the ball away, and Daniel Demery takes a 54-yard punt return to the house to give us now this 40-7 halftime score in favor of Parish Episcopal. So Lynch had a moment, had an opportunity, and they unfortunately let it pass. And as a result, Parish Episcopal leapt on top of that gaping wound and only made it worse.
And like you said, they went almost an entire quarter without giving up points. They'd done a good job defensively, and that 3rd and 34, man, they had a chance to get the ball back right there, potentially score and get it to a 2-touchdown deficit, but giving up that 3rd and 34, not just Parish going on to score, but the punch in the gut that gives to your defense, to your entire team, knowing that you're on the verge of getting back in this game. They get the ball to start the second half here, so we'll see if they can do something with it.
The kickoff from Reed Boyster, as Shortwood fielded at the 6-yard line, bobbled momentarily, but now up with it and taken off up the field is Isaiah Schmidtke. He's got some running room, and Schmidtke is in a foot race. He's got the kicker to beat, and he's being chased down from behind. Schmidtke inside the 20-yard line, and a jolt of life from Bishop Lynch right out of the halftime tunnel.
Wow, could not ask for anything better to start this second half than that right there. That kick return. Your offense has been struggling. Your defense struggled down the stretch of the second quarter. This is going to give your offense life. And again, after he fumbles the kickoff there, picks it up, finds some space, some good blocks in the middle, and then he just finds the hole back to the near side. And if it wasn't for the kicker, he was taking that for 6.
And credit to Kenneth Borders, too, number 6, chasing him down from behind. He was the one who was also kind of making things difficult. If it weren't for Borders, he may have been able to cut back across the kicker and find the end zone, but good hustle there. Now Darius Boyd trying to make something of this right up the middle, still dragging tacklers. Into the end zone goes Darius Boyd, and 23 seconds in to the second half. Quite a start for Bishop Lynch. They're in the end zone.
Wow, you could not ask for a better start to the half. As we said, that's the thing they needed to do, was come out. The unfortunate thing is they scored so quickly. Now their defense has to come on the field. But obviously the defense is rested because of that halftime. But you could not ask for a better start. Still a long way to go to get fully back into this game. But you got to be happy with what just happened right there. And again, Michael Light, the starting quarterback, still on the sideline. I believe Blaine Ritter was still out there, the backup. So it looks like we haven't gotten any word on if Light was injured. It did not appear he was in that first half. So it must just be a straight-up quarterback switch.
Certainly appears that that's the case, but with the focus here for the moment anyway on Darius Boyd. Look at this run, dragging defenders, shaking loose of Henry Partridge, and fighting his way into the end zone right across the face of Bridges. As you said it, that is exactly what Bishop Lynch needed to start this second half. Of course, still in a very large hole. It is a 26-point football game right now. But they needed some sort of life, and they found it very quickly. Credit, of course, first and foremost to Isaiah Schmidtke, the sophomore, on the kickoff return, getting them down inside the 20-yard line, and then an 18-yard fight of a touchdown run from Darius Boyd, and it's 40-14.
And not only what Bishop Lynch needed, but what Darius Boyd needed as well. I mean, he had those 3 fumbles in the first half.
Yeah.
And couple of those coming after he had picked up yardage, and so that right there to take on those hits and hold on to the football.
Wynn knocked the football off the tee, so they'll reset it here for the kickoff as Blaine Ritter gets set to kick it away. This would seem to me like a prime opportunity for a surprise onside. I beg your pardon, it's actually Fabian Gutierrez there to kick it off this time. He will indeed kick the football away. I almost wonder, why not try it, right? You're down 26, and instead, here goes Christian Benson up the middle. Benson across midfield. Little hesitation, and he's still going. Benson inside the 25, inside the 20. Foot race to the pylon. Christian Benson, touchdown.
Wow. We're 45 seconds into this second half. 1 offensive snap and 2 touchdowns. Unbelievable.
An 80-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. Christian Benson.
Watch the tackles he breaks. He has a spin move right here to bounce off of one, and then he's going to get through another.
And then the hesitation to me is also what is so impressive here. And then once he finally had a lane.
And to stay in bounds on that sideline as well. Wow. And we talk about...
So whatever momentum Bishop Lynch had created, and it's gone again.
Took 15 seconds to lose it.
Literally 19 seconds come off the clock between touchdowns. Reed Boyster out for the extra point once again, and this one does indeed sneak inside that right upright. 47-14, Parish Episcopal. The 80-yard kickoff return for a touchdown by Christian Benson, and we'll give you one more look at it here. I mean,
what an answer!
You created an alley, but then you also had him corralled here around midfield. This play should have ended there.
2 tackles, 3 tackles there should have been down, and then potentially a 4th right there. That's just heck of a return.
We heard it from Daniel Novikov, the head coach of Parish Episcopal, that he has got some serious talent in his backfield between the starter, Corin Lynch, who on the year has now about 500 rushing yards, including what he did in the first half, and 7 touchdowns. He's their starting tailback. But you've also got Christian Benson, and you've got Caleb Culp. Each of them now have touchdowns this evening. Culp has a pair. And now Christian Benson with the 80-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. It is an embarrassment of riches for this Parish Episcopal football team, and there's a reason why they are thought of as highly as they are. They can score in a lot of different ways, and they've shown it off tonight.
Yeah, the only thing we hadn't seen really was the special teams, and we've got that one taken care of.
So now once again comes the Bishop Lynch offense, this time after a touchback. They weren't going to mess around with Isaiah Schmidtke again. And again, it's Blaine Ritter, the sophomore backup quarterback, in there under center to start the second half. Boyd with the handoff and maybe a yard and a half. Michael Light, a junior, has been the starter for this football team all season. Light, though, was the backup behind Caden Salter, who would have been a senior here at Bishop Lynch this year, but elected to transfer in the offseason to Cedar Hill, who, by the way, is having a very nice season this year. Second down and 9 here for Ritter and company. Ritter's going to throw for it. Near side in and out of the hands of Carlos Marquez. So Michael Light trying to replace Caden Salter, who transferred in the offseason. Light, you would have figured if Salter had stuck around, wouldn't be starting until next year as a senior, as Salter would have still been the guy this year. But with the struggles that they've had in the passing game this season, in comes Blaine Ritter, the sophomore, transfer from Highland Park, in fact. We'll see what he can do under center. 3rd and 9, you imagine this is a situation where you probably need to put the football in the air. And they will. I beg your pardon, a little delay, and Ritter's now going to try and run for it. And gets out to the 30-yard line, but no further.
Not sure if that was a busted play or not. It looked like it didn't seem quite like a fake. It looked like he was trying to hand it off, but there was miscommunication. He had to watch here. He holds it out there, which is very dangerous with the defender right there. Could have smacked it out of his hands.
And then again, that's where you get into if you've got a sophomore quarterback out there that hasn't played much over the course of this season. There will be miscommunications. There will be losses in translation. Clearly there, he thought the play was one thing. Darius Boyd thought something else. And it leads to a punt here. And now here comes Parish Episcopal once again. They'll let this one roll as Caleb Culp sees it roll to the 36. So with 9:43 to play here, third quarter, 47-14 our score on Thursday Night Lights. Mike Leslie and Sean Giggy here with you on the WFAA Digital Network.
Looks like Michael Light is down there with a hoodie on, so yeah, it looks like that quarterback change is his evening is done.
It is interesting, though, because we were talking about this earlier when we initially noticed the switch late there in the first half, and Light looked like he was raring to get back on the football field. But certainly the fact that he is on the sideline now wearing a hoodie and out of his pads, that would certainly indicate that something may have happened from a physical standpoint that is inhibiting his ability to be on the football field. So, one, you certainly hope that he can get healthy. But two, if you're a Bishop Lynch fan, you certainly hope that you can figure out what does Blaine Ritter have? What could this offense look like with number 16 under center? Because you need to figure out something to get the football moving. And now, yet again, a player down on the field for Bishop Lynch. I wonder, is this Aiden Howard, their star defensive end? He's laying on his back, so it's a little tough to get a peek at what number that is, but just based on who's sitting around him that isn't wearing number 9, I'm inclined to wonder if that is him. He's been battling an ankle injury all season, and as he gets back to his feet and starts to limp his way off, you wonder if that hasn't flared up once again.
That'll be a big blow for that defense if this is going to hold him out the rest of the game. Already having trouble slowing Preston Stone in this offense down.
Howard, 6'3", 272 pounds, a senior, being strongly recruited. I mean, he's looking at Colorado as certainly an option. That's a Power 5 conference team out in the Big 12. He's also looking a little bit at Villanova, a team at the FCS level, but arguably one of the best programs at the FCS level. Won a national championship several years back, and they've got a good program. So Aiden Howard certainly has some choices to be made.
You just said Colorado was in the Big 12, man.
Sorry, Pac-12. Thank you.
You're stuck,
once upon a time
in 2005 or something here.
Thinking back to that, was a 62-36 game against Nebraska right back in the day. Over the middle, it's Stone once again, and Gabe Walls dragging tacklers inside the 30-yard line. I just have this vivid memory of 62-36. And that's the weird thing, that I did not grow up a fan of either of those programs, but I just that game sticks out in my brain for some reason. It's one of the games of my childhood that I remember more than others for whatever reason. But yes, the Pac-12, no longer the Big 12 for Colorado.
nor Nebraska, now Big Ten.
That's a good point.
Realignment. and neither team as elite as they once were.
And here goes Corin Lynch around the corner. Flag flies late in the play.
You know, I'm not about to diagnose someone, but I have not seen Light remove that right arm. I can't tell if he's got a sling or if he's just cold because he's got that hoodie on, but I have not seen his right arm move from that position. So I'm not sure if he was forced out of the game because he got dinged up or whatnot, but yeah, obviously his day is done.
Officials still sorting out the flag here, and it will come back. The long run there for Corin Lynch. He's been maybe the one guy that's had a little bit of a tough time breaking loose this evening. Just the way that the game has transpired, it hasn't quite led to many big plays anyway for Corin Lynch. Showed the speed there, certainly showed off his ability there on that run, but it comes back via the flag. Sets up first down, and it's like about 15 or 16.
We're confusing some of our viewers. You know, Thursday Night Lights Friday edition, they thinking that they're off by a day.
As Lynch is still draggling towers. He's got a first down after all that. Corin Lynch, 6 foot, 220 pounds, and just a bull. Look at this again. He was contacted 3 yards downfield. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Bishop Lynch defenders contacting him, and he's dragging every last one of them for a first down.
An extra about 12 yards there after contact.
He's got it again on 1st and 10. Close. He'll have a first down, but not quite to the end zone. 1st and goal at about the 1. Yes, if you're confused by the Thursday Night Lights, that is the name of the package. We've been doing these games all season long on Thursdays. We're taking a quick tour through the tap scene, so we're doing a couple of Friday night games this week and next week. But yes, generally speaking, we do games on Thursday nights. 1st and goal for Preston Stone. Handoff to Lynch, rather it's play action, rolls to the right, fires into the end zone, and it's dropped. Andrew Merrick was wide open in the back of the end zone, should have been a touchdown, and just put it on the deck.
Yeah, Merrick obviously not happy with himself. Hit him right in the hands. A good throw from Stone. See the replay. I think Merrick anticipated that one being that pass being elevated a little more than it was, as he jumped and it ended up being more at his chin neck area and had to bring the hands down and couldn't gather it in. So on 2nd and goal, this time they do hand it off to Corin Lynch, and look at the defensive play by Bishop Lynch. Buzz Jurdy leading the charge. Big number 99 there, and they do not allow him to get into the end zone, so it'll be 3rd and goal. Third and goal from a little inside the 2-yard line. Some last-minute substitutions here as the play clock ticks under 10. Be a huge win here for Bishop Lynch if they can keep him out of the end zone. Stone looking right, fires that way. Ball tipped and bobbled and dropped. It was tipped at the line of scrimmage. Somehow got at least far enough to get to Christian Benson, but the deflection made the catch much more difficult. And I believe that was Aiden Howard back in the game. Yeah. Aiden Howard, who walked off, looked like with a bum ankle a minute ago, back in the game, affecting that pass right there. So now we got a 4th down. So 4th and goal, and they will stay out on the field with the offense and go for it here. Preston Stone with Christian Benson saddled to his right and 2 wide receivers to the right-hand side. They roll that way. They're going to throw it back on the near side. Wide open, touchdown. Blake Burris, all 6'5", 265 of them, sneaks out of the formation, wide open on the left-hand side.
and they've now hung 53 on this Bishop Lynch defense.
Yeah, and we're only midway through the third quarter. That's Burris' second touchdown on the year. He only had one catch, and now he's got two, and both of them have been for touchdowns. That is called productive. 2 catches, 2 touchdowns on the year for Burris.
Burris, of course, a big defensive player for this football team, plays defensive end. He's committed to play at Air Force, but if you've got a kid that's 6'5" and 265 pounds, why not throw him the football every once in a while?
Another flag down here. But teams are walking off, so it looks like it's against Bishop Lynch, and that extra point will stand.
Indeed it is, and offsides against Lynch, and the point goes on the board, 54-14. The lead is now ballooned to 40.
And, you know, I was watching some of Preston Stone's highlights from last year and from some of his games this year, and what he just did there, he's so good at throwing back across the field and off balance, and he's done that many times where he draws the defense one way, and he is so good at being accurate back across the field and thrown back against his body, and you saw it right there. All he needed was a guy to get open, and he can make the throw. It's just very impressive, and again, just another reason he's one of the top, if not the top, quarterback recruit in the entire country.
The play design also there was key. That play in the red zone at every level, it just works. You kind of just sneak the tight end through the formation. It looks like to everybody on the defensive side of the ball that he's blocking. Everything else about the play is rolling to the opposite side of the field. All of the flow is going that way and just hanging out wide open is Blake Burris. Kickoff return here once again for Isaiah Schmidtke, and this time he's bottled up inside the 20. As Bishop Lynch now finds themselves in a 40-point hole. .526 and moving here, third quarter. Which I can't help but wonder, I'm noticing that the clock is moving after a kickoff return. Have we gone to a running clock situation here?
It appears that we have. And I think for Bishop Lynch at this point, the game has gotten far away from you at this point. I think it's just about making sure that you use the rest of this game to do the little things right, do what you need right.
And here goes Darius Boyd doing some things right as he has the first down on the carry.
Yeah, the rest of the way, and coaches will say this anyway, even if you're still in the game, just focus on what you need to do. Don't be focusing on the other team, but more so right now. Because this is going to go down as a loss unless something crazy happens in the fourth quarter. This is going to go down as a loss, and this is one of the toughest districts in all of TAPS. You've got to show up next week for Bishop Dunn, the team that beat you in the state championship last year. So Bishop Lynch, it doesn't get any easier after this. Just use this final quarter and a half to work on things that really need to be worked on.
Here comes Ritter, pass knocked away at the last moment. Diving in to make the defensive play is Amari Hayes. No flag. The fans on the near side may have thought differently than that. Although with the sheer volume of flags that we've seen tonight, to have just said the words "no flags,"
actually,
I'm okay with it.
There is.
Oh, of course there is. It was a false start. It had nothing to do with the incompletion or the defensive play, but there was a flag down.
I think the flag might have been just in front of the sideline here where we couldn't see it. The Bishop Lynch team was blocking it. So
after all that, the play that we just saw goes down as a play that never actually took place. That false start, that negates the play altogether.
I think between the two of us, we've got one good eye tonight. We've missed. You and I have gotten 2 or 3 extra points incorrect. We can't see flags. I don't know what's going on.
So here comes Ritter once again, looking deep over the middle and throws it at the feet of Carlos Marquez. 3 minutes to play here, third quarter, on a special Friday night edition of Thursday Night Lights. The number 2 team in the state on the private school scene, Parish Episcopal, showing off every facet of why they are so highly thought of around the state. Third down, they're going to set up a screen here for Darius Boyd. One man left to try and defend the play, and he does it well. Amari Hayes bringing him down, and yet another flag is down.
Roughing the passer, it looks like. So this will give him a first down.
You mentioned it earlier, we saw this Bishop Lynch team come back against Ennis in the second week of the regular season. They trailed very big in that football game. I believe 34-10 was the score in that game. They came all the way back to win that football game 41-34. Parish Episcopal is not Ennis. Ennis is a good football team, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Ennis is a good football team. Parish Episcopal is not Ennis. And I think in a lot of ways, frankly, this Bishop Lynch football team is a different football team than they even were in week 2 of this season. I think the confidence of this football team, frankly, has been shaken a little bit with the struggles that they've had the last few weeks. The loss to Cornerstone Christian, the 37-6 loss against Nolan Catholic 2 weeks ago, and now what has happened over the course of the first 3 quarters of tonight's football game. This is a team that played for a state championship a year ago. Again, I understand different cast of characters, different coaching staff, all of that. But there are still players left over from that team. But they are, unfortunately, in a little bit of a rut right now, and they need to find a way to dig themselves out of it because, as you mentioned a few moments ago, it doesn't get any easier next week when you face a very, very good Bishop Dunn football team that won a state title a year ago.
And again, what's happening tonight is not necessarily indicative of the talent that's on that team. This is, as we've said, this is one of the best, if not arguably the best district in all of TAPS. And so this is just a very good parish team out here right now that we could very well see as a state champion at the end of this season. And that, I mean, Bishop Lynch is still a very talented team, and they've got a lot to play for the rest of the way. They've got 3 games after this one: Bishop Dunn, Prestonwood, and then closing the season with John Paul to try and make something happen in the playoffs.
There's a reason why the winner of this district is the one that gets the first round bye in the TAPS Division I playoffs, as that is an absolutely monster hit from Dustin Henderson coming across the formation and taking out Darius Boyd, and Boyd is down after the play.
Yeah, I'm guessing he just got the wind knocked out of him because that was right to the gut. I mean, the throw was a little high, so it kind of led him up in the air, which allowed. Here, we'll get a look at it.
Beg your pardon, it wasn't Darius Boyd, that was Will Auger, their fullback, that caught the brunt of that hit after he made the catch.
Yeah, what a hit from Henderson, though. I'm glad to see Auger is up and walking off. I'm sure he just got the wind knocked out of him because that was right to the gut.
And that'll set up 4th down and 8 now for Bishop Lynch in Parish Episcopal territory, just a hair over midfield. They're at the 48. They need to get to the 40 on this 4th down. Ritter, the sophomore backup quarterback, in there in shotgun, and now whistles once again. And that will be the final play of the 3rd quarter. We head to the 4th, 54-14. The score through 3 quarters of play. Preston Stone and Parish Episcopal showing out tonight and making things, frankly, rather miserable for Bishop Lynch on homecoming.
Yeah, and as you said, Mike, the running clock we will have through the 4th quarter, since the score is a 40-point difference right here.
Right. So this is as good an opportunity as any between quarters here, between the 3rd and 4th, to let you know where we are next week. And as it turns out, we'll be right back here. Bishop Lynch and Bishop Dunn. We mentioned it earlier. This is a rematch of last year's state championship game in TAPS Division I. And we'll see those 2 football teams square off right back here at Rufino Stadium 1 week from tonight. So in back-to-back weeks, Thursday Night Lights, bit of a misnomer.
On Friday night.
Playing on Friday nights. And we'll get to see, again, a rematch of a state championship game from a year ago. 2 different football teams, no doubt, two teams that are both still kind of trying to find them. You look at Parish Episcopal's schedule, they beat Bishop Dunn, maybe not quite as handily as what they're doing right now to Bishop Lynch, but that was a 37-14 drubbing that Parish Episcopal put on Bishop Dunn last week. So as that pass is nearly intercepted but incomplete, diving for the catch was Bryson Boyette.
Better off that he didn't intercept it, actually, because the turnover on downs
exactly.
will give him, the ball back at midfield. I'm curious to see if Stone is coming out or if we're going to see a backup quarterback, Noah Love, coming in here.
Noah Love, also a key player on this football team on the defensive side of the ball, a starter at the cornerback position, and just a really good all-around football player, and that is indeed number 8, who you see walking out on the football field. And he'll handle the fourth quarter duties after Preston Stone racked up quite a few numbers this evening. Ends up with 5 total touchdowns, 4 through the air, and a rushing score in leading his number 2 Parish Episcopal football team to a 6-1 record when this one is all said and done tonight. But Noah Love takes over, and he'll hand off to Cooper Mayland, who picks up maybe a half a yard on first down.
And I imagine we'll see a lot of the run game here, just to eat up that clock with the running clock throughout the fourth quarter now.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter at this point. You can run it, you can throw it, you can do whatever you want, and you'll still see that clock wind. So let's see, what time is it now? It is 9:25. The football game will end at 9:35. We can tell you that already. Is taken down in the backfield. Aiden Howard with the sack.
Love mishandled the snap there and he couldn't quite hold it as he drops it and just had nowhere to go.
Bounced it to himself.
Yeah. Love has only attempted 4 passes this year. He's 2 of 4 for 10 yards. I'm sure with a quarterback like Preston Stone ahead of him, he hasn't gotten many opportunities on the offensive side of the ball.
Third down and long here now after the bobble. He does complete it on the far side, though, and fighting his way close to a first down, and he may find that he's got it. Javon Battle out to the 40-yard line and right at the sticks. I think they're going to mark it at the 42, but yes, indeed, it is a first down on 3rd down and 14.
And Battle was about 3-4 yards shy when he caught that. That was just a lot of effort from him to get across the field and find some space to just get across for the first down.
1st and 10. Here comes Love, who, by the way, is a captain of this football team, and finds deep downfield, wide open, touchdown, Javon Battle.
Wow.
60 on the board, although there is a flag down once again and a player down right next to it. It's Noah Love. He's back up on his feet now.
I'm guessing with him down in the flag in the vicinity, this might be a roughing the passer. Yeah.
Another flag down right at the goal line. That may have been, I wonder if the officials dropped the flag for any sort of celebration penalty at the very back end of that play as Battle kind of sauntered his way into the end zone. So once again, as has been maybe the most common refrain this evening, other than perhaps Preston Stone touchdown, the officials are conferring.
I don't know if we can. It was very subtle, but I don't know if we can get a replay of this back judge here. He came in, and I think he was demonstrating what happened at the goal line. He kind of wiggled his hips a little to motion of the taunting or whatever went down at the end zone. I wish we could get a look at that. We do have the roughing the passer.
Our feeds that we're watching the game right along with y'all on our phones, and you saw the little hip wiggle from the back judge as here comes Noah Love, and you can see it kind of about to happen that he caught a face full of a defensive player as he released the football. Javon Battle on the receiving end, the sophomore wide receiver, into the end zone, but
I don't know if there was something out of the frame here. I didn't see anything from Battle there unless he said something. I saw him turn, his hips kind of wiggled as he turned to avoid the hit. Don't know if I saw anything that warranted a...
So what they're saying is the penalty against Javon Battle happened before he got into the end zone. So the touchdown is coming off the board. And he is going to obviously lose that touchdown as the clock continues to wind now here, under 7 minutes to play. See a little bit.
Yeah, there we got the replay.
God bless our crew. They got the replay of the hip swag, the little hip shake. That is fantastic.
Give these guys a raise.
That's the best thing that's happened tonight. Anyway, the touchdown comes off the board, and now here comes Parish Episcopal once again. They throw it on the far side. A little bit of a low throw, and that made things difficult for Episcopal to be able to pick up any speed there, as Bruce Mitchell was taken down after a pickup of about 2.
Well, Noah Love is still perfect through the air tonight, but fortunately that touchdown called back. He's probably not going to get too many opportunities this year to throw any touchdown passes.
This time they hand it off up the middle. Short gain in the hands of Cedric Mays. That's a freshman running back out there on the field, trying to show a little bit of what he can do in garbage time. Midway through now this fourth quarter as the clock continues to wind. Running clock situation right now as it is a 40-point margin. Parish Episcopal about to move to 6-1 on the year. 2-0 in TAPS Division I District 2. Bishop Lynch will fall to 3-4, 0-1 in district play as Love rolls on the near side. Fires complete, but dragged down inside the 10-yard line is Gabe Grubbs. Third down and about 2 forthcoming. Beg your pardon, that was third down. This would be fourth down, and I'll call it 2. We'll stay out there with the offense and go for it here on fourth down and 2, up 40. And if there's a moment where you kind of have a little bit of a gut check for your pride, it's right now for this Bishop Lynch defense, having an offense go for it on 4th and 2 when they're up 40. Love rolling out in heavy pursuit, fires toward the end zone, and it's incomplete. And Bishop Lynch's defense does indeed make the stop here on 4th down. Once again, whistles and
stop the clock, I imagine.
An effort from the officials to stop the clock as the timeout is called by Bishop Lynch.
The clock does not continuously run on.
Well, no, I mean, you can certainly use a timeout if you so choose, and Bishop Lynch is elected to do that. 4:41 to play, fourth quarter. 54-14 the score, but I can certainly understand from Greg Price's perspective. Give your offense an opportunity to get out on the field and see what they can do with one final drive and try and make something positive. There is still a season left to be played for this Bishop Lynch football team. They still have important games in front of them. Of course, as we mentioned just a little bit ago, a rematch of the state championship game from a year ago against Bishop Dunn 1 week from tonight. They've got Prestonwood Christian after that on the road, and then John Paul after that to wrap up the regular season. And then they go into the TAPS Division I playoffs, into the 15-team bracket. There's nothing to say that they can't turn things around. Yes, this will be a third consecutive loss for them. Yes, it's been perhaps a frustrating start to the season for Bishop Lynch. But you've still got to play a season out, and you've got to try and make something of this. So why not try and find some positive here late in this football game?
Well, and especially if Blaine Ritter is going to be your starting quarterback going forward. We don't know what's going on with Michael Light, who started the game under center for Bishop Lynch tonight. He's in a hoodie on the sideline right now. It looks like he's, I can't quite tell. We can't fully see from here, but it looks like his right arm might be in some sort of sling or something. So if Blaine Ritter's your quarterback going forward, this is a great time to get him reps against a very good defense moving forward.
So here comes Ritter. He's got Luke Pacer.
Yeah, you can see Light right there in the middle of the blue hoodie of the screen right there, number 1. You can't see him turn around, but that right arm is under the jersey and has not moved at all.
Another flag flies in as the handoff goes to Luke Pacer. First time we're calling his name tonight, the junior running back. It was funny when we were talking with Greg Price earlier this week, and he was explaining to us, as it's a penalty against Bishop Lynch, which will lead to a half the distance to the goal walk-off. Talking with Greg Price earlier this week about their offense and defense, talking about the special teams, and he mentioned in particular their kickoff return that they have Dylan Monsieur and Luke Paysur back to receive, and he said it's an all-French tandem in our kickoff return team with the two of them back there. And we get to see Paysur on the field now in the running back position as well, which he will do from time to time, spelling Darius Boyd and Isaiah Schmidtke. They go to the air there on 2nd down and long and pick up a few. Able to get it back to the original line of scrimmage to set up 3rd down and 10 as we're down to 3.5 to play here at Rufino Stadium.
Good to see Auger back on the field after that big hit a few minutes ago that took the wind out of him. Good to know that he's okay.
So this is the big question now going forward for Bishop Lynch. What can you do on 3rd and 10 with Blaine Ritter in there at quarterback? And he'd be the guy that gets you some progress through the air. Good ball on the outside there. Finds McLaughlin, taken down out of bounds short of the line to gain. But that is what they need in this Bishop Lynch Friars offense, is the ability to push the football down the field through the air. We've seen what Darius Boyd can do running the football tonight. Yes, nobody's more frustrated than number 24 with what he did in the early goings of this football game, putting the ball on the deck and setting up Parish Episcopal with short fields. That did not make their task any easier tonight, no doubt. But talented runner of the football that can help this team move the ball down the field on the offensive side, but they needed some help in the passing game. They've been struggling in the passing game. Perhaps Blaine Ritter can be that guy to jumpstart what they can do through the air and give Darius Boyd in the run game a little bit of help. But they're going to punt the ball away here in the final 2 minutes of the football, or the final 2.5 minutes of the football game, and that punt goes out of bounds after not going very far. Fabian Gutierrez kicking it to the near side, and it goes out of bounds inside the 30-yard line. The 29, it appears, is where they've marked it off, and that's where we'll see Noah Love and company once more as the clock is ticked under 2 minutes to play.
And this is just the first district game of the year for Bishop Lynch. It's the second for Parish, but the first for Bishop Lynch, and they start district with possibly the best team in the state. There's reasons to be optimistic the rest of the way going forward. I mean, it's going to be hard to see a team that's this good. And, you know, they played with Trinity Cedar Hill earlier in the year. The first game of the year, they only lost by 3. And that's, as you said, the #1 team in the state right now, according to Max Preps. And so there's reasons to be optimistic for Bishop Lynch. They just did not put the pieces together tonight. But they can't hang their heads because this is the first district game. They got 3 more after this to try and close out the season and get some momentum going into postseason.
Just a little over a minute to play here in the final quarter as Noah Love took 1 knee. He'll take 1 more, and that'll be all this game will require. As Parish Episcopal set to move to 6-1 on the season, 2-0 in district play. Depending on when they actually start the play clock, they may need 1 more kneel down. They will not. They just reset the play clock twice real quick, and that will be all this game requires. 54-14 the final score. The #2 team in the state on the private school scene, Parish Episcopal, shows us why. A dominant performance on the road, and they move to 6-1 on the year.
Yeah, just an all-around great performance. As Coach Price from Bishop Lynch said, there are no glaring weaknesses from Parish Episcopal.
Forget glaring weaknesses. There are no weaknesses.
None, period. Yeah. And I mean, when you can have your quarterback, Preston Stone, the #1 dual threat quarterback in the recruit in the country, when you can have him out of the game by the 4th quarter, things are going well for you. And he had a huge night. Defense had a good night, forcing 3 fumbles. Special teams stepped up with a kick return, and just all around good night from Parish Episcopal. Bishop Lynch, it's a hard one to take, but they've got to bounce back. They got a rematch of that state championship next week against Bishop Dunn, which I will not be here, but we, WFAA, will be
indeed,
right back out here next week for that state championship rematch.
We will indeed. You mentioned the importance of this win within the district for Parish Episcopal. They moved to 2-0 in district play. They moved to 6-1 overall. And next week, they play at Prestonwood Christian, which right now would appear to be your district championship game. Prestonwood off to a 1-0 start in district play with their win over John Paul a week ago. They have Parish Episcopal 1 week from today. They're off this evening, and then they have Bishop Lynch and Bishop Dunn after that. But with the way that we've seen this season play out so far, and given that Parish already has wins over Dunn and Lynch, the other two contenders in district, the only team that really has any sort of chance to chase them down is Prestonwood Christian if they can win that game 1 week from today. I wish them the best of luck. This Parish team is really, really good.
The good news for Prestonwood is they have the off week to prepare, but then again, Bishop Lynch had the off week.
Yes, they did,
to prepare, and we saw what happened tonight after that.
I mean, talking with Greg Price over the course of this week, he mentioned that in a lot of ways this could have been considered the district championship game because again, the loss for Bishop Dunn to this Parish Episcopal team. You could make the argument, depending on how you feel about Prestonwood Christian as a football team, that really the only two teams that had a chance to chase down Parish were either Lynch or Dunn. Clearly, neither was able to do so. We'll see if Prestonwood Christian will have any more success than Lynch and Dunn have had over the course of the last 2 weeks. But again, Parish Episcopal, a very, very good football team, so good luck to the folks at Prestonwood because that's going to be a tough matchup. For Lynch, next week against Bishop Dunn, certainly an important football game in terms of where they slot in the playoff standings, in the playoff bracket. Bishop Dunn also struggled mightily with this Parish Episcopal football team just 1 week ago today. So perhaps that's a more even matchup, Lynch and Dunn. Again, two teams that were playing for a state title a year ago. Both teams have lost a decent bit from those football teams, to be sure. But battling for position within this district and trying to figure out where they're going to slot in to the TAPS Division I playoff structure.
Yeah, Coach Novikov for Parish Episcopal said that Preston Stone each of the last 2 years has kind of torn up that defense for Bishop Dunn. 300 yards last year, 245 this year, 22 of 26 in that last game against Bishop Dunn. That just shows you how good this is because, as he said, teams don't do that to Bishop Dunn. That defense is lights out year in and year out, and that's going to, if that's the case, if that defense is good again from Dunn, Bishop Lynch is going to have to work on stuff this week, especially if Blaine Ritter's their quarterback moving forward. They've got to get that.
You've got to figure out what that offense
going.
Looks like.
Yeah, you cannot be one-dimensional and just rely on Boyd in the backfield. I mean, he is a workhorse, and he's over 1,000 yards for the season through just 7 games. But you have got to become more than one-dimensional if you want to make it farther in the playoffs and try to get back to that state championship.
5 total touchdowns for Preston Stone tonight. He lived up to the billing in every possible way.
Yeah, then completed his first 11 passes of the game. I mean, he can make every throw, the deep throws, the short throws, and it's not just him making the throws, it's him seeing them as they're developing and putting the ball in the air and expecting his receivers to be there. And like that last touchdown we saw where the offense floated to the far side, and I mean, he knew what was going to open up.
Of course.
And he came back and made a perfect throw back across his body, back across the field. He made all the throws he needed to make, and just a display of why he is the top dual threat quarterback recruit in the country.
And as you mentioned, dual threat, to me the most impressive touchdown he had all night was the 38-yard touchdown run back in the first quarter. That made it 20-0 in the early going, and in a lot of ways was a backbreaker because it came off of a second straight fumble by this Bishop Lynch offense. They turned the first one into a 27-yard touchdown pass from Stone to a wide-open Caleb Culp to make it 13-0. Bishop Lynch gets the football back, puts it on the deck yet again, and that sets up Stone on the very first play of that drive as well. A 38-yard touchdown run, weaving his way through the defense, cutting back, a hesitation move inside the 5-yard line that lets some traffic fly in front of him and clear, and then a dive into the end zone. A very, very impressive run that made it 20-0. And then, just for good measure, he had two more passing touchdowns in addition to that over the course of the rest of the night. 5 in total, four passing TDs and a rushing score, and a 54-14 win.
And he's only a junior. He's still got one more year after
That's
this,
the crazy part. The touchdown total all by itself, he had 20 coming into this evening total. 17 passing and 3 rushing. He now has 25 in total. You add that to 53 a year ago. That's 88 in 2 years. And he had 33 as a freshman, 27 passing touchdowns and 4 rushing scores. So trying to do the math real quick, is that 121 touchdowns in a little more than 2.5 football seasons as a freshman, sophomore, and junior. The kid is ridiculous.
He's all right. You know.
Tonight, it was 5 touchdowns for him in a 54-14 win for Parish Episcopal at Bishop Dunn on their homecoming. And Parish Episcopal moves to 6-1 on the year. Bishop Dunn falls to 3-4. Our thanks to the athletic directors from both of these programs for their help over the course of this week. Brett McCabe and Ahmad Ajami from Parish Episcopal, and Greg Price, of course, the head coach, also the athletic director at Bishop Lynch. Their help, Daniel Novikov, the head coach at Parish Episcopal as well. The help from all these gentlemen to make this broadcast happen. Believe me, without their help, it does not happen, so thank you to each of them. We also want to thank our sponsors this evening, Texas Health Resources. Our engineers are Don Hazen and Dode Bigley. Our photographer is Ian Gordon, and our director is Raul Garcia. Our digital coordinator back in Dallas is Nick Blackhall, and our executive producer is Sean Hamilton. For Sean Giggy here with me in the booth, I'm Mike Leslie. Thanks so much for watching tonight. Your final score one last time. Parish Episcopal knocks off Bishop Lynch 54-14 as the number 2 team in the state on the private school scene. Shows off why. We'll see you next week on yet another special Friday night edition of Thursday Night Lights from right here at Rufino Stadium. Bishop Lynch and Bishop Dunn in a rematch of last year's TAPS Division I state championship game. Friday night at 7 o'clock. We hope to see you then. So long from Rufino, everyone. We'll see you next week. This week on Friday Night Football, it's a rematch of one of the biggest, most exciting games of the regular season. And there's a spot in the state semifinals on the line as Prestonwood Christian hosts 5-time defending TAPS Division I state champion
Parish Episcopal. These two teams played a raucous, incredible, ridiculous game 4 weeks ago in district play as Prestonwood knocked off Parish by a 52-49 final score in a game that saw 53 points scored after halftime alone. Now they will play again with a spot in the semis at stake. Players to watch in this one for Parish Episcopal, it's their superstar quarterback, Sawyer Anderson. Anderson is now the most illustrious passer by yardage in the history of high school football in DFW. Meanwhile, for Prestonwood, it's their quarterback, Luke Glass, who has combined for 30 touchdowns on the year, including 4 touchdown passes a week ago in their first playoff game. You can watch live for free Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+. Download WFAA+ to your smart TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV. Parish Episcopal and Prestonwood for a spot in the state semis on Friday Night Football.
Happy Friday, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA+. Very good game this week. Parish Episcopal Panthers versus the Prestonwood Christian Lions at Lions Stadium in Plano. It's going to be a chilly night tonight, so definitely dress warm. Kickoff at 7:30. Our coverage starts 10 minutes before that live on WFAA+. Temperatures stay in the low to mid-50s throughout the entirety of the game. Clear skies, light winds, a beautiful night for football in North Texas. And remember, you can watch the game live and other high school football games live, local and always on WFAA+. You can download it on Apple TV, Roku, or Fire TV. I hope you have a great Friday and a great rest of your weekend.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's a rematch of one of the biggest, most exciting games of the regular season. And there's a spot in the state semifinals on the line as Prestonwood Christian hosts 5-time defending TAPS Division I state champion Parish Episcopal. These two teams played a raucous, incredible, ridiculous game 4 weeks ago in district play as Prestonwood knocked off Parish by a 52-49 final score in a game that saw 53 points scored after halftime alone. Now they will play again with a spot in the semis at stake. Players to watch in this one for Parish Episcopal, it's their superstar quarterback, Sawyer Anderson. Anderson is now the most illustrious passer by yardage in the history of high school football in DFW. Meanwhile, for Prestonwood, it's their quarterback, Luke Glass, who has combined for 30 touchdowns on the year, including 4 touchdown passes a week ago in their first playoff game. You can watch live for free Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+. Download WFAA+ to your smart TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV. Parish Episcopal and Prestonwood for a spot in the state semis on Friday Night Football.
Happy Friday, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA+. Very good game this week. Parish Episcopal Panthers versus the Prestonwood Christian Lions at Lions Stadium in Plano. It's going to be a chilly night tonight, so definitely dress warm. Kickoff at 7:30. Our coverage starts 10 minutes before that live on WFAA+. Temperatures stay in the low to mid-50s throughout the entirety of the game. Clear skies, light winds, a beautiful night for football in North Texas. And remember, you can watch the game live and other high school football games live, local and always on WFAA+. You can download it on Apple TV, Roku, or Fire TV. I hope you have a great Friday and a great rest of your weekend.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's a rematch of one of the biggest, most exciting games of the regular season. And there's a spot in the state semifinals on the line as Prestonwood Christian hosts 5-time defending TAPS Division I state champion Parish Episcopal. These two teams played a raucous, incredible, ridiculous game 4 weeks ago in district play as Prestonwood knocked off Parish by a 52-49 final score in a game that saw 53 points scored after halftime alone. Now they will play again with a spot in the semis at stake. Players to watch in this one for Parish Episcopal, it's their superstar quarterback, Sawyer Anderson. Anderson is now the most illustrious passer by yardage in the history of high school football in DFW. Meanwhile, for Prestonwood, it's their quarterback, Luke Glass, who has combined for 30 touchdowns on the year, including 4 touchdown passes a week ago in their first playoff game. You can watch live for free Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+. Download WFAA+ to your smart TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV. Parish Episcopal and Prestonwood for a spot in the state semis on Friday Night Football.
Happy Friday, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus. Very good game this week. Parish Episcopal Panthers versus the Prestonwood Christian Lions at Lions Stadium in Plano. It's going to be a chilly night tonight, so definitely dress warm. Kickoff at 7:30. Our coverage starts 10 minutes before that live on WFAA Plus. Temperatures stay in the low to mid 50s throughout the entirety of the game. Clear skies, light winds, a beautiful night for football in North Texas. And remember, you can watch the game live and other high school football games live, local and always on WFAA Plus. You can download it on Apple TV, Roku, or Fire TV. I hope you have a great Friday and a great rest of your weekend.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's a rematch of one of the biggest, most exciting games of the regular season. And there's a spot in the state semifinals on the line as Prestonwood Christian hosts five-time defending TAPS Division I state champion Parish Episcopal. These two teams played a raucous, incredible, ridiculous game 4 weeks ago in district play as Prestonwood knocked off Parish by a 52-49 final score in a game that saw 53 points scored after halftime alone. Now they will play again with a spot in the semis at stake. Players to watch in this one for Parish Episcopal, it's their superstar quarterback, Sawyer Anderson. Anderson is now the most illustrious passer by yardage in the history of high school football in DFW. Meanwhile, for Prestonwood, it's their quarterback, Luke Glass, who has combined for 30 touchdowns on the year, including 4 touchdown passes a week ago in their first playoff game. You can watch live for free Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA Plus. Download WFAA Plus to your smart TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV. Parish Episcopal and Prestonwood for a spot in the state semis on Friday Night Football.
Happy Friday, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus. Very good game this week. Parish Episcopal Panthers versus the Prestonwood Christian Lions at Lions Stadium in Plano. It's going to be a chilly night tonight, so definitely dress warm. Kickoff at 7:30. Our coverage starts 10 minutes before that live on WFAA Plus. Temperatures stay in the low to mid 50s throughout the entirety of the game. Clear skies, light winds, a beautiful night for football in North Texas. And remember, you can watch the game live and other high school football games live, local and always on WFAA Plus. You can download it on Apple TV, Roku, or Fire TV. I hope you have a great Friday and a great rest of your weekend.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's a rematch of one of the biggest, most exciting games of the regular season. And there's a spot in the state semifinals on the line as Prestonwood Christian hosts five-time defending TAPS Division I state champion Parish Episcopal. These two teams played a raucous, incredible, ridiculous game 4 weeks ago in district play as Prestonwood knocked off Parish by a 52-49 final score in a game that saw 53 points scored after halftime alone. Now they will play again with a spot in the semis at stake. Players to watch in this one for Parish Episcopal, it's their superstar quarterback, Sawyer Anderson. Anderson is now the most illustrious passer by yardage in the history of high school football in DFW. Meanwhile, for Prestonwood, it's their quarterback, Luke Glass, who has combined for 30 touchdowns on the year, including 4 touchdown passes a week ago in their first playoff game. You can watch live for free Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA Plus. Download WFAA Plus to your smart TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV. Parish Episcopal and Prestonwood for a spot in the state semis on Friday Night Football.
Happy Friday, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus. Very good game this week. Parish Episcopal Panthers versus the Prestonwood Christian Lions at Lions Stadium in Plano. It's going to be a chilly night tonight, so definitely dress warm. Kickoff at 7:30. Our coverage starts 10 minutes before that live on WFAA Plus. Temperatures stay in the low to mid 50s throughout the entirety of the game. Clear skies, light winds, a beautiful night for football in North Texas. And remember, you can watch the game live and other high school football games live, local and always on WFAA Plus. You can download it on Apple TV, Roku, or Fire TV. I hope you have a great Friday and a great rest of your weekend.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's a rematch of one of the biggest, most exciting games of the regular season. And there's a spot in the state semifinals on the line as Prestonwood Christian hosts five-time defending TAPS Division I state champion Parish Episcopal. These two teams played a raucous, incredible, ridiculous game 4 weeks ago in district play as Prestonwood knocked off Parish by a 52-49 final score in a game that saw 53 points scored after halftime alone. Now they will play again with a spot in the semis at stake. Players to watch in this one for Parish Episcopal, it's their superstar quarterback, Sawyer Anderson. Anderson is now the most illustrious passer by yardage in the history of high school football in DFW. Meanwhile, for Prestonwood, it's their quarterback, Luke Glass, who has combined for 30 touchdowns on the year, including 4 touchdown passes a week ago in their first playoff game. You can watch live for free Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+. Download WFAA Plus to your smart TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV. Parish Episcopal and Prestonwood for a spot in the state semis on Friday Night Football.
Happy Friday, everybody. It's Friday Night Football on WFAA+. Very good game this week. Parish Episcopal Panthers versus the Prestonwood Christian Lions at Lions Stadium in Plano. It's going to be a chilly night tonight, so definitely dress warm. Kickoff at 7:30. Our coverage starts 10 minutes before that live on WFAA+. Temperatures stay in the low to mid-50s throughout the entirety of the game. Clear skies, light winds, a beautiful night for football in North Texas. And remember, you can watch the game live and other high school football games live, local and always on WFAA+. You can download it on Apple TV, Roku, or Fire TV. I hope you have a great Friday and a great rest of your weekend.
The Parish Episcopal Panthers are the definition of a juggernaut. 5 straight state championships, a dominant program, But tonight, in order to get back to the state semifinals, they have to beat a Prestonwood Christian team that beat them 4 weeks ago. It's the TAPS Division I State Quarterfinals, Parish Episcopal and Prestonwood Christian on Friday Night Football. And with that, we welcome you to Lions Stadium here in Plano. Mike Leslie alongside the former Lincoln High and Kansas State linebacker Heckma Harrison. Heckma, this game is one that if you're a part of the TAPS community, you've been looking forward to since the last time they played. 52-49 the final 4 weeks ago on this field to earn Prestonwood Christian the number 2 seed out of this district and set up this game tonight. This one should be a movie.
Yeah, it was a barn burner, and it came down to a defensive stop in the fourth quarter. I'm saying that this game is going to come down to who has the ball last. I'm just telling you, these two schools can score, and they can score in a hurry, and they score in bunches. Man, this is going to be an exciting ride.
101 points scored last time these two teams played, 53 of them after halftime. This is the 9th time that these two teams have played in the last 5 seasons. They have played in the playoffs 4 out of 5 years now, and that includes the 2022 state championship game that Parish Episcopal won. Let's bring you back to 2022. They played this game down in Waco, as they always do, for the TAPS state titles, and this was the 4th of 5 in a row for Parish Episcopal. Sawyer Anderson was the quarterback then too, just a sophomore. Here hits Chase Burton for the touchdown pass. Parish won their 4th of 5 straight on this night. Anderson hit Cedric Mays later on for a touchdown to increase the lead. They would score 31 points in the first half of this game alone to race out to a 31-7 halftime lead. Daniel Demery, a superstar for Parish during his career, now at Ole Miss, picked this pass off and took it to the house. 38-14 was the final for their 4th in a row. Now they're at 5 straight, and Heckma Harrison, they want very badly to make it 6 consecutive state championships. The program that Daniel Novikov has built at Parish Episcopal is remarkable, and they're trying to keep it rolling.
And they absolutely have to start giving Coach Novikov the credit that he deserves for this dominance. A lot of times when you associate TAPS football with Texas high school football, they try and talk about it as a level down. This is, when you talk about an offense in the state of Texas, this is one of the premier offensive minds in the state of Texas. Daniel Novikov is a genius, and his offense functions like a well-oiled machine. He has pretty much run through the TAPS division, but on the other side, Coach Yantis has raised his hand and said, I challenge you, and we're going to see that challenge today.
To your point, though, Parish went on a barnstorming tour through the UIL ranks a couple years ago, beat Aledo, almost beat South Oak Cliff, beat Austin LBJ. They ran roughshod and said, hey, we can play some ball in TAPS too, and kind of they were the standard bearers for all of private school football that year, and they've kept that going. Played Austin LBJ this year, number 2 team in the state in 4AD1 to a 1-point game back in September, 48-47. So yes, they're still playing some high-level football in the private school ranks as well. These are 2 of the 3 very best private school teams in the state. Realistically, 2 of the only 3 teams that have a chance to win a state championship, and they're all from District 1. The other team, Argyle Liberty Christian, at the top of those district standings. These 2 teams finished 2nd and 3rd in TAPS Division I, District 1. Argyle Liberty Christian playing tonight against Bishop Lynch, who finished 4th in this district. These 2 teams, winner tonight. This is officially a state quarterfinal. This is, practically speaking, a state semifinal. One of these 2 teams, whoever wins tonight, will almost assuredly play Liberty Christian for the title 2 weeks from now.
And there's so many other things that are on the line right now, but obviously, with this being the 10th time, you said they've met 9 times so far already.
Well, no, this is the 9th. This is the 9th meeting in 5 years.
So all of that familiarity comes into a crash course tonight. So many athletes on both sides of the ball, and they understand that for Parish Episcopal, if they lift that state trophy this year, they will have gone through a gauntlet of teams. And I'm telling you that Argyle Liberty Christian team, they didn't come out of nowhere.
No.
They absolutely have been built by Jason Witten, and this is the kind kind of team that has challenged everyone and has beat both of these teams that you'll see out here today.
No question. Let's show you the bracket in TAPS Division 1, and you'll get a look at exactly what we're talking about. Argyle Liberty Christian playing tonight against Bishop Lynch. St. Thomas and Austin St. Mike's playing tonight as well. Winners moving on, of course, to the state semifinals, and then that championship will be down in Waco 2 weeks from this week. Let's get to our players to watch for tonight. First for Parish Episcopal, their quarterback Sawyer Anderson, and we are talking about a young man in Sawyer Anderson who, Heckma, he's one of the very best passers of the football that the state of Texas has ever seen.
The young people say he is him. We should just change his first name to Himothy Anderson because he is dynamic, and the touch that he has on his passes and the way that he has executed this offense of Daniel Novikov is very masterful. When we talked with Coach Novikov, he mentioned, he said, I've been with this kid for so long. I feel like I've raised him, and this is going to be our last go-round together. I'm telling you, they want to go out on a good note.
Meanwhile, for Prestonwood Christian, their quarterback Luke Glass, this kid is a tall drink of water, every bit of 6'6". His touchdown to interception ratio is insane. 26 touchdown passes, 4 more touchdown runs, only 1 interception this year.
That is ridiculous, and I thought that was a typo.
Right?
But absolutely a great quarterback as well, and a guy that wants to cement himself into that legacy of great quarterbacks.
This has become one of the great rivalries in Texas high school football, maybe the best rivalry currently going in North Texas in TAPS, and we get the latest iteration of it tonight. Parish and Prestonwood playing for a berth in the state semifinals. Kickoff right after this.
It's game day here in Texas. The band's playing.
Friday Night Football, sponsored by...
Yes, indeed, sponsored by Texas Day Brazil. Kickoff through the end zone for Prestonwood Christian, and Parish Episcopal will start with the football first, and that gives us an opportunity to talk about the starting quarterback for Parish Episcopal, Sawyer Anderson. This young man, the leading passer in the history of DFW high school football. 13,680 passing yards on the night. We'll show you the complete list here in just a moment. Oh, there you go. 4th on the all-time passing yardage list in the state of Texas. And on the very first play of the game, over the middle. And off to the races goes Carson Darby. Darby being chased from behind. Finally taken down at the 13-yard line. Sawyer Anderson starts 1 for 1 and a big pickup all the way down to the 13.
We talk about him marching towards history, and David Madison is saying to himself, I've got to put my jetpack on right now in order to run Darby down. He does it because it looks like Darby is about to take this one to the house.
62 yards on the first play of the football game, and it's 1st and 10 for Parish at the 13-yard line. We mentioned it before, 52-49 the final the first time these two teams played. Neither team punted the football, and off we go again. Handoff to space, to the corner, to the end zone. Touchdown Parish Episcopal in 2 plays. Nick Wheeler to the house from 13 out, and Parish strikes first.
Mike Leslie, all I got to tell you is buckle up. It's going to be one of those kind of nights. Parish scoring on 2 plays. Wow, you see him right here cutting off the edge. Great blocking up front, but an even better job by your running back, Nick Wheeler.
Extra point is up and through. Nick Wheeler scoring for Parish Episcopal from 13 yards away. Man, you said it. Buckle up. This is going to be
yeah,
barn burner to the max.
I tell you right now, for the Lions defense, they've got to settle their nerves. Obviously, that first big play right off the bat to Darby, he catches that ball in between the safety and the corner. and off to the races. You're going to see that all day long on just a simple post route. I don't know how many points are going to be scored today, but I will tell you this. I'm betting at least 80 because this is the way that these two teams played in their first matchup. It was just back and forth the entire game.
Last year, Prestonwood Christian lost in the state semifinals. Heckma, the final score was 73-62 against St. Thomas.
Yeah,
so yeah, points come in bunches. Gael Garza to kick it away. Deep for Prestonwood, Jonathan Frenchlove and L.J. Taylor. Short kick. Pops down at the 27. That ball's loose. Still loose. Parish has got the football. It's recovered by Nick Wheeler, who just scored the touchdown.
And I tell you what, that is just scheme coming out because you understand that a guy in Frenchlove can take it to the house, super duper speed for Frenchlove, and they just pooch it. That ball takes a bounce. And how about that for Nick Wheeler? He knew exactly where that ball was, and he gets right on it, and it's a turnover, ball back to Parish Episcopal.
1st and 10 at the 25. Daniel Novikov and his bag of tricks. The short kickoff from Garza, and Wheeler, who just scored the touchdown, pounces on it to steal a possession. Anderson over the middle, complete for Fields.
And that is the magic of Sawyer Anderson when you see how fast this ball comes out of his hands. I mean, it is the flick of his wrist, and that ball comes firing off.
Sanger, Texas, in the YouTube comments, I think must have voted for Prestonwood Christian to win in our poll on YouTube. Already in the can I change my vote for who I think will win? What a start for Parish Episcopal on the road. 2nd and 3. Anderson going to keep it himself. They were worried about his knee. No worries at all. He dives to the end zone. There is a flag down, but Sawyer Anderson's in the end zone. Preliminary signal is a hold.
And you're right, Mike. Coach Novikov was talking about Sawyer in that knee and saying, look, he's not healthy. He's dealing with some issues. And on the other side for Prestonwood, they were saying, look, we don't really think about him as being that mobile of a quarterback, and you see that backfire on them right now in the second series for Parish Episcopal.
We will check the flag here because it looks like the touchdown will come off the board.
Wow.
Paul Majors, our referee tonight. And it is a hold against the Parish Episcopal offense.
Got to slow him down somehow. This is crazy.
We'll see where they spot this. It looks like they may still end up with a fresh set of downs as a result of all this. Or maybe it's just behind the line to gain based on where they spotted that football. No, it will be a first down. 1st and 10 at the 15, so he gained enough yardage before the holding penalty based on where the hold happened that it is a fresh 1st and 10 for Parish at the 15. To the end zone. In and out of the hands of his intended target.
Just trying to catch these guys off balance and continuing to try to victimize these cornerbacks on the outside. They have a ton of work that they have to do versus these wide receivers. We hadn't got an opportunity to say his name, but there is a kid out here. They just tried him. Jalen Pyle. He is everything.
When on the call with a head coach, the name Travis Hunter is mentioned. Yeah, that's how good Jalen Pyle is. 4-star kid going to Michigan, going both ways tonight. Handoff here up the middle for Marcus Hanish, and he'll pick his way for, give him 3 on the play. Pyle, 19 touchdowns on the year. Sensational wide receiver talent. That's what he's going to Michigan for. But they're starting him at corner here as they get into the late stages of the regular season and now here in the playoffs to try and kind of lock down their defense and improve their defense a little bit. He is a terrific talent.
Oh, he is, and this is where he really does make a lot of his hay is when you get down into this red zone area. He's so hard to deal with out of the slot, and look at where he's lined up.
He is the inside receiver, trips to the top of the formation. Anderson looking for him in the end zone. He couldn't find the football, well covered by D.C. Crane, and it's 4th down.
And look, you got a Bryson Fields, #1 out there. He's just going on a corner route. Initially, they had Piles step back like a stop route, and then they run the corner. I absolutely love this offense. I mean, you don't know which direction he's going to hit you from. Guys are running a variety of different routes on the outside. He goes 3x1, 2x2. He gives you a lot to think about.
They're going to go for it here on 4th and 8. They've got to get to the 5-yard line to move the chains. Anderson looking to the far sideline. And Daniel Novikov, their head coach, also calls the plays. 51 a game this year, 51.9. They're going to call timeout before this 4th down and 8. Something about the look from Prestonwood they didn't like.
Yeah, Prestonwood right now, they're going to have to figure out how to change up their scheme, whether on the front end or the back end. They're not getting any pressure right now on Sawyer Anderson, and if he could just sit back and pick you apart, that's going to be easy work for that quarterback.
Parish Episcopal 7-4 on the year. Unusual to see this team with 4 in the loss column. It's been a tougher run for them than it's been normally for Parish Episcopal. A couple of very close losses. Lost Austin LBJ 48-47. Lost to the best team in TAPS Division II, All Saints 39-35 in their opener this year. And then 2 losses in district by a combined 11 points. 35-27 against Argyle Liberty Christian, the #1 team in TAPS Division I, and Prestonwood Christian, this team they're playing tonight, 52-49 on this field back in October.
And as Coach Novikov talked about, defensively is where they've had a lot of their struggles. They've been in the game. Offensively, they can score, but getting stops has been their Achilles heel.
Hence the surprise kick, and they steal a possession as a result. They're trying to pay it off now here out of the timeout on 4th and 8. Anderson scrambles forward. Anderson can run for it. Lowers his shoulder and he's in. Touchdown, Parish Episcopal.
You can forget all about that knee, okay? The problems with the knee, because I think that is a design run from the beginning. He is recognizing on the outside, they're in man coverage. They turn their backs on Sawyer Anderson and he takes off. Man, what a score. Obviously, those 2 series is for this offense, man. This is in really 9:29 here in the first quarter, and they could potentially be up by 14 points.
Garza puts it up and through, and it is indeed 14-0. A pair of 13-yard touchdown runs, one from Wheeler, one from Anderson, and what a start for Parish Episcopal on Friday Night Football.
The Cowboys getting set to take on the Chargers, and we've got it covered for you on WFAA. The Cowboys trying to get off to a hot...
Your Friday night lights just got brighter. Catch a live broadcast of the biggest high school football games all season long.
The 12-yard touchdown. Back on Friday Night Football, 14-0 the start for Parish Episcopal. A pair of touchdown runs from 13 yards out. A tremendous start. This time the kickoff deeper from his own 16-yard line. Here comes L.J. Taylor, their starting running back. Can't make the first man miss and driven back. Maybe picked up 2 on the return running laterally.
And you could tell they had a right return set up. And he was trying to get to the outside L.J. Taylor, and that's great coverage by the Panthers, not allowing him to escape out of the back door.
So now how does Prestonwood Christian respond? Again, they scored 52 the first time these 2 teams met, so it's not like this game is remotely over. There are many points still to be scored by Luke Glass and his offense, you have to imagine. But a gut punch right out of the gates from Parish Episcopal, and now the Lions have to respond. Taylor fights his way forward for a couple. We've got gremlins in the system tonight.
Is a bunch happening.
I'm not sure what's going on, but we are trying to sort it all out for you. 3 minutes into this football game, and it's 2nd down and 7 for Prestonwood Christian. 9-2 on the year, 5-1 in TAPS Division I, District 1. Glass, deep ball, single coverage. Too far downfield, looking for Jonathan Frenchlove.
And there's the guy we're talking about, Jalen Powell, in coverage on Frenchlove, who is a guy that Coach Yanis said he can fly. And so you take that kind of speed on the outside and you cover it with a guy that you know is just as physical and can also run.
Big 3rd down and 7 quickly here for Prestonwood Christian. They have to get to the 28 to move the chains. Donnie Yantis, their head coach, their offensive coordinator as well. 45 a game for the Lions offense. They set up the middle screen. They won't get there. Taken down at the 25-yard line. Caleb Bengard did not have much running room, and it's 4th down, and Prestonwood is going to have to punt the football.
Boy, and Bengard, that's a great call offensively. If Bengard had an opportunity to get in behind his blocks, you have to credit the Panthers defense by snuffing it out. But boy, just a little bit of impatience there by the Lions.
So now Justin Dewars, the sensational punter for Prestonwood Christian, will come on to kick it away. But this is an inauspicious start for the homestanding Lions. Carson Darby deep to return.
Wow.
Fair catch called for and made by the other return man, Moss McCaig, at the 39, 40-yard line. And that's where we will see Sawyer Anderson and company get back to work. Up 14-0, Heckma. This is already very quickly 4 minutes and 11 seconds into the football game. Danger zone for Prestonwood Christian.
Yeah, that's the only place that you could describe it because of them just obviously attacking the Lions right off the bat. Defensively, this is one of those must-stops early in a game where you can't spot these guys 21 points. If you do, obviously Coach Novikov will keep his foot on their throat and just not allow them to get off the mat.
1st and 10 from the 40. Anderson, pump and go, looking deep. Overshot Jalen Pyle.
These two have had a connection all season long, and those types of throws they've been hooking up on. I mean, you talk about a guy that is leading the state in yards and is about to eclipse literally everybody with those numbers. He doesn't miss many.
2nd and 10. Parish Episcopal, the 5-time defending state champs. Handoff up the middle, nowhere to go. Pushing the pile a little bit was Marcus Hanisch. A gain of 2 on the play. Parish Episcopal has not lost a playoff game since December 1st of 2018.
Oh, what a stat, though. What a stat. And when we talk with Coach Novikov about how much football they've been playing over the last 7 years, I'm like, how do you keep these kids in a group? Because they're continuously playing this many 15, 16 games per season.
Yeah.
Like, that's a lot of football.
3rd down and 8. Prestonwood Christian really needs a stop right now. This is a golden opportunity. 3 on the play clock. I don't know that Anderson sees it. They just get the snap off. Looking deep. That looked like a hold, and it will be a hold. No question about it. A fistful of jersey for Matthew McLean.
Oh, they're not going to like it because it came out late, but we could see it from up here. Beckham Smith, number 17, he's on a go ball, and they have to get hand on jersey just to slow him down. He's double covered on the outside.
I'm a little surprised that they're officially terming it pass interference, because it looked to me more like it was a hold earlier, because a lot of the Prestonwood Christian coaches are saying, hey, that's an uncatchable ball.
Right.
And I was about to say, well, I don't think the call's going to be pass interference. I think the call's going to be defensive holding, and that's why the ball was uncatchable, because he got held up for 5 yards.
Absolutely.
So I'm a little surprised that the official ruling is pass interference, but either way, clearly a penalty, and it will be a first down for Parish Episcopal. They'll mark it at the 43, and it's 1st and 10 for Sawyer Anderson and company.
This is, and really one of these desperate for the defense. They're just trying to get off the field.
To the air, over the middle on the money, and off to the races again goes Carson Darby. 43 yards for the touchdown.
This kid Sawyer Anderson is so good, and the play fake froze the linebackers, and look at the ball come out last minute, and he's just zapping this thing on a slant route to his slot receiver Carson Darby. No way he's going to be stopped.
Darby said, "You're not chasing me down this time. I'm finding pay dirt." What a start for Parish Episcopal. Extra point up and through, 21-0 Panthers. Yes, this team is ready for playoff football. My word. Friday Night Football, back after this.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
Friday Night Football, sponsored by Texas de Brazil.
And we welcome you back to Lions Stadium here in Plano on the campus of Prestonwood Christian. And my word, does Donnie Yantis' team ever need to get off the mat, Hackma Harrison, and get into this football game? Parish Episcopal has come racing out of the gates.
Yeah, and I think they schemed it up perfect for an open. And you're talking about both of these teams, nerves on the edge. You know, they just really took the air out of the ball for Prestonwood. They didn't get the ball back until the second possession and being down by 14 points. Now, down by 3 scores, they are absolutely playing from behind now.
From his own 23, that was Taylor that brings it out. They'll spot it at the 34, and we'll see this Prestonwood Christian offense get back to work. Luke Glass, their starting quarterback. We talked about it off the top of the broadcast. 30 combined touchdowns on the year. Only 1 interception. He's had a spectacular season. Threw for a pair of touchdowns in their 52-49 win over Parish Episcopal 4 weeks ago tonight.
They just got to get an offensive. They really do have to get a series going. Give their defense a break. These guys are worn out right now, and head is spinning.
A lot of pressure right now on Luke Glass and company. He fires over the middle. Nice catch by Matthew McLean. That is an all-hands catch for 8.
That's all it is. I mean, and he has someone on his back. Look at this. We call this backpack coverage. There's nowhere to go, and strong hands from McLean.
Wow. Run backward is Taylor, but he's able to get away. Still on his feet, and he's going to have the first down. That is about as good a 3-yard run as you will ever see from L.J. Taylor.
How in the world did he get out of the grips of Sattler and then a host of Panthers trying to tackle him, and he picks up the first down? Really?
5'6", 156 pounds.
What?
And he picks up the first down.
Wow.
They go Wildcat here. Right up the middle. Breaking nearly the tackle was Matthew McLean. They are going to roll out this Wildcat package, Hackma Harrison. We were told about this by Donnie Yantis earlier this week. And they're going to have Jack Harwell, big number 88 there in the middle, their starting defensive end. He is a massive human being, and he's going to be the lead blocker at 6', 285, as Matthew McCain tries to follow him through the hole. First down, and then some, and still going is McCain all the way to the 38.
And when Coach Yanis, he told us about it, he's like, look, guys, keep this under your hat, all right? How serious was he when he gave us this nugget? Keep this under your hat. Don't tell anybody. This is a wrinkle that we got. I promise you, you're going to love it. We have a guy that's, hey, he's been begging for me to give him the ball. I'm not going to give him the ball. He's going to be the lead blocker. I can't wait. And, man, here it is right in front of us.
And here they go again with the Wildcat. This time racing inside the 25 is Takashi Shaw. Down inside the 20 to the 19. First and 10 for Prestonwood Christian in the red zone.
I love it when a coach gives us a nugget and we see it play out in real time and see how effective it actually is. This Panthers defense has got to be trying to figure out which direction are they going with it, because they can't just follow the lead block.
Shaw again, flags at the snap, and a false start is going to stop the momentum for at least a moment for Prestonwood Christian. Boos from the near sideline.
Yeah, I don't think they agree with that at all.
Takashi Shaw held out the last couple of weeks due to injury. A couple of games that they knew they were going to be able to win. Their first-round playoff game, they won over El Paso Cathedral 65-6 a week ago, so they let Shaw get an extra week's worth of a breather. He's back out there now, though, and he will again follow Harwell. This time with nowhere to go. Hurley Weicker, first on the scene for Parish Episcopal. It's going to be second down and 14.
Weicker, 6'4", 240 pounds on the outside. He knows, he's seen that play enough times to play the backside and just walk to the ball carrier. They're going to use this thing all the way to the end zone if they can.
Shaw again. They do have Luke Glass on the field, by the way. He's at the top of the formation in a wide receiver spot. So they can bring him back inside to play quarterback at some point, hypothetically. They will, though, let Shaw throw it. Shaw trying to find somewhere to throw it to. Now he'll take off and run. Picks up a few, but it's going to be third down. Call it 3rd and 10. Looks like he got back to the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd and 10.
And there was a thought there that he would absolutely pass that ball, but Shaw, man, making a great decision by not throwing that ball and putting it at risk.
Now, understandably, on 3rd and 10, Luke Glass will cycle back down into his normal role and play quarterback, as they're going to need to get to the 9-yard line to move the chains. They are well within field goal range for Justin Dewars.
Yeah.
End zone shot, double coverage. Incomplete, in and out of the hands of his intended target, Jonathan Frenchlove. And it's 4th down.
And Frenchlove looked like he had an opportunity to come down with this ball. Hits him right in the hands. Luke Glass, what a throw over 2 defenders.
That is a terrific ball.
And now you got Jonathan Frenchlove is down in the end zone. Talk about a guy that you can ill afford to lose in a game like this. He is the guy that takes the top off of defenses.
He and Matthew McLean, two of the very best wide receivers in all of TAPS. And Frenchlove is still down in the end zone being tended to by the athletic training staff for Prestonwood Christian. Back to his feet now. And he's able to jog off under his own power. That's a great sign for Prestonwood Christian.
Situation like this, you go for 3, down by 21.
On 4th down and 10, I can't hate the decision. It will be a 36-yard field goal from the right hash for Justin Dewars. They did have a critical field goal blocked earlier this year by Legacy Christian. That is piped by Dewars. And Prestonwood Christian is on the board. 21-3 our score as Dewars puts it through. The PCA needs to find the end zone.
Absolutely, but that ball looked like it was headed to Frisco. That was a lot of height on that ball. And when we talked with his coach and we asked him about the distance, and he said 63.
Donnie Yantis told us that he trusts Justin Dewars out to 63, and if I could have had a camera on my face in that moment to see how far my eyes bugged out of my head at hearing a high school coach say that he's got a kicker with range to 63.
63?
That is unbelievable. Justin Dewars is a magnificent kicker. He said he has hit from 65 before in practice. I talked to them pregame. He said that's the farthest he has hit from. Yeah, that is insane range.
I got to see it. I mean, if he does it out here tonight, I'm going to lose it. That is outstanding.
A line drive kickoff that will go out of bounds.
Okay.
Dewars, by the way, on his way to Vanderbilt to kick. I think he was trying to just kick it through the end zone. But it's going to set Parish Episcopal up with great field position here.
Stay tuned for the Friday Night Football halftime show, sponsored by Golden Chick. Golden Chick is the perfect post-game destination. Come in and see why we say it's one taste and you're golden at Golden Chick.
First and 10, Parish Episcopal at their own 30, up 21-3. Bang down after a gain of 6 is Hanish. Beg your pardon, that's Jackson Sanford, their reserve running back.
And he is what they call just your typical running back, a low center of gravity guy that can get behind those big bodies that you have up front, but someone that they effectively are going to use tonight to throw this defense off balance. These first couple of drives, I think, from Parish really does have this Lions defense, their head spinning right now. They've got to find a way to get a stop. That's going to be a victory in this game for them, getting a stop.
Second down and 4. Anderson over the middle, too tall, intended for Bryson Fields.
And you see the change up right now from this defense, bringing a little bit more pressure into the face of Sawyer Anderson. That's why that ball came off of his hands hot and too high for the receiver.
Patrick Parrish in the YouTube comments says his heart dropped there for a second. He's glad number 4 is okay. Talking about Jonathan Frenchlove for Prestonwood Christian. Yeah, it was good to see him get back up and jog off under his own power. Hopefully he'll be able to get back out there the next time Prestonwood Christian's offense takes the field. They're hoping that will be very soon. 3rd and 4. Can the Lions defense get off the football field? Vic Healy's unit giving up 20 a game. Anderson on the QB draw, designed run, dives forward, he will not have it. He's a yard shy. It'll be 4th and 1.
And you see right here, he understands this coverage that they have him in and sees the opportunity to try and pick up the first down. Like they're on their 39-yard line. Not even thinking about it is Coach Novikov.
Now it is worth noting Sawyer Anderson, their quarterback, is also their punter. And their other punter is Marcus Hanish, their running back. But they've got Anderson up under center, 4th and 1.
Oh, he stopped.
Push back! Prestonwood Christian with a monster stop. Anderson lost a yard on 4th and 1, and it's Lions ball.
Look at this defensive line and the push that they get up front. Brownstein, Hillhouse, guys up front, boy, they absolutely move the front for Parish Episcopal. No tush push in this house.
Brady Palmer skipping away from the pile, celebrating as Prestonwood Christian gets a stop they desperately needed. Now they take over in plus territory. 1st and 10 at the 39. Glass, play action, fake tipped at the line of scrimmage.
Oh.
Guy Stern with the deflection.
Oh my goodness. Stern may have saved a touchdown because Jonathan Frenchlove was wide open. Jalen Powell was out of position here. He catches that ball, but that's off to the races, buddy.
Guy Stern, an all-state honoree a year ago. Glass, near sideline.
That's good.
Knocked away by Jalen Powell. one-on-one with French Love.
That's good coverage right there. And I'm telling you, this is hard to do. A guy going both ways, playing receiver and cornerback, but playing it at a high level. When you draw the comparisons of one Travis Hunter, I'm just like, hey, I got to see it myself, okay? You just can't throw that name out there without having to prove it.
3rd and 10 quickly. Taylor picking his way forward. Look at LJ Taylor go, still on his feet. Picks up 9 on 3rd down and 10 and makes it more of a decision here for Donnie Yantis.
Tell you, plus yardage in a hurry here for Prestonwood. Obviously getting that stop, and now their mind is on getting a touchdown. It's a big 4th down.
4th and a yard. Taylor, reverse, and they got the quarterback out lead blocking. French Love off to the races inside the 5. 1st and goal, PCA.
What a gutsy call by the offense. Coach Yantis, a reverse on 4th and 1. Are you kidding me? What are we playing, Madden?
With Luke Glass, the quarterback, lead blocking. Now quickly to the line. Up the middle, flags on the play. Taylor's in the end zone. We'll check the penalty.
I think they catch the Panthers trying to make a substitution. Maybe 12 men on the field. This is going to be good.
Yes, indeed. Illegal substitution on Parish Episcopal. Penalty declined. Touchdown will stand for LJ Taylor from 4 yards out. Lions in the end zone and awake here with a minute to play in the 1st quarter.
And I am too. The lights just flickered. There's no one told me that the lights are going to go off. I'm like, no, don't do that to him. Not tonight.
Dewars for the PAT, and it's 21-10. Late here in quarter number 1, Prestonwood Christian won this matchup on their home field, 52-49 earlier this year. Heckma, after getting, frankly, punched in the mouth to start this football game, now Donnie Yantis' club has arrived.
You're going to ask a lot of your defense. And for them, if they get themselves out of this hole, it's going to be because their defense played lights out. They spotted the Panthers 21 points. And now finally this offense is waking up. And here's the deal. That was on 4th and 1, probably one of the most gutsy calls I've seen so far this year. You're calling a reverse? Are you what? And all we've seen from this kid, LJ Taylor, is that he's a tough customer, and you can't bring him down with just one tackler. Man, that was a great absolutely great offensive possession there for the Lions. Can they keep it up? But they've got to put their hat firmly on this defense right now because they've got to stop Parish.
We've already seen Parish Episcopal get a little tricky with a kickoff. Do we see anything in response? Not on this kickoff. Fair catch called for, then bouncing into the end zone goes the football. That is a touchback, not a safety. It was never possessed in the field of play, despite the efforts from Ian Nunnenkamp from Prestonwood Christian to say, that's two. No, not a safety. Look at the entire sideline from PCA.
Somebody better tell this Prestonwood side because they are not having it. Don't tell me it doesn't matter. Do not tell me it doesn't matter.
Realistically, this is, we talked about this a little bit off the top of the broadcast, you might as well call this a state semifinal. It is officially a state quarterfinal, and I say this with all due respect to the other teams across the state that work really hard and have had terrific seasons and certainly could pull an upset somewhere along the way. Realistically speaking, if everyone plays to their paper, there's 3 teams that can win a state title this year in TAPS Division 1. It's one of these 2 teams at Argyle Liberty Christian. Into the pile and stacked up. Nowhere to go. Marcus Hanisch met a wall. And that wall was Daniel Jaffe. maybe a gain of a yard. It's 2nd and 9.
Yeah, Jaffe is probably one of the reasons that these guys are having success against the run. Number 77 is just pushing this center, Lockie, back into the play.
2nd and 9 for Sawyer Anderson. Free play. Deep shot. Incomplete, but it'll be 5 yards, and it'll be 2nd and 4. Comment in the YouTube feed from Christopher Hubner saying, can either of these teams beat Jason Witten's Argyle Liberty squad? It is indeed offside against Prestonwood Christian. It will be 2nd down and 4 after the 5-yard penalty. They both played Liberty Christian this year. They both lost. However, it's worth noting they lost in very close fashion. Parish Episcopal played Liberty Christian on the road, lost 35-27. Prestonwood Christian played Liberty Christian here at home, lost 30-27, and had a game-tying field goal attempt go through that then was negated by a timeout that was rather controversial, if you ask Donnie Yantis. So both teams were very close, and I'm sure both teams would like another shot at them. Up the middle, not a lot of running room, but falling forward to set up a 3rd and 1.
Boy, really generous on that spot on the far side. And
he backed up, I think, to match the head linesman on the near side.
Okay, 3rd and 1.
And that will be the final play of quarter number 1. 21-10, the score in favor of Parish Episcopal. 3 early touchdowns, but Prestonwood Christian has woken up. 2nd quarter on its way after this.
The Cowboys getting set to take on the Chargers, and we've got it covered for you on WFAA. The Cowboys trying to get off to a high...
Your Friday night lights just got brighter. Catch a live broadcast of the biggest high school football games all season long.
The 12-yard touchdown!
Cheer on your hometown. Plus, get the full halftime experience. Don't miss every step, beat, and cheer.
Lacey's still on his feet and he'll score!
Join me, Mike Leslie, and Heckma Harrison for all the insights, commentary, and all the stats. Stream the broadcast free. Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
Back on Friday Night Football, 3rd down and 1. As Sawyer Anderson and Parish Episcopal get back to work. Got to get to the 35. Handoff here for Wheeler, driven backward and ridden backward. Ball bounced out of bounds. It's going to be 4th down, and we'll see where they spot it. 4th and 3, 4th and 4, and it looks like they're going to force Parish Episcopal to punt the football this time.
And Mike, what was I saying before when they got out here? They're going to have to put their hat on this defense and ride these guys if they're able to get back into this game. Number 75, Brownstein, doing a wonderful job on the outside of containing the edge and not allowing the 1st down. Great job by the Lions defense. They are going to have to replicate that effort this entire game.
Eddie Brownstein with his 9th tackle for loss. High snap, but Hanish able to get underneath it and puts a good foot on it, especially considering he was backtracking. It did go out of bounds. We'll see where they spot this football.
That's what's curious in this. It was a high-hanging ball. Whoa.
Are they going to spot this at the plus 40?
Yes.
Hang on. They've got another official walking down the sideline, far side from us. Where will he stop? They're going to spot it at the 45.
Okay.
The plus 45, and that is where we will see Prestonwood Christian take back over. So Heckma real quick here after falling down 21-0. PCA's got an opportunity to get right back in this football game.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and I think they changed the landscape of this game and stole a lot of the momentum when they came out with this Wildcat. Let's see if they go back to it at some point here in the first half.
Glass in there, a quarterback now. Hands off for L.J. Taylor. A little scat back, all 5-6 of them. Picks up 5 on the first play of the series.
5'6", 156 pounds. This guy's a tote bag, okay? And he's carrying the ball like this. What an amazing job by L.J. Taylor for the Lions.
Donnie Yantis compared him to Eric Metcalf back in the day.
He did.
He'll get the carry again here.
Woo!
Upended, but he's got the first down. Well, they didn't spot him very favorably. They will give him the first down right at the 35-yard stripe. I thought he had enough, and he does. He paid for this one, though.
Yeah, he did take it. No weed to that. He's having to check his faculties and make sure he still has all his limbs.
Shout out to Elena Sue and Braden sitting on the couch watching. I think it's bedtime. It's 10 after 8, Mama. 1st and 10 for Luke Glass. Takashi Shaw pushing for space. Give him 2 on the play.
2 really good running backs in Shaw and Taylor. They do some things very different from one another. Obviously, you would always say Takashi Shaw at 5'9", 183 pounds is more of the weight, the bearer of being able to just bang it between that A-gap.
Play action fake over the middle. What a catch! And off to the races goes McLean, dragged down from behind inside the 5. What a catch by Matthew McLean.
And I'm just going to go what Coach Yannis said about this kid McLean, who we've been waiting to see. Matt McLean is a headache one-to-one, one-on-one, and you don't want to play this guy single coverage.
Now Shaw quickly back to the line of scrimmage, driving, backing his way inside the 5 to the 3.
Well, his ability to make the first guy miss probably was the reason why they didn't lose a ton of yards on this by Shaw.
Second and goal from the 3. PCA was down 21-0. Now they go Wildcat with Shaw. Harwell to his left. He'll follow Harwell. Break to the outside and score. Touchdown, Prestonwood Christian. Flag late in the play, after the play.
I think they're going to get a face mask. Oh, holding.
A hold on the PCA offense. Wow.
Last minute, they get him trying to seal the edge. I saw his number 17, Takashi Shaw. See here at the last minute, I see a little yank there. I thought it may have been a face mask, but there's the hold right there on the outside. They get it on number 14. Guy Stern was being held.
Enzo Bingham, I believe the offending party. The wide receiver / H-back for Prestonwood Christian, and that pulls a touchdown off the board. Now 2nd and goal from the 13. Low snap, Glass, end zone shot.
Oh, he had it.
Just beyond the grasp of McLean.
He had it. McLean had plenty of space on that corner ball. Glass puts it kind of flat, but expecting for his wide receiver to run underneath it. It's a great ball. I come back to that look.
Glass looking to the sideline, and offensive coordinator Donnie Yantis. PCA with 5 state titles in their history. None since 2017, though. They're trying to get back in that habit.
Like a timeout.
Timeout, Donnie Yantis.
Yeah, don't blame him. He's trying to get want to get the look that he needs. And on that last throw, again, I thought that it was good to McLean, but McLean just not able to come down with it. Kick off the holiday season with Texas Day Brazil online holiday gift card promotion. Get extra value when you purchase a gift card online. For every $100 gift card you buy on Texas Day Brazil's website, receive a $25 bonus card. Or purchase a $50 gift card online and enjoy a $10 bonus card. Share the ultimate Brazilian dining experience and treat yourself too.
So what does Donnie Yantis draw up here out of the timeout? You certainly want to get 6 here and pull much closer. A field goal would make it a 1-score game, which is worth noting if 3rd and 13 doesn't go their way.
I think you have a matchup on the outside with Julian Mayfield up against McLean. I would try and exploit that for sure.
That's at the bottom of your screen. Glass looking that way. Now backtracking back of the end zone. Flag on the play.
Maybe we have a hold out here.
That's what McLean is asking for and may just have received. That would be a free first down. That would be a colossal penalty.
I was just talking about Julian Mayfield and his matchup with McLean. Let's see what the call is. Flags come out there. See if they make the call. And holding.
I think he's looking for the number.
Okay. Okay. The suspense is killing us. All right.
The biggest thing, the most important thing of all of that, it is half the distance to the goal penalty, but what matters most, automatic first down for Prestonwood Christian. So 3rd and goal from the 13, now turns into 1st and goal from the 6.5. That is huge.
Yeah, absolutely it is, and it's a matchup nightmare on the outside. You have to deal with a guy that is so physical and been a big body receiver also.
Wildcat again, Shaw, cut back, Shaw inside the 5, Takashi Shaw to the end zone.
And guess
what? Touchdown PCA.
PCA scores, Mike, and no flags on the carpet. This team is roaring back in this game, and the Panthers have got to be saying to themselves, what just happened? I thought we killed them, and they are back alive.
Prestonwood Christian, the Undertaker meme.
Yes.
Bong. Right back in the football game. Down 21-0. Now, after Justin Dewars, you have to imagine, is going to put through the PAT. I don't want to jinx the poor kid. 21-17. 17 straight for Prestonwood Christian. Takashi Shaw with the most recent 6. And game on indeed here at Lions Stadium.
Yeah, what a game. What a game this has started out to be. All the way from the kickoff, the pooch kick. Both of these head coaches are pulling out all of the stops here. Whether it be the Wildcat, that's obviously been something that has caught these guys on the other side. Will Galusha, his defense off guard, trying to figure out a way to deal with all the bodies in mass coming at them. You're looking at a guy on the other side, also with Luke Glass. Luke Glass is kind of settling into this game. We've seen him execute a few throws, and this is, like I said, who has the ball last is really what it's going to come down to, because you see right now they made up the difference from being down 21 points like it wasn't nothing.
Even the WFAA admin is fired up. We got ourselves a game, the comment in the YouTube feed. From his own 1-yard line, off the bobble, making the first man miss and bringing it out to the 19-yard line is Carson Darby, the young man who scored the 43-yard touchdown reception and make it 21-0. Only 5 minutes and 17 seconds into this football game. Now nearly a quarter later, Heckma, it's a very different tenor to the game right now than it was at that point.
And I just got to say, number 37, Everin Roach, just break down, son. Just break down. You're going to make that tackle. You talk, what a hustle by the coverage team. Oh, man, this is one of these games that I think you just have to tell your guys, calm down. Calm down, let's settle into this game, and let's do it play by play. Let's not try and eat this whole thing in one bite. Let's chip away at it. We knew that it's going to be a championship level game anyway.
Yeah.
All right. We didn't expect for Prestonwood to just go quietly into the night in this game. We expected a fight, and we got one. They survived the first round. Now let's get into the championship rounds.
1st and 10 for Prestonwood, for Parish Episcopal rather, from their own 10. Not a lot of running room to be had there for Jackson Sanford, but he's able to pick up 4.
Josh Bengard, the sophomore linebacker, has been playing some quality minutes out here and obviously attacking in a downhill tackler. Good job there by Bengard.
Five wide receiver set for Sawyer Anderson. QB draw, right up the middle. Sawyer Anderson off to the races. Sawyer Anderson may score. Can they chase him down from behind? Inside the 25 and a flag at the end.
And 2 flags at the end. Looks like we're going to get either a hold or a push in the back here at the end.
Illegal block in the back against Parish Episcopal is going to steal some of the yardage of Sawyer Anderson's runaway, but he opened up the entire offense, spread out 5 wide receivers, and then said, "Stop me."
Yeah, take back everything I said about this guy's wheels. You see he got him in tote right there, and they are having to chase him down. They get piled at the last second on the push in the back. You got to check David Madison on the outside. See him limping a little bit after that play.
David Madison, an outstanding corner on his way to Oregon State. Donnie Yenta said the battle between him and Jalen Pyle the first time they played was theater unto itself. Anderson dropped the snap, has time, fires over the middle, wide open inside the 10 is Darby. 1st and goal.
Can I say this? Sometimes there's good, and then there's this. He drops the ball, he looks up, and Carson Darby is still running wide open by the time he gets the ball back in his hands. I mean, what?
Presence of mind.
I mean, there's presence of mind, and then how fast is Carson Darby getting open? Because
they'll spot it officially at the 9. It's 1st and goal. Handoff, Hanish. Trying to get to the corner, inside the 5 to the 3.
This kid Hanish got some bounce to him. As you see right there, he's trying to get to the edge and just continuing to bounce this thing to the outside to stress the Lions defense. It initially looked like they had solved the problem of this puzzle that Novikov has presented to them, and just that easily, now they find themselves in scoring position.
Anderson with Wheeler and Sanford left and right. Wheeler will get the handoff. Bowling his way forward, Nick Wheeler for the 2nd time today is in. Touchdown, Parish Episcopal.
We're just going to label Nick Wheeler as the finisher, because when they get down into the goal line, he is the guy that they give the ball to. Great run there by number 8, and yeah, just like that, Parish Episcopal strikes.
So Wheeler from 3 yards out, extra point is up and through, 28-17. Parish Episcopal answers the 17-point rally from PCA.
Yeah, they had to do something to get these guys off of their back. Momentum had been stolen. The crowd on this side for the Lions getting back into the game, that silences that. They needed something big to happen, and Parish answers.
Panther hunting season, says the student section from PCA. Prestonwood Christian looking to be the first team to beat Parish Episcopal in the postseason since Bishop Dunn in 2018. Dunn went on to win the state title that year. Daniel Novikov has built an absolute monster at Parish Episcopal. State champions in 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. This year, the toughest run they've had in quite some time, with 2 bona fide, real challengers to the throne in Prestonwood Christian and Argyle Liberty Christian.
21 and 22, it just felt like it was a far-gone conclusion that these guys were going to win state.
Yeah.
The games were just a formality.
On the return here, it's McLean twisting his way, does a great job of keeping his feet across the 35 to the 37. Good starting field position for Luke Glass and company as they get back to work.
How about the amazing balance right here by McLean? He looks like he's about to be brought down by one tackler and just able to scoot for another 5 yards after contact.
Play action, near side, McLean breaks the first tackle and hops his way out of bounds with a first down.
And Jalen Powell gambling, recognizing the route, and that's the thing for wide receivers. These guys see enough of these routes each and every day, but that was a gamble that did not pay off there for young Mr. Powell as the first down is picked up by Matt McLean.
1st and 10 at the 49. Lots of running room for L.J. Taylor into the second level shoestring tackle from Jalen Powell, but another first down and a pickup of 13.
Number 54, Colt Hillhouse on the outside. This offensive line is opening up some gaping holes out here. Doing a really good job also with the tight end.
1st and 10 at the 38. Midway point of quarter number 2. Again to Taylor. Makes the first man miss again and nose to the floor and picks up 3.
You know, it's so hard to gauge a guy like L.J. Taylor lined up in that pistol formation. What it does for a defense is you're trying to follow lead blockers and all. You don't have a guy out here that's at the fullback position. They got that zone run or the read working to perfection right now on the outside. This defense is going to have to find a way to stay alignment assignment sound so that they're not leaving these big holes open in a two-way go for that running back to run through.
Second and 7. Glass pressured, dances away. Look at the big man go, all six of them. And he'll have the first down. Pushed out of bounds.
Goodness gracious.
No flag, went crashing into a kid on the Parish sideline. Well, extracurriculars there as one of his teammates came through to speak up for him. Jonathan Frenchlove said, hey, what was that? And it looks like there's some conversation happening. You can see back at the 12-yard line, some of the Parish Episcopal leaders, it looks like, are saying, hey, none of that. Because Adam Roth is lucky that that wasn't a penalty, and Adam Roth is going to, I thought they were going to pull him off there for a second, but there were some extra things said to the senior linebacker.
But I love with Kane Kozlowski, his guard, he walks up to Luke Glass and starts patting him down like you do your toddler when they fall. There's nothing broke, is it, baby? You just want to make sure you're good.
L.J. Taylor stutter steps in the backfield and loses a yard on 1st and 10.
They know how important number 12 is.
Second and 11 for Luke Glass. Flags at the snap. False start.
Yeah, false start will bring you back, and maybe it's going to be a 2nd and long here for the Lions. But boy, they have some speed on the outside. They make up for it in a hurry. And again, Jalen Powell literally taking every snap offensively and defensively.
That's how important this football game is. They set up the screen for McLean. McLean trying to find the tunnel. Makes his way forward across the 15. Spins his way into the red zone. McLean flagged down behind the play. Has enough for the first down, but will check the penalty. What a catch and run from Matthew McLean. It's a shame that some of this yardage is going to come off because that was a sensational effort.
This young man is serious business, okay? Did you see I mean, look, this tunnel, this is beautiful running. One, the way that he sets this up, he's recognizing the guys that he has in front of him, and they're going to call holding. It's going to bring some of this yardage back, but man, that was a masterful run right there. Wow. That is unfortunate.
The hold happened basically right at the first down marker. So it will come back to the original line of scrimmage, and what was 2nd and 16 ends up as now 2nd down and 10. So there's a net positive for PCA on the play, but the penalty takes a lot of that yardage away. Glass slings it near side. Shaw immediately canceled out. Well defended by Parish Episcopal and Dawood Crooms.
Yeah, Wood, he is coming through with it right there, reading it perfectly, and you see what they're trying to do with Shaw, get him out into the flat. They have blockers in front, but they forgot to get on the man, Crooms.
Dawood Crooms, 48 tackles now on the year. No gain on the play, it's 3rd and 10. 4 wides for Glass, delay handoff for Shaw. Only able to gain 2 on the play. It's 4th down and 8.
What a big, again, from the defense, boy, it seems like they caught them out of position. You call that delayed draw, and they're just trying to let these defenders get up the field. Great discipline by Will Galusha's group. They're just not going to give up that big play.
They're going to go for it here on 4th down and 8. Well within field goal range for Justin Dewars, but Donnie Yantis says 3 is not going to cut it in this game. They've got to get to the 17-yard line to move the chains. Down to 4 on the play clock.
They must call timeout.
They will snap it. No, Yantis calls timeout just before Luke Glass snapped that football.
Woo, that's close.
1 timeout remaining for PCA in the half.
Stay tuned for the Friday Night Football halftime show sponsored by Golden Chick. Golden Chick is the perfect post-game destination. Come in and see why. We say it's one taste and you're golden at Golden Chick.
We will bring you the entirety of the halftime show from both bands and drill teams, dance teams, the Parish Episcopal School drum line, the Parish Episcopal Rosettes drill team, PCA's band under the direction of Eddie Jimenez, and the PCA Palm Squad under the direction of Emily Winkle and Chris Compton. That's all coming your way in 2 minutes and 43 seconds worth of game time. Fourth down and 8 out of the timeout. Again, they've got to get to the 17. No field goal attempt here for the Lions. Glass to the air. Oh my goodness, on the money and complete for a first down to Enzo Bingham.
What did I just see?
That is a sensational throw.
Oh my. That's good money. Oh, that's good money right there.
1st and 10 PCA. Play action over the middle. McLean to the end zone. Lost the football.
He scored.
What's the ruling? They're going to say down at the 1 yard line. Down at the 1 is McLean. A great look at it here.
Oh,
man. 1st and goal, PCA at the 1 yard line. Put a pin in that replay, Clay Marshall,
yes,
our director.
Sir.
Wildcat. Shaw with Harwell blocking. To the end zone again. Takashi Shaw for the 2nd time today.
The Lions just won't go away. What an answer on this drive by Prestonwood. And what a throw by Luke Glass. I don't know how this is going to end, but that throw by Luke Glass was one of the best throws that we've seen. That was amazing.
All season. That was a terrific, terrific throw for a high school quarterback to make. Extra point up and through. 28-24. PCA responds again. Can we go back to 2 replays, Clay Marshall, if possible? The 4th down throw first, and then the play at the goal line. If we can cycle back that far in our replay system and pull those 2 plays up, because you got to see this throw again. So here's the play at the goal line. Slow this one down. Yeah, let's see. Was he indeed down?
He's
you
on
know
the
what?
body.
I like. Well,
was it his elbow? Yeah.
It's hard to say.
It is.
He may have scored. I think ultimately the key thing here is they were correct to not say it was a fumble.
Absolutely.
That's the really important thing. Clay, we'll try and come back to it after the kickoff, perhaps. The 4th down throw that was immediately prior to that play, if we can do that one as well, because that was a special, special throw by Luke Glass to extend that possession for PCA. That throw, as much as anything, is why it's 28-24 right now. From his own 6-yard line, wrapped up right at the 20 is Guy Stern. And that's where Sawyer Anderson and company will get back to work. Charles Roll in the YouTube comment says that was a terrific throw at a very big moment. No kidding.
Friday Night Football is sponsored by Texas Day Brazil. This holiday season, get extra value when you purchase a gift card online. For every $100 gift card you buy on Texas Day Brazil's website, you receive a $25 bonus card, or purchase a $50 card online and enjoy a $10 bonus card. A Texas Day Brazil gift card is a special night out for friends, family, clients, or employees.
1st and 10 for Sawyer Anderson. Play action fake over the middle, incomplete. PCA is going to jump on that football, understandably, but Enzo Bingham says, no, I made sure that was an incomplete pass.
Oh, my. How many times do you get the chance to run that post route before you get met by Enzo Bingham? Enzo Bingham says, look, all right, Carson Darby's really good at what he does, but come on now. That's the throw. That is the throw. That's the throw right there.
That's big time. That is big time. To the sideline, from the far hash. That's a 6'6" kid with a howitzer on his right shoulder. Big hit, but hanging on for the catch is Bryson Fields. Heckman, there's some big-time football being played right now.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, they are reading this thing like a book coming off of the hands of Sawyer Anderson. That is the 2nd time that a safety has had something to say about that throw. They've been victimized by that throw pretty much this entire first half. And now the defensive coordinator on the other side is just saying, Vic Healy is saying, look, guys, how many times do you got to see it to stop it?
3rd down and 2. The bleachers on the home side below us rattling as fans stomp their feet. 2-1 on the play clock. Timeout, Parish Episcopal.
Wow.
The momentum in this game has swung dramatically. It was 21-0 Parish Episcopal. It's a very different football game right now.
And I tell you that the momentum is a very fickle thing. It belongs to no one, and it belongs to the ones that are going to continue to battle back. And right now, the Lions are not giving up. When they need a play to be made, they're relying on a host of guys to get it done. Defensively right now, their safeties are playing out of sight, just not allowing those easy catch and throws by Sawyer Anderson and his wide receiver group. They've got to continue with that effort, because you know that Coach Daniel Novikov is going to come with something here on 3rd and short.
Out of the timeout, 3rd down and 3. 3 wide receivers to the top of the formation for Anderson. They bring the pressure right in his face. Backs up away from it, somehow keeps his feet. Anderson knocked out of bounds, but he's going to be close to the first down. He's got the first down. What a play by Sawyer Anderson to move the chains.
Wow. Jack Harwell basically drives his man to the freaking goalpost.
Into the lap of Sawyer Anderson.
Sawyer Anderson is like, why are you coming my way? What a play. But even better response there by Sawyer Anderson. How does he escape that and pick up the first down?
1st and 10 at the 32. PCA has the ball to start the second half, by the way, so Parish definitely wants to go get points right now. Anderson scrambles forward again. He's got another first down out to the 43.
Sawyer Anderson is just taking matters into his own hands because this coverage has definitely increased on the outside. They're finding ways to just disguise what they're doing and not allow easy throws right now to happen as they go with a 3-by-1 formation.
Swing pass near side. Hanish scoots out of bounds with 3 more. 36 seconds on the clock. Parish with 1 timeout remaining.
A stop here would be so big for the Lions. This dude, Jack Harwell, number 88, man, he is a bulldozer. You can see them trying to double team him on the outside. They're in that call it a 3-4 set right now, or 3-3-5, whatever it is that I'm looking at. Number 88 is the linchpin of it.
Donnie Yantis said, and I quote, "That dude is a dude," about Jack Harwell. 2nd down and 7. Up the middle. Hanish. Flag late in the play on the far sideline. That was enough for a first down, a pickup of 8 on the play, but we'll check the penalty way away from the action.
He comes out on the side there of of Parish. In the vicinity of the wide receivers.
Paul Majors, our referee tonight, getting communication from his crew.
He does have a flair for the dramatic, doesn't he? Takes his time getting the call to us.
Unnecessary roughness on David Madison of Prestonwood Christian. You can see the reaction from the PCA coaching staff. Frustrated with that one. Madison was tangled up with one of the wide receivers from Parish on the far side, and that's going to give 15 yards to Parish Episcopal.
Wow.
In addition to the run from Hanish that got them to the 46-yard line, I believe, was the prior line of scrimmage after that run.
Wow.
So that's going to bring it to the 31, 32-ish yard line, depending on exactly what they deem to be the spot at the end of that run from Hanish.
My goodness. That's one of those penalties, obviously, 29 seconds here. You give up 15 yards. My goodness. This is for a defense that has been struggling. And it's a Parish offense that doesn't need any favors. You gotta play sound. You gotta keep your head in the game. That's a bad penalty at a bad time right now.
So 1st and 10 at the 32. Anderson wants to go fast over the middle. He's got Darby, spins off a tackler, and he's inside the 10, 1st and goal. 20 seconds on the clock. It'll stop for a moment to set the chains. Back running now. Anderson clocks it with 16.
Wow. That was a huge penalty against the Lions. Huge penalty. Moving the ball. I mean, obviously, you got a quarterback that's just way too good, and Sawyer Anderson is just unbothered by the way that they're playing his slot receiver. And you see right there, he goes right back to Carson Darby with the big pickup.
So 2nd and goal from the 8. Parish will basically have 2 shots to the end zone here, and then they'll probably save 4th down if they need it for a field goal try. End zone shot is picked off. McLean with the interception in the end zone.
What a read on the outside, Mike. You're going to see Matthew McLean seeing the corner route. He doesn't even go with his receiver. He knows where that ball is going. That's study. That's film study. That's knowing what a quarterback likes when he gets down into the red zone. He doesn't even go with his man. He collapses back to the receiver in the corner and undercuts that route. I love it.
Clay Marshall, can we get the top-down replay one more time, the broadcast angle of that play, and you'll see exactly what Heckman's talking about. He comes off his own man at the top of the formation, leaves his receiver alone to go play the corner route and make the pick. That is a massive play by Matthew McLean. Final play of the half, most likely here, a handoff to L.J. Taylor, and that will bring the opening half to a close. Well, flags will change that perhaps.
What a play by Matthew McLean. I'm telling you, this is a guy, slant. You could have a slant route from Beckham Smith. He completely ignores his guy.
One more look at the run from, well, let's check the penalty with 2 seconds remaining in the half.
Well, it's a personal foul.
You weren't kidding about the flair for the dramatic.
He does. What is he doing us like that, man?
Slow motion communication of the penalty.
He knows he's getting plenty of TV time right now. He's like,
Mike Leslie, Heckma Harrison, and Paul Majors here with you on Friday Night Football.
All right, here's the call.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness against Prestonwood Christian. A largely inconsequential penalty, most likely, with only 2 seconds remaining in the half. Timeout called by PCA. Doing my best to read the lips of Paul Majors. That is their third and final timeout, he says, with those 2 seconds remaining in the half. I do wonder what the value here is in calling a timeout and trying to run one more play if you're Donnie Yantis when the football is going to be at your own 12-yard line. Head to halftime. You got the ball to start the second half.
Absolutely, absolutely. Whatever you do, don't put the ball in harm's way and end up giving a big play after your defense saves you. As you see this defense, they are backed all the way up.
Handoff will go to Taylor. He'll try and make as much of this as he can. Spins his way off a tackler and takes it out to the 28, and that will bring the first half to a close. 28-24, Heckma Harrison, a rather wild first half of football between Parish and Prestonwood, just as we would have expected.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we came into this game talking about it being a absolute instant classic. And then when Parish Episcopal goes out to 21-0, you're thinking to yourself, man, we may have gotten this one wrong.
Right?
Not so fast. Lee Corso, not so fast as Prestonwood finds a way to bring it to within 4. Oh, my God, what a game we have.
The halftime show after this on Friday Night Football. Our thanks once again to the halftime show participants for entertaining you over the course of the last 25 minutes. Mike Leslie, Heckma Harrison back with you high atop Lions Stadium.
Yes.
28-24 our score at the halftime break. Let's bring you through what was a crazy first half between these two teams. We expected this game to be wild, and it definitely delivered, but not so much in the back and forth ping pong type of game we expected, rather just shifts in momentum all through this game. Let's go ahead and show you the highlights from the first half. It was all Parish Episcopal in the early going. The first touchdown run coming courtesy of Nick Wheeler from 13 yards out, and it was 7-0 Parish Episcopal. They would recover a goofy kind of semi-onside kick, and then Sawyer Anderson would go 13 yards for the score, and it was 14-0 2 minutes and 31 seconds in. Then, after they forced a Prestonwood punt, the 43-yard hookup from Anderson to Darby, and it was 21-0 Parish Episcopal. But Heckma, Prestonwood Christian would respond.
Absolutely they would, and this is where you thought the blowout was on, but here the response, obviously by Prestonwood, they just started to chip away at this thing, and boy did they have some big runs to go with it, and you saw that there by L.J. Taylor. And then this run right here by Takashi Shaw.
Shaw made it 21-17 early on in the second quarter. Parish would respond. Wheeler had another touchdown run to make it 28-17. And then Prestonwood Christian would come back once again. This is the Wheeler touchdown run to make it 28-17. Prestonwood Christian, though, would get one more Takashi Shaw 1-yard touchdown run with 2:11 left in the first half. And that's what established our halftime score, 28-24. And Heckma Harrison, they are ready to stir it up once again here at Lions Stadium. Nobody's taken any time tonight. No. They kicked off this game a couple minutes early, shave off a couple minutes at halftime, and let's kick off the second half early. Off we go with quarter number 3 and another short, dangerous kickoff, this time fielded cleanly by McLean. And he'll be taken down at the 31-yard line. And out comes Luke Glass and this Prestonwood Christian offense. Glass, 8 for 13, 97 yards in that first half. If we can call up our halftime stats, Clay Marshall, if we can do that real quick as the Prestonwood offense is making their way out on the field. Parish Episcopal certainly had the better of things in the first half. 290 total yards of offense. Maybe we can bring the stats up between first down and second down. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 31 here for Luke Glass. And he'll go play action fake, and they'll go deep ball to start the half for McLean. And he dropped it in the bucket. What a catch by McLean. One snap, and Prestonwood Christian is in Parish territory.
You talked about earlier the momentum of this game going back and forth, and what do the Lions do? First play from scrimmage, fade ball down the sideline. If you want to call him Travis Hunter, he better have a lot of it in him because he has a guy out there in Matthew McLean that is testing that.
Flag on the play as Taylor reverses field. Another flag behind his feet as he ran to the far sideline.
Oh, it took out a
lot to sort out here for our officiating crew. At least 2 different penalties on the play.
Took out one of our referees on the sideline with the sticks over there. He is earning his check today. He got rolled up on. Ooh-wee. Tough place to be.
Are there 2 holds on the play? Holding on the offense. Number 4. That penalty is declined. Holding number 2 on the offense. That penalty will be accepted. That was the penalty that happened further back, and therefore will drive Prestonwood Christian's offense further back. They will spot the football at the 37, and it will be first down, and it would appear 21.
Mike Leslie, the man of many talents, he is also a lip reader.
I have kind of become a bit of a hobbyist with lip reading. It's a strange habit, and honestly, officials' communications of penalties is probably the most common practice that I have in that. Here's your halftime stats. 290 the total yards for Parish Episcopal in the first half. Sawyer Anderson on 170 at halftime, so he's 120 away from 14,000 from his career. Shout out to the Lone Star Christian Sports Network on Twitter alerting me to the fact that Armando Lujan from 2A Sunray also tonight is in shouting distance of 14,000, so we might see 2 young men cross that plateau tonight. Handoff again here to Shaw. Drives forward to the 29.
This is the ultimate balance in that first half for the Panthers. 146 passing, 144 on the ground. Doesn't get more balanced than that.
3rd down and a dozen here for Luke Glass. In field goal range is PCA. Glass, near side, knocked away.
This kid is so tough.
Jalen Pyle.
He's so tough. I mean, he's being tested. He has one of the best wide receivers in taps on his side, and man, these guys are going back and forth.
They will settle for the field goal here with Justin Dewars. Dewars told me before the game he once hit from 65 in practice. He said he's only hit from 42 in a game, so this would mark his longest in-game field goal of his career. He certainly has the leg for it, but from 46 right down the middle, Justin Dewars on the way, but doesn't have enough leg.
Oh!
Wide to the right and no good.
I think it may have been
He's saying
tipped.
it was tipped. Parish Episcopal got a piece of it, and based on the celebration, it may have been D.C. Crane that got a fingertip on it.
Yep, I'm going to go with it. It was tipped. That's
Clay Marshall, can we get the top-down view, the broadcast angle one more time maybe on that replay? Do we have that one? You did see Crane come flying in there. I wonder if he did even just nick it a little bit from that far away. It would make a difference. Did D.C. Crane just nick it just enough? And it's no good off the foot of Justin Dewars. And it's Parish Episcopal football. Into the chest of Eddie Brownstein. Nowhere to run for Marcus Hanisch. Give him maybe a yard on the play.
Yeah, right now, I think this Lions defense is one of the things that they're not going to just continue to give up is those yards in the running game. They found a way. It started to happen right around the second quarter where they were just not giving up big yards. What they have been doing is giving up big yards to Sawyer Anderson on those quarterback runs. It's because everyone's out in coverage, back turned to the quarterback, and that's when number 7 takes things into his own hands.
He had 170 passing yards in the first half. He had 107 rushing yards in the first half. 2nd and 8. Hanisch again. Out the back door. No, this time it's Nick Wheeler up the sideline. Flags on the play at the feet of Bryson Fields, and it looks like this play is coming back.
And they caught the holding penalty right from the beginning.
There's flags at the 44-yard line. There's another flag all the way back at the 35 on the Parish Episcopal side of the field. So this play was heavily penalized. So the holding on number 1 on the offense is declined. Holding on number 67 of the offense, Preston Ward, as I continue to read the lips of our officiating crew.
Mike.
Preston Ward, the offending party on the penalty that happened back at the 36. So from there, they will now walk it back 10 yards. That is a much different penalty than the one on Bryson Fields. If it was just on Fields, you'd still have a decent chunk of that run from Nick Wheeler. Instead, it goes all the way back now to the 26-yard line, and it's going to be 2nd down and 13.
Yeah, defensively, they have got to continue to try and get these stops. Obviously, stopping the run. They're bringing a bunch of beef in up front on that defensive line.
I will say I will give credit to Paul Majors, our crew chief tonight. I guess it's his diction that is probably rather reliable because it is rather easy to read his lips. Anderson looking deep up the far side. Single coverage and it's knocked away. What is that flag for?
Whoa.
David Madison got his hand on the football. They're going to say pass interference on the defense. I can't believe that call. And neither can the PCA fan base. I don't know how. What else is David Madison supposed to do?
I mean, look, here's the deal. I mean, when you see a guy out there, good coverage all the way through.
Here's another look at it. Maybe there's something we missed.
I don't see any. Well, Jalen Powell is selling it as well.
Yeah.
Don't see a lot of hand fighting between these guys down the sideline, but nonetheless, I mean, as I always say, you sprinkle in some good with some bad, and penalties right now going against both of these squads, but the bigger ones and the ones that are changing possessions are going against the Lions right now.
These two teams exchange big penalties because Parish had the 2 that took the Wheeler touchdown run off the board. And it basically all resets to 1st and 10. That ball too tall, intended for Beckham Smith, also nearly intercepted. It'll be 2nd and 10.
We've seen Matthew McLean. He's been playing some really solid coverage and a guy that's reading Sawyer, but this is an overthrow. Better be glad they got a tip right there on Beckham Smith, because if they don't, that ball is going to get right into the hands of Matthew McLean.
McLean already with 4 interceptions on the year, leading this PCA defense. 2nd and 10. GD3 Drizzy in the YouTube comments, a regular viewer, says he's on his way to Houston right now, but tuning in. Drive safely, my man. 2nd and 10, Anderson trying to get out the back door. Good pursuit, run out of bounds.
Oh!
And a flag on the play.
Oh, man. And I guess where I'm trying to figure out where you draw the line on those is because we saw Glass have a run like that, and he was hit on the sideline, and it wasn't called.
Yeah.
And that's, I don't know. It's really just, it's been touchy, hit or miss here in the second half. It's a big penalty that's going to go against the Lions.
A 15-yard penalty that the PCA student section certainly doesn't agree with. Wow. And that's going to walk the football to the 41-yard line in plus territory. Another look at the tail end of the play here. Especially because it looked like they both geared down and kind of went palms to the sky, like,
yeah.
Whatever contact did happen there, and it's not like there wasn't any contact whatsoever, but it did look to be rather incidental.
No, it did. It did. I mean, and here we go again.
1st and 10 at the 41. Anderson over the middle. Too far out in front of Carson Darby.
Woo, they had him, though. That is a play that I know Sawyer wished that he had back. He had his guy wide open.
Sharon
right
Barber in the YouTube comment says, "Hi announcers, your bias is leaking. Just call the game." Sharon, I'm from upstate New York. I have no attachment to either of these two programs in any way, shape, or form. We're calling it how we see it.
Bias is leaking. That's pretty good, Sharon. Thank you. Oh, wow.
2nd down and 10.
Thanks, Sharon.
Anderson rolling near side. Incomplete.
I just want to say that was a bad throw on that play. I don't want to seem impartial to one side or another as a bad throw. And that's the first of throws that we've seen for Sawyer Anderson under pressure, trying to roll out of the pocket. And maybe that's the first time that we see that knee really impact him as a thrower, because he can't unload because of the knee injury.
We saw him take off on a long touchdown, on a long run rather, that set up a touchdown earlier in the first half. They're going to try and set up the screen here. Defended well. Anderson somehow is going to turn this into a positive gain.
They just can't tackle him.
There's a hat down on the far sideline, an official's hat. I don't know if that was
maybe someone
thrown in case somebody ran out of bounds and just marking if he had run back into play and touched the football first. It would seem either that or maybe he just got knocked off. Either way, it's 4th down and 7. Kind of no man's land here for Parish Episcopal. So they'll go for it here. The PCA fans below us rattling our broadcast location. Parish has got to get to the 31. Anderson deep over the middle for Darby. On target for the 1st down.
They have found the matchup that they like, and it is Brady Palmer on Carson Darby. And each and every time 3 is on 0, they find a way to get the ball to come his way.
24 yards on the hookup. 1st and 10 for Sawyer Anderson and this Panthers offense as they move the chains on 4th and 7.
Wow. That was a big pickup there on 4th down by the Panthers.
Tight formation here on 1st and 10. Anderson Pump and go, trying to set up the back shoulder throw, nearly connected with Darby. That would have been a terrific catch. Well defended by Brady Palmer.
Absolutely, and Brady Palmer, just, I'm telling him, he and Darby have been going back and forth. Celebration there at the end. I like it.
Bailey Jane in the YouTube comment says that she's on the PCA Palm Squad, but watching from Toronto tonight, says let's go Lions. Appreciate you tuning in. 2nd and 10. Handoff for Wheeler. Nick Wheeler already with a touchdown run on the day that got called back, trying to find the end zone again, down inside the 10 to the 8-yard line.
It's going to bring up another, I believe this is another 4th down here.
No, I think it's third down. Third and 4.
Okay, 3rd down, 3rd and 4. Big time 3rd down here for the Lions, but no matter what, I think that if you're Parish Episcopal, you're going to go for it on 4th down if they do get a stop.
Wheeler trying to get the corner. 1st down. 1st and goal for Parish Episcopal.
I called Nick Wheeler the finisher. Anytime they get down into this red zone, he is the guy that they go to. You have Hanish, and then you also have Nick Wheeler. And Wheeler is their goal line guy.
Coming into the night, he had 35 carries on the season, 10 touchdown runs. Yes, he's the finisher.
Yeah, he is that.
1 out of every 3, basically. Every 3.5 runs was a touchdown. He's already got 2 touchdowns tonight. This time the handoff goes inside for Darby, who backs his way to the 2-yard line.
And this is where you see the chess match between the offensive coordinator and his defensive coordinator. Right now, Novikov have gone with a tight formation, really changing everything, and he has Jalen Powell to the outside, man-to-man.
2nd and goal. Wheeler again, pushing, driving, his 3rd touchdown of the day. Parish on the board first in the 2nd half.
I called him the finisher for a reason. Every time the Panthers get down into the red zone, they turn to number 8 and say, carry us home. And this is I'm talking about tough inside running by number 8. Boy, what a drive by Parish Episcopal, but also helped out by plenty of penalties by Prestonwood.
Extra point is blocked. It will stay a 10-point game. Gael Garza has his extra point blocked. It's 34-24. Midway through the 3rd quarter, Parish Episcopal strikes first in the 2nd half here on Friday Night Football.
The Cowboys getting set to take on the Chargers, and we've got it covered for you on WFAA. The Cowboys trying to
Traffic 1. Back on Friday Night Football, I'll show you the bracket here in TAPS Division 1. These 2 teams on the bottom half of the bracket. Winner will play the winner of Legacy Christian and Antonian Prep. The expectation, anyway, is that will be Antonian Prep. That was the one team I caught up with Daniel Novikov for a moment before the game, and we were talking about teams that have a realistic chance of winning a state championship this year. Practically speaking, it's these 2 teams and Argyle Liberty Christian, Jason Witten's team. He said Antonian would be the one other team that maybe they could be in that conversation as well. They're a pretty good football team, and that's who the winner of this game figures to see in one state semifinal. On the return here, L.J. Taylor. Flag on the play. There have been flags all over the place tonight.
And L.J. Taylor, man, he's had himself a first half. The tough runner. We saw him upended, but then come back into the game, and like you said, Mike, these penalties are starting to just be enough right now for the Lions. Obviously, that missed PAT, though, keeping them down now by 10. Maybe a changer here, as obviously you're looking at Luke Glass with an opportunity right now to bring this game to within 3.
So 1st and 10 from the 14 after the penalty. Glass, quick throw. Bingham picks up 8 on the first play of the series.
And a great way to just kind of start to spread the wealth and keep this defense for the Panthers off balance. To me, that's just as good as a running play when you have a sure-handed slot receiver working up against a linebacker. They go right back to him, and another first down.
Bingham again. 3 more, and they move the chains on 2nd and 2. Charles Roll says excellent drive by Parish. Christopher Hubner says he's watching from Fort Worth tonight. The guy who loves Jesus is his YouTube handle, says he's watching from Texas. You can be more specific if you'd like. We figure most of the audience is. That ball is on the money for McLean, and he'll score. Matthew McLean as Glass threads the needle for a touchdown.
Mike, is that a ball in his hand or a laser? Because he puts that through. Look at oh man, this is going to be a great view of how he got that in between the corner and the safety. Jalen Powell trying to just right over his outstretched hand. Great coverage, but even better throw. Sorry for grabbing you like that,
the needle. Buddy, if I can show you all the way that Heckma Harrison was just holding on for dear life as that ball threaded through.
What a throw.
Glass to McLean for the touchdown. 34-31 after a 75-yard hookup.
Man, Luke Glass, what a throw. This guy, man, 6'6", 200 pounds, and this kid has a cannon with him. Bringing this game to within 3. This first one to 60 wins, okay? Let's call it right now. This is not stopping.
This is the closest the game has been tonight since it was scoreless. Parish Episcopal jumped out to a 21-0 lead tonight in the first 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Daniel Novikov and the Panthers drawing up just an absolute haymaker to start this game. Yeah. Driving down the field, scoring in just 44 seconds. Then with a clever kind of half onside kick, just a kick to nowhere in the middle of the Prestonwood kick return team that Nick Wheeler went and pounced on. A couple plays later, Sawyer Anderson's in the end zone. It was 14-0. Then they force a punt, drive right down the field again, 21-0 in a blink. And PCA has come nearly all the way back now, 34-31. That ball fair caught by Darby at his own 1. It will come out to the 25. That is akin to a touchback. N. McLean in the YouTube comments in all caps says, Matthew McLean, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Says, no flags on that play.
No, none at all. None at all.
Finley Gaming watching from Columbus, Ohio tonight. The guy who loves Jesus did specify he's watching from Plano this evening.
Okay.
Finley Gaming says Seth Thomas. Christopher Hubner says he's watching from Fort Worth. 1st and 10 here for Anderson. Quick throw far side and breaking the initial tackle here. And with a lot of running room into PCA territory is Marcus Hanisch.
Boy, and this is just a way for Coach Daniel Novikov finding the mismatch on the outside. Josh Vingard on the outside, man-to-man on Marcus Hanisch. You just can't miss a tackle like that. And defensively, no way to recover. They don't make that tackle until he's picked up about 40 yards.
36 officially on the pickup. Sawyer Anderson now up to 230 yards on the day. 13,910 in his career. He'll go to the air again. On target. First down and then some. Darby ripped down at the 22.
I'm telling you, this is a matchup that I'm telling you, these guys circled and said, we are going to make sure that we try and get Darby man-to-man. He and Palmer have been battling this entire game. Palmer's had him some wins, and so has Darby.
First and 10 at the 22. Wheeler dragging bodies, finally body slammed. It was Kane Kozlowski that came in and lowered the boom.
And see, now they go with this tight formation. You see what it does to this Lions defense. It sits their corner out on an island. He is man-to-man versus Jalen Powell, but safeties, everybody has to stay in because all the receivers, tight ends, everybody is in the formation tight.
Wheeler again. Pushes forward, but this time only for about a yard. It's going to be 3rd down and 6.
Wow. What a battle this is, and what a change up for Coach Novikov as you see him making substitutions right now.
Got a player down for Parish at the 14-yard line. Looks like maybe some cramping for one of their offensive linemen, Hunter Caudle. Just the way that he was trying to stretch out, maybe he just pulled his hamstring, the way he's trying to stretch out the back of his leg.
No, that's a cramp. That is a cramp. And I say cramping because, guys, it's cold out here.
It is.
Hey, we've been seeing cramping in Texas, especially in those early months. It was, hey, everybody on the field was cramping, and you had to stay hydrated. But tonight is a different story. Like a guy from upstate New York, you got a little light jacket on tonight.
I'm all right. This ain't that bad.
Okay.
This ain't that bad. Now, it's been a minute since I lived in upstate New York, since I lived in the Northeast at all, man. It's been, oh, goodness. How long has it been since I've lived in the Northeast?
What does it say?
Every bit of 11 years now.
Oh, yeah, you're Southern. You got that Southern blood now, man. You got your little light jacket on. This is some stuff you'd have your shorts on for.
Matt says, how do I join the chat? You just did. You're in. Tony Palomo says he's watching from Jacksonville, Florida. Dennis says he's watching from Southern California. Typical Yeeters says, man, McLean is a beast. You are not kidding, man. Mark Alonzo in the YouTube comments says he's watching from Dallas tonight, says he's a TAPS alum from Bishop Dunn, says he's class of 90. Appreciate you guys being here tonight. Out of the timeout, 3rd down and 6 for Sawyer Anderson. They've got to get to the 12 to move the chains. Handoff.
Got
and
him.
no, sir. Gabe Tyree holding on to the back of Marcus Hanisch. No gain on the play, 4th and 6.
Talk about snuffing it out. Gabe Tyree, number 11, coming right down the line of scrimmage. But, boy, that's just a great way to stonewall this offensive line. There's my man again, number 88, Jack Harwell. Dude is a dude. Yeah, ×2.
4th down and 6. Anderson on target for the 1st down. Darby inside the 10. 1st and goal, Parish.
Absolutely amazing route concept on the outside to Darby and just catches this Lions defense off guard. Another 1st down.
The 5-time defending state champions coming up clutch again in a championship moment. Sawyer Anderson on target to move the chains.
This guy's just not blinking.
First and goal from the 6. Wheeler bottled up. Harwell all over him.
Yeah, coming down the line of scrimmage, number 88. Again, this guy is Not only is he destroying offensive linemen, but man, he is reading and reacting. He's had himself quite a game.
Final 3 minutes of this third quarter in a 3-point game. Parish Episcopal and Prestonwood Christian. Winner goes to the state semifinals. Three on the play clock. Anderson up the middle. Hanish will score. Marcus Hanish.
Marcus Hanish is saying, look, let me in on this. Don't give the ball to my man Nick Wheeler. Give me an opportunity to get this thing into the end zone. And boy, he took full advantage of the opportunity given to him by this offense. Another great drive by the Panthers.
Hanish now with a dozen touchdown runs on the year. His first of the night. And Parish Episcopal makes it a 2-score lead once again. Extra point from Garza, this time punched through. 41-31. Parish Episcopal with the lead on Prestonwood Christian as they continue to seesaw back and forth here on Friday Night Football.
Friday Night Football is sponsored by Texas Day Brazil. The holiday season, get extra value when you purchase gift cards online. For every $100 gift card you buy from Texas Day Brazil's website, receive $25 gift card, or purchase a $50 gift card and enjoy a $10 bonus card. Texas Day Brazil cards are a simple and thoughtful great idea. Share the ultimate Brazilian dining experience and treat yourself too.
.220, third quarter, 41-31 Parish Episcopal. Despite the comeback efforts of Prestonwood Christian, Parish has still yet to be caught in this game after their early 21-0 spurt to start the game.
Yeah, just a lot of different looks that's been given right now by Coach Novikov.
Garza again with a short kickoff. Fair catch called for and made by Campbell Panetti. And PCA will take over at their own 37, I believe, is the spot.
I go right back to my matchup with Matthew McLean. He and Jalen Powell are going at it right now.
What does Luke Glass have for an answer? On play action, a rope over the middle. French Love.
He gone.
Yantis said he can fly. French Love. In for the touchdown. 68 yards. Yes, Jonathan Frenchlove can fly.
Oh, man. Look at, I mean, Mike, he's throttling down at one point of this run. And then at the last minute, he's just like, man, I am going to make you blow a tire trying to catch up with me. Walking the chalk and getting into the end zone. Jonathan Frenchlove. Wee, my man.
Like the Concorde to the end zone. 68 yards. Doers for the PAT. Take one more look at Jonathan Frenchlove. My word. Look at this speed. On the ball over the middle. Julian Mayfield had the angle on him.
Clay, we got to see the top. We got to see this from the top down, man.
Oh, did he step out of bounds? Oh!
I think this is where you actually see the speed right here.
No doubt. But watch his left foot at like the 3, maybe the 2-yard line at the tail end of this run.
Oh.
At the 5.
No, it's right on chalk, right on chalk. He's out right there. Look at this. Oh, man.
Can we see the reverse angle Graham's field camera? We got to get the kickoff here. But after the kickoff, if we can get Graham's field angle from behind again. The very tail end of that play, if we can have that queued up. It doesn't matter.
No,
it was ruled a touchdown. There's no replay. This is, in TAPS football, there is no replay because only in the state championship games in the UIL at AT&T Stadium do they even have replay. But can we see that one more time? This angle here is where I first thought maybe there's a sliver of green. Yeah, I think there's a sliver of green. Oh, man, it is
That's
really close.
That's close.
Wow. Wow. Either way, 68 yards for the score in one play, and it's 41-38.
We're just flipping our spotter boards
Your
over.
move, Sawyer Anderson. What do you got now? He'll go to the air. Deep over the middle. Darby on the run. Carson Darby across midfield.
Wow.
This is nutty.
This is nutty. And another throw by Sawyer Anderson, standing in the pocket, just surveying everything. And it just seems like Carson Darby, always right place, right time. Another great catch for number 0. The middle of the field right now is being victimized by the Panthers.
Sawyer Anderson up to 295 yards on the day. 25 away from 14,000. He'll get closer on this play. Darby. To the 27.
Prior to the play, you are giving Darby about a 10 to 11 yard cushion. If I'm Sawyer Anderson, I'm just going to continue to march down the field with a cushion like that by throwing the ball to Carson Darby.
14 more on the play. You can hear Prestonwood Christian cycling defensive players on and off, as Parish had substituted as well. 1st and 10 at the 25. Sawyer Anderson is 11 yards away from 14,000. Wheeler on the carry. Man, look at the leg drive from Nick Wheeler going 1-on-4. Ball came out. I think it bounced right back to Wheeler.
Oh, Wheeler, it looked like he was being brought down at an odd angle. And it's going to be good to see this young man bounce right back up. Those are your young bones.
You're not kidding, man.
Woof.
I was a little surprised that this play was allowed to go on as long as it did.
And see right here, he's just battling and just churning those legs. And you got 1, 2, 3. Oh, man.
Somehow that bounced right back to Wheeler. Sawyer Anderson right there in the middle of your screen, 11 yards away from 14,000. Going to take off and run for it. Anderson slides down inside the 20 at the 19. It'll be 3rd down and 4.
Talk about the respect that they're giving Carson Darby out on the outside. They're 11 yards off the ball on 0.
That will bring the 3rd quarter to a close. 41-38, Parish Episcopal with the lead after 3 on PCA's home field. I know you're not going anywhere. 4th quarter after this on Friday Night Football.
The Cowboys getting set to take on the Chargers, and we've got it covered for you on WFAA. The Cowboys trying to get off to a hot
Stay tuned after the game as we unveil our Texas de Brazil on fire player of the game.
There are so many options, Heckma Harrison, for who that might be when we get to the end of the night. Sawyer Anderson certainly in the mix. Luke Glass in the mix. Nick Wheeler absolutely in the mix with 3 touchdown runs on the day.
It might be the whole Panthers offense that's going to Texas de Brazil.
Sawyer Anderson starts the fourth, 11 yards shy of history. And he'll get it on this play, and fittingly on a touchdown pass to Carson Darby. Sawyer Anderson goes over 14,000 passing yards in his career on the touchdown hookup with his senior wide receiver.
This kid, Darby, is incredible. I mean, a utility knife of a receiver, but my goodness, his versatility and just knowing where Anderson's going to get him the ball, uncanny. What a year. What a year for these two. What a career for these two.
Amen, dude.
They have been stuck at the hip for a very long time. And looking at Darby, he's gone over 1,200 yards this year, and that's just a slick bit of running, but also on the outside by Jalen Powell. Coaches are going to do nothing but applaud and make more of the job that you do blocking on the outside if you're a wide receiver, and that's why every college is slobbering over the 2026 wide receiver, Jalen Powell, for the job that he does at the wide receiver position. This has just been an awesome display.
The stat line tonight for Sawyer Anderson after that touchdown pass, 14 for 25, 328 yards. His second touchdown hookup of the night, both of them coming to Carson Darby. That one from 19 yards away, and he is officially over 14,000 passing yards in his career. From his own 22, LJ Taylor with a head of steam out to the 34. History tonight for Sawyer Anderson. We need to double check whether or not Armando Lujan got to 14,000 tonight as well. So I'm not sure if he's the 4th or 5th to get to 14,000. It's possible that Lujan may have beat him to the punch because Lujan came in with a slight advantage, coming in only about 130 yards shy, I believe, of 14,000. But I can tell you this much for certain, Sawyer Anderson is there.
And that's just, those numbers, man, are so huge. And for him to be able to eclipse it, as you see the Panthers side of that side of the field, they are getting hyped up. They are recognizing, man, victory is in their grasp. But you got 11 minutes, 49 seconds, and the Lions may have something to say about it.
1st and 10 from the 33. Glass was taken down at the back end of the play after the handoff to LJ Taylor.
Yes, he was.
Adam Roth got a hit in on Glass there. I suppose on some level, if you're Roth, you're saying, hey, it was a really good play action fake.
Sometimes you get hit for having too good of a play action fake right there for Glass.
2nd down and 9 after the gain of 1 by Taylor. Taylor again spinning his way out to the 37.
You can see this Panthers defense, boy, they are rejuvenated. Crowding the line of scrimmage. And these cornerbacks, they are backed up. Julian Mayfield and Jalen Powell just not going to give anything big over the top.
Brenchlove underneath, though, able to make the grab. He's into Parish territory with a 1st down.
Exquisite route runner. This French Love kid is. And these two guys are, well, everybody, Glass, McClain, French Love, these are juniors. Plenty of time to develop together.
Taylor, right up the middle. And he's got some leg drive for a kid who's 5'6". Give him 6 yards on the carry.
I called him a tote bag. I take it back, okay? I was only talking about the size. That'd be small in stature. But, man, he runs with an attitude, and the guy that seems like he's trying to get something off his chest with every run.
Officially 5 on the carry, 2nd down and 5. He'll get the ball again, spins out of the first tackle, and manages to pick up maybe 1.5 yards. Give him 2 on the play. It'll be 3rd down and 3.
Landry Sattler, number 50, has got to be asking himself, how did I miss him?
How
did I miss him? I mean, dead to rights, I have this guy in my hands, and he just slips away.
A crucial 3rd and 3 here for PCA, down 2 scores. They've got to get to the 38 to move the chains. Swing pass. Taken down shy of the line to gain. Taylor made the catch, but right on the spot is D.C. Crane.
D.C. Crane is reading this perfectly again. Way to diagnose from the safety position, realizing what they're trying to do and get your defense to run up the field, but a big 4th down coming up here for the Lions.
From here, it would be a 58-yard field goal. Again, we've talked about the range of Justin Dewars, but this is not the moment for that. 4th and 3. Glass. Deep shot. Oh, what an adjustment for the catch. Enzo Bingham with the 1st down.
Now, Enzo Bingham, young man, where have you been? I mean, what an adjustment on this ball. High point, 4th down. That is a gutsy play call.
1st and 10, quickly back to the line. Over the middle, that ball's too high. Intended for Caleb Bengard over the middle. The Bengard brothers are an interesting story. Caleb Bengard, the senior, is 6'4", 210 pounds. There's another Bengard that plays linebacker for Prestonwood Christian, Josh Bengard, who's a sophomore, who's 6 foot 201. And then figure this out, the freshman little brother, Abram Bengard, is not the little brother in any way, shape, or form. He's 6'5", 260, and they're starting right tackle.
If I'm the middle brother, I'm ticked off.
Shaw here out of the Wildcat. Picks up 3.
I am ticked off. Mom and Dad, if one of these guys is 6'5", the other one is 6. What did you say, 6 what?
Caleb, the older brother, is 6'4", 210.
6'4", 210.
He's a wide receiver, kind of H-back, tight end, big-bodied pass catcher for Prestonwood Christian. The middle brother's a starting linebacker. Baby Bro's the starting right tackle. Shaw again. Trying to knife his way through, picks up a couple more.
And what did the coach say about Yannis? Said these kids played in the mud. These kids played in the mud growing up. This is a rough bunch, and loving to have the Bengard brothers here at Prestonwood.
4th down, and this time they will bring out the field goal unit. Justin Dewars had a kick blocked earlier. This one from the left hash will be 30 on the nose. Out of the hold of Trent Clarkson. And Dewars absolutely pipes that one to make it a 1-score game, 48-41. 7 minutes, 20 seconds left to play here in the 4th, and it's a 7-point game.
You know, Mike, you were saying earlier that if this was a championship fight, you know, the haymaker was landed from the opening bell by the Panthers. And so many times in this game, it has felt like the Lions has gotten a standing 8 count multiple times by the way that the Panthers are just attacking them. But these guys just won't lay on the canvas. They keep getting up. They keep throwing blows of their own. And I don't know, however this game is going to end, when these guys get into the handshake line, it is going to be nothing but respect from these guys for one another, because they have battled this entire game. You talk about in the trenches, this is an absolute war in the trenches between this defensive and offensive line group.
So PCA cuts the lead down to a score. You mentioned respect, and that goes for the head coaches as well. Daniel Novikov and Donnie Yantis have known each other for quite some time, going back to when Yantis was recruiting Novikov's kids at Parish when he was a college coach. Dewars pounds this one into the end zone for a touchback. These guys have known each other for a long time, have a lot of respect for each other.
Yeah, hadn't got an opportunity, Mike, with all the time that we spent talking to coaches, talking to two coaches that just kind of glowed about each other.
Yeah.
When they talked about the reputation and them as a play caller, the teams that they've built over the years, is nothing but respect for these two schools.
First and 10 for Anderson. Firing deep, single coverage, has a man, complete to Pyle. Pyle makes a man miss, and Jalen Pyle in a foot race down the sideline. Inside the 5, it's first and goal. The 4-star Michigan commit with a massive play.
And you see how savvy he is. And here's Sawyer Anderson. He was looking initially at Carson Darby, who was covered. He finds his man, Jalen Powell, and Jalen Powell allowing the defender to run by him and pick up even more yards. But got to give my man, David Madison, some credit for the hustle. He would not give up the touchdown and chasing from behind.
71 on the hookup. So Sawyer Anderson now with 399 on the day. Wheeler looking for his 4th touchdown run of the day. Slung down at the 3. Typical Yeeters in the YouTube comments says 14K and on a touchdown. You can only imagine how happy Sawyer feels about that. Ivan Burrell says Taps GOAT about Sawyer Anderson.
This kid is unbelievable. Great passes, but man, he has some weapons on the outside.
Wheeler driving to the 1. 3rd and goal.
Well, this guy Wheeler, he is not missing leg day. He is taking Jack Harwell with him. And nobody takes Jack Harwell with him. But that Vic Wheeler says, hold my drink.
Nick Wheeler's not an overwhelmingly large kid. He's 6'1", 190. I mean, he's a built-up, rocked-up, solid high school football player, but he runs like he's like 6'2", 240. He slams into the line.
Yeah, he's strong.
Oh, they drew him offside. Anderson to the pylon, dives for the touchdown.
Oh, man.
What bum knee?
Yeah, and an announcer even says it. He calls his own number exactly, recognizing that he called him offsides with the cadence, and it's going to be a free play. What a job by Sawyer Anderson.
His 2nd touchdown run of the day, this one coming from a yard out. Daniel Novikov said it to us earlier this week when we spoke with him. This is a kid that plays at 1,000,000% all the time. Garza puts the PAT through, and it's a 2-touchdown lead now for Parish Episcopal. The 5-time defending champ on the road, up 2 scores with 5:45 to play. He said, yeah, sure, he's got a knee injury. Yeah, sure. Even some of the Parish Prestonwood coaches that I talked to before the game, they said they went and scouted him last week when Parish Episcopal played their first-round playoff game against St. Pius X. And he said, yeah, it kind of looks like he's kind of dragging that knee around a little bit. He's dragging that leg around a little bit. But when it comes time to nut up and make a play, that's what Sawyer Anderson goes and does, and dives to the pylon to give his team a 2-touchdown lead and put them now on the precipice of yet another state semifinal berth.
And an unquestioned leader for this team. And when you have a guy with all of this acclaim, with all the numbers, and he is gutting it out, it literally gives no one else any excuses. You gotta go. If this guy can go, everybody else has to go as well. In this championship time, these guys don't want to go out without a ring.
Thank you. I misspoke. It got time to gut up and make a play. That's what Sawyer Anderson did.
I don't know what you said, but it's all good. It's a good game.
Garza with another short kickoff.
Uh-oh.
Space here for Taylor. Space shut down quickly. He gets out to the 41.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. But don't turn your back. Don't turn your back now. My man Luke Glass is on his way back out on the field. 5:40 is plenty of time, Mike.
There is plenty of time. There's no two ways about that. Parish, the first time these two teams played, Parish led multiple times in the fourth quarter. Led 42-38, led 49-45, but each time Prestonwood was able to answer and take the lead back. Never was it a two-score lead. That is now what PCA faces. They've got to score twice. A stop's got to come in between. There's a lot of work to be done for Luke Glass and Donnie Antis' club. From their own 41, Shaw, with a head of steam, picks up 7.
And they have stayed with this running game. Doesn't matter which guy they go to, whether it's Shaw or Taylor, they have picked up positive yards in the running game, and they are right back to the line of scrimmage.
Shaw, first down, into Parish territory at the 47.
Yeah, Takashi Shaw has had an impact on this game, especially when they've gone with that Wildcat package. We saw there in the first quarter, man, that's when things really started to swing. The momentum swing started to happen with that Wildcat offense.
Glass over the middle, knocked down. Knocking it away was Nick Wheeler.
And you know, one of the things that you really don't see a lot of is tip balls when you have a 6'6" quarterback. Yeah. A guy that tall is usually throwing down over the top of the defense.
Wheeler got up to make that play.
Yes, he did.
Clock starting to become a factor here. 4:53. PCA still with all 3 timeouts. Parish has their 3 as well. Shaw, ridden down from behind by Wheeler.
And that read, tell you what, that read option, that is starting to take effect. But either way, this Parish defense, man, they've been in a bend but don't break mode this entire game. Is like we have another penalty. There's a penalty.
Stoppage of some kind.
Yeah, this would be a horrible penalty.
I don't see a flag anywhere.
They're making their way over to the sideline, so. Okay, well, it wasn't a flag.
No communication as to what the change was. Did they change the clock? Clock reads 4:50 now. I think they took 3 seconds off the clock. I think it maybe was supposed to run and hadn't.
Still holding things up to get it corrected.
Or they're trying to put time back on the clock, perhaps? They're looking up toward the scorer's box. Maybe they're supposed to put it back to 4:53. Now they've changed it to 4:40. Now it looks like we might be ready to play. Third down and 5. They've got to get to the 37 to move the chains. Bingham in motion. Shaw. Cut back.
Boy.
Has maybe just enough for the first down. It is right at the sticks.
On the nose, not even giving them an opportunity to measure. I would.
Bingham right up the middle. The carry for Shaw, and he's got the first down and then some to the 30.
Hey, not even going to chance it. He went right back to the line of scrimmage with the run, and now the Lions going fast.
Clock back running as they set the sticks. They'll go with Shaw again. Takashi Shaw, time and time and time again. Another first down carry inside the 20 to the 19.
And look at this hustle right back to the line of scrimmage.
Timeout, Parish Episcopal.
Yeah.
Daniel Novikov said, okay, I've seen enough of this movie. Stop it with the Takashi Shaw. I've had enough. Timeout.
The name of the movie is called Hands on Your Hips. That's when you see your defense out there, they are sucking for wind right now. Give these guys a blow because the Lions have kicked it into another gear right now. Luke Glass has to finish this drive off with a touchdown.
Heckma Harrison says hands on hips, and as if reading his mind, the in-house audio crew plays the Macarena.
Right?
That's what the Parish Episcopal defense is doing on the far side. Like, dude, come on. Give me a breather, would you please?
Absolutely.
It was right back to the line over and over and over again.
That's
it's
tough.
4th and a foot. Whatever. We're still not slowing down. Run it again. Here's 13 more yards. Here's a dozen more. Here's 15 more. Takashi Shaw, Takashi Shaw, Takashi Shaw, all the way to the 19. And finally, Daniel Novikov said, stop it already.
Well, I'm looking at these matchups out on the outside. And Julian Mayfield, you see him matched up with Matt McClain. Matthews had himself a heck of a game.
Out of the timeout, 1st and 10 from the 19. Glass pressured, gets away. Glass scanning, throws it away. I think that was intentionally skipped at the feet of Jonathan Frenchlove to just, hey, let's play another down. And a player is down for Parish Episcopal after the play.
Weicker goes
down.
Hurley
Weicker kind of reaching for his shoulder. He got back up and went back down.
Oof. That would be a tough loss. Weicker has been solid all game long. And man, that is a young man that you don't want to lose him. Hopefully
Still
he's
favoring
okay.
that shoulder. If we can see his pass rush again, as he was the one who was closing in on Luke Glass at the beginning of the down.
Yeah, and Glass with the stiff arm. His arm's extended. Done that. That hurts. Yeah.
You hope that Hurley Weicker will be able to get back on the field here momentarily. In the meantime, he's replaced at least for this down. 2nd down and 10 from the 19. 3:42 to play. PCA's got to hurry. Firing end zone wide open for the touchdown is Matthew McClain. He's never caught an easier touchdown pass than that one, and it's back down to a one-score game.
I think if there is one guy that you're not going to leave by himself, it's going to be number 6, Matt McClain. And I'm with you, Mike. That might be the easiest touchdown that he's ever going to score in his high school career.
McClain for the 2nd time today. He's up to 17 touchdown receptions on the year. Dewars on for the extra point. And with 3:37 left here in the 4th, it is back down to a 1-touchdown game. 19 yards on the hookup from Glass to McClain. Luke in the YouTube comments says PCA is gonna come back. They're halfway there.
God, I don't want to ask this question.
Uh-oh.
I just don't.
I know where this is going. I know where this is going. Say it, Heckma Harrison. Say it. Say it.
Is it onside kick time, Mike?
I honestly don't think it is because PCA's got all 3 timeouts. So can they come out and play defense? Now the caveat in all of this is, do you really want to kick it away to an offense that has scored 55 points tonight?
I don't.
The way that they're lining up right now with Justin Dewars, I think you may be reading Donnie Yantis' mind.
I don't want to give him this ball back.
No.
I don't want to give them the ball back.
Dewars backtracks as though he's going to kick this one away.
Yeah.
This is a gamble. Short. Fair catch, wisely called for and made. Parish is trying to get a flag, but I think that was geared down enough. Yes, there was contact made, but it was a gentle bear hug. It wasn't like he blew him up. Fair catch called for and made by Beckham Smith. That's the one downside of popping it up like that, is you do open up that possibility. If you can kick a true onside kick and get that double bounce and take a fair catch out of the equation, you give yourself a better chance.
Man, I asked for it, and I just feel as though right now, momentum-wise, you're as hot as you've been this entire game. You pulled to within 7 points. Don't give Sawyer Anderson the ball back.
They just did. Will PCA ever see the football again in the 2024 season? They've got 3:37 left to figure out a way to get their hands on it. Anderson to the air, deep shot, right on the money. Bryson Fields inside the 15. What touch from Sawyer Anderson.
He may as well take this football and just walk it out to Fields. I mean, he threw him open. Not that Fields didn't have a step already, but the ball was already to a point there.
That is so good.
What a throw. What a throw.
That is so good.
That's why I say, why give him the ball back?
41 on the hookup.
Jeez.
On some level, I think Donnie Anderson Company did try something akin to an onside kick there. It just wasn't something that they fell for. Anderson's going to take off and run for it, and Sawyer Anderson's got his 3rd touchdown run of the day. 2:57 left here in the 4th, and it's back to a 2-score lead.
Well, you heard me earlier when I said first 1 to 60 wins. And
here we are.
Here we are. It's Sawyer Anderson. He is cold-blooded.
There's a reason that young man has won 3 state championships already. One of the assistant coaches from Prestonwood Christian said to me earlier tonight, and he said it's something his father used to always tell him. You have to beat a champion when it matters most. High snap there. Garza able to, pulled it wide left. No good. The snap threw that off kilter, so it will stay a 13-point lead off the Sawyer Anderson touchdown run. And it wasn't spoken by the PCA assistant coach that I spoke with. He didn't say the words, hey, it's nice that we beat him in the regular season, but you got to beat him in the playoffs. But that was the implication. Like, hey, we're thrilled, we're proud, we're happy that we got him on this field in the regular season. Got to do it when it matters most. You got to slay the dragon. You've got to beat the champion when it matters most. And that is an exceptionally hard thing to do. Sawyer Anderson is the real deal. 3 touchdown runs now on the day. That one probably just put this football game away. And I know that Argyle Liberty Christian beat Parish Episcopal earlier this year, 35-27 on their home field. Buddy, they better buckle their chin strap and be ready for that state championship game 2 weeks from now that everybody's forecasting will be the case, because you're going to have to steal it away from Parish Episcopal.
Mike, one of my all-time favorite television series is, and this is a short kick as well.
Fielded on a bounce by McLean. McLean's got some running room. McLean across midfield, flag on the play late in the return.
Already in plus territory if this does stay. Let's see what the call is. Get a holding call. They're going to call it against the Lions. Another penalty that's going to bring this ball back. But I was going to say to you, in one of the television series is that I love, HBO series called The Wire.
Yes.
One of the statements that they said in that show, if you come for the king, you bet not miss. And there are going to be plenty of teams aiming for the king. and you better not miss, because this team is absolutely loaded, and Sawyer Anderson is not missing on any throws.
Glass up the middle, slides down with a first down. .242 to play. They do still have all 3 timeouts. Glass is going to have to fly, though. Complete to French Love. That'll be enough for another first down.
What a great throw. And also now getting into plus territory, but the great thing about that throw is you stop the clock.
Well, they hadn't even set the sticks. I don't know if it was a first down or not. Now they finally have positioned the sticks. The far side, they hadn't even set them before Prestonwood had snapped the football. So it's actually 2nd and 2. Glass, pump fakes, now fires over the middle. French Love, complete. Slung down at the 32. 2:32, and the clock will stop again. And I'm not certain that this game is over yet.
And this, like you said, the guys on the sticks, they haven't moved yet. These guys are still trying to catch up with this. Look at the guy.
Clock is still running.
The chain
If we're taking this long to set the sticks, you got to stop the clock.
Yeah, you got to stop the clock, and you got to put seconds back on. The chain gang is just not moving very fast right now.
They are dragging right now.
I think you need about, what, 5-6 seconds back on the clock?
At least. At least. I would say 2:23 at minimum. I don't know that the officials saw it. Although there is a big huddle right over the football, so maybe they are talking over exactly that. They're going to put it back to 2:21, so they do put 5 seconds back on. And they'll wind it on the official signal. Ready for play, and the clock will wind. Glass pressured. Gets away from Fields. Fires wide open over the middle. French Love. Inside the 20 with a first down. That ball was ripped away by Darby.
Yes, he did. He took that ball out of his hands.
French Love is saying he was down.
Yeah, of course he'll say he's down, but here's the replay coming back. They're going to spot the ball.
They're going to say this is going to stay PCA football.
Whoa.
Whew, it's really close. Back to the action. Near side. French Love got feet in bounds. Complete at the 11-yard line. 1:53 left. Clock will stop.
Man,
there is still plenty of time left in this football game.
Yes, there is.
Invariably, an onside kick is going to have to be part of the equation somewhere along the way, and a successful one, because it's hard to imagine getting the football back. Now, they do still have all 3 timeouts, but you're, as we've already seen once, asking for trouble, letting Sawyer Anderson get his hands back on the football.
I'm not gonna trust it. It's not gonna happen. They're gonna have to bring their hands team out on the field. If I'm the Prestonwood Christian Lions, right now our whole season is on the line with 1:53 seconds left. You have to score twice. You have to score twice. And I think for this team, when you were talking about earlier, they had an opportunity to beat this team in what was a barn burner of a game. Here they find themselves in similar territory. And I said it at the beginning of this broadcast, I felt like it was going to come down to who had the ball last. That still could hold true.
It still can.
Lions have their hands, have everything in their hands right now.
Out of the timeout, 2nd down and 3 at the 11. They can't dawdle here. Got to score quick. Glass pressured, flushed from the pocket. Fires over the middle. Incomplete.
Oh boy.
DC Crane is down. So is Jalen Pyle.
Oh my gosh, a lot of guys running across the field, and they ran right into each other. Those are the moments that you absolutely hate as a coach, a parent, and player.
Jalen Pyle down, took his helmet off.
That's friendly fire.
Two of the most important players for this Parish Episcopal football team. D.C. Crane, an all-stater last year on the defensive side of the ball. Jalen Pyle, one of the best wide receivers in the state of Texas, public or private. Good to see him get up and walk off the field under his own power. Crane slower to get up, but now back to his feet as well.
That was a heck of a collision between these two guys, and again, you're gonna need them as we see the replay. Great job by Glass.
It'll be at the tail end of this play that, oh my, you see the very tail end of the play, the collision between Crane and Pyle.
Oh my goodness.
Crane sending Pyle skyward. They both are able to make their way off the field. Hopefully we'll see them both able to come back on the field. 3rd and 3, end zone shot. Over the head, flag on the play. Guy Stern palms to the sky, but it's going to be pass interference on Parish Episcopal.
Well, they got Crooms, number 16, out there. He's in after the Powell injury.
Are they discussing whether this was a catchable football?
Excuse me, that's number 32. Trip Brown. If it was Matthew McLean out there going man-to-man, it's a catchable ball.
Right.
What?
They're going to wave the flag off.
Whoa.
No pass interference on the play. The ball was quite high.
Okay.
They say an uncatchable football. They wave off the flag, and that means it's 4th down and 3.
Okay.
Prestonwood Christian season on the line right here. They have to get to the 8-yard line. Flags at the snap.
Oh, they get movement up front on the Lions.
It's going to be 4th and 8 now.
Oh, man.
Luke Glass says huddle up. Comes to the near side to discuss a little further with Donnie Yantis.
Well, one of the great things about this is you see now Jalen Powell has come back onto the field.
Pyle is back. We haven't seen D.C. Crane come back just yet. 4th down and 8 now. Ball at the 16. Got to get to the 8-yard line to keep their season alive. Glass, pressure off the edge, steps up in the pocket, fires, end zone. French Love made the catch for the touchdown. 1:32 to play.
Jonathan French Love is balling. Mike, this kid in this one drive has been making catch after catch after catch. And to get the touchdown on a post route, my goodness, this is, good buddy. I love this part of the game. I really do. This is, I love it because you're going to get your wish.
A critical PAT right here. Up and through. It is a 6-point game. Might the missed PAT on the high snap end up mattering here?
Mike.
PCA is going to kick another onside kick here. You got to imagine in this circumstance.
You talk about this kicker who's going to Vanderbilt, and he has 63 yards is max for him. All we need is him to just roll this thing out for about 10 yards right now. We need touch on this onside kick to allow your guys, because if they recover this onside kick, they take it home. What a game. What a game.
PCA still with 3 timeouts, which does matter here, but certainly an onside kick forthcoming. Hands team on for PCA. Hands team on for Parish Episcopal.
Where are they going with this ball?
Parish cycles their hands team from left back to the right side to the far sideline with the way that Justin Dewars is set up. The ball has to get to the midfield stripe to be live. It'll get that far. It's loose on the deck. I think PCA's on top of it. Recovery. Battled for at the bottom of the pile. No official signal yet.
Oh, they
Lions ball. The Lions recover the onside kick. They'll have it 1st and 10 at the plus 49. A player down here for PCA after the play. It was recovered at the bottom of the pile. You can't even see a number on who it was who got the ball for the Lions. The hand fight at the bottom of that pile went on for a while. Ultimately, back up on his feet is Ian Nunnenkamp. He was the player that was down. I think he may have been the player who recovered. And it's 1st and 10 for PCA with 1:29 to play. They have all 3 timeouts, Sakma.
Wow.
And 1:29, an eternity to work with.
This is one of those drives for a kid like Luke Glass. This is one of those drives where your legend can be made. 1 minute, 29 seconds.
YouTube comments on fire right now. Blink says, yo. Luke says, unbelievable. Matt says, unbelievable. P. Hughes says, wow, ain't no way. 1st and 10 at the 49. Glass. LJ Taylor makes a man miss, flag behind the play in the vicinity of a hold. And it will indeed be a hold. Parish Episcopal has just the 1 timeout remaining, which could end up mattering here if they need to worry about getting the football back. PCA still with all 3, but now facing 1st and 20. Patrick Parrish says PCA go to French Love again. Pump fake, Glass, deep ball for French Love. 2 defenders back there, knocked away. Oh my, Jalen Pyle and Guy Stern knocked each other off the ball.
And you see right here the frustration from Jalen Powell. Number 4, Jonathan French Love. He quit on the route. Maybe didn't think the ball was coming to him. And Jalen Powell ran it the rest of the way. How he did not come down with that ball is really the mystery.
French Love nearly got under it himself, but 2 defenders back there and they knocked each other off it. Over the middle, complete at the original line of scrimmage to Enzo Bingham. Back to the 49, and it will be 3rd down and 10. Clock will wind. 1 minute even. Glass quickly to Bingham. It's going to be 4th down and 7. Whew.
It all comes down to this.
Season on the line right here. 4th and 7. The Parish players bouncing on the far sideline. Luke Glass and the Lions offense has to get to the 39. Clean pocket.
He can run for it.
Glass fires. Complete inside the 25. No, they say incomplete. Out of bounds. Incomplete. And it's Parish football.
Luke Glass looked like he had plenty of room to run for it. Oh, wow.
Is that not an elbow inbounds? Immediately reaching for his knee was McLean, and he is down on that far sideline. You see his knee getting bent awkwardly here. Is that not an elbow down in bounds? Is his foot perhaps out of bounds before the elbow?
Wow. What a game.
Matthew McLean, who has had a spectacular football game, you hate to see the possibility of this game ending on an injury.
What a game.
It was so very close whether he was in bounds or not, ruled incomplete, and it is Parish Episcopal, football at the 46. Now again, PCA does still have their 3 timeouts left, so hypothetically they can get the football back still, but they need everything to go their way, and they have to stop Parish Episcopal from getting a first down.
It's a young man right there that has played his heart out. This game, man, he has come down with big catch after big catch.
You see Matthew McLean walking off.
Oh, man.
A significant limp. Helped off by the PCA training staff.
Tell you what.
He played a tremendous football game tonight.
Like I said, initially, this is a kid, Luke Glass, is keeping his eyes down the field. But, boy, he had plenty of space out in front of him.
Yeah. 1st and 10 here for Parish. The 5-time defending state champions, a first down away from moving on to the state semis. Anderson's going to keep it himself and try and come to the near sideline. Sawyer Anderson slides down. I think he's short of the first down. He's going to be a yard short of the first down. PCA will immediately use their first timeout. It's going to be 2nd down and 1. I think if Anderson had that to do all over again, he'd run just 4 feet further and the game's truly over.
But they're going to stop it where you surrender, where you give yourself up.
Exactly.
And so he was probably a half a yard short. What a game. This has been a wonderful football game. Absolutely everything that we expected it to be.
Everything that we expected this game would be after a 52-49 Prestonwood Christian win 4 weeks ago on this field. This game was just as back and forth, just as crazy, just as much fun, and has come right down to the wire. PCA does technically still have a chance here if they can get 2 stops here. 2nd and 1, Anderson, first down. And that should put this thing to bed. PCA can use the timeout and at least force Prestonwood to snap it a couple more times. But the first down, for all intents and purposes, puts this game to bed. And Prestonwood Christian, the 5-time defending state champs, set to move on to the state semifinals.
Yeah, you got to give credit where credit is due. Prestonwood came out and put up one heck of a fight. They went blow for blow, back and forth with this team. They spotted them 21 points.
Yeah.
They spotted them 21 points in the first quarter and had to just scratch and claw their way back this entire game. Just in the end, it just came down to one final play, and they could not pick up the first down on that 4th.
One final kneel down from Sawyer Anderson. And on to the state semifinals goes Parish Episcopal. The dream of a 6-peat still alive for the Panthers.
What a wonderful game. An absolute wonderful game. All of these kids, man, they competed their hearts out here. Parish finding themselves in a dogfight late in this game. But there's the guy right there, number 7, Sawyer Anderson. Time and time again, when Parish needed the big play, they just rode the shoulders and the arm of their quarterback, Sawyer Anderson, and he never let them down. Never let them down. Continue to battle, continue to make throw after throw. And guess what? Even with that knee brace on his leg, when he needed to make the big runs, he made the big runs.
5 combined touchdowns on the night for Sawyer Anderson. 2 through the air, 3 on the ground. And he leads the Panthers to a 61-55 win in the state quarterfinals. On to the semis they go. And realistically, probably on to the state title game to face Argyle Liberty Christian. That's everyone's expectation. And that game, 2 weeks from now, will be unbelievable. We'll wrap things up on Friday Night Football after this.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Your Friday night lights just got brighter. Catch a live broadcast of the biggest high school football games all season long. The 12-yard touchdown. Cheer on your hometown. Plus, get the full halftime experience. Don't miss every step, beat, and cheer. Lacey's still on his feet and he'll score. Join me, Mike Leslie, and Heckma Harrison for all the insights, commentary, and all the stats. Stream the broadcast free. Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
North Texas, it's a hot one today. If you're planning on taking the pups out, make sure to protect their paws. That asphalt is going to be hot.
Thanks, Delkus.
And now, the Texas de Brazil on fire player of the game.
The way this game went, it could have been so many different players, but there's one player that absolutely deserves the title, Sawyer Anderson, who on this pass to Carson Darby for a touchdown early in the fourth quarter went over 14,000 yards for his illustrious career as part of a 5-touchdown performance. And get this, Heckma Harrison, 586 combined yards of offense, 440 through the air, 146 on the ground, 3 rushing scores, 2 passing scores, swarmed by his teammates, and he leads them to the state semifinals. What a performance from Sawyer Anderson tonight, and he absolutely, Heckma, is the player of the game.
There couldn't have been anybody else. And you see everybody standing around this kid. You know what kind of leader he is. He came out with a gutsy performance. Probably, he gimpy from the start, but he did not let it bother him. Every run, everything that needed to be made, number 7 made it happen for his offense. I can't say enough about some of these throws. The one throw to Bryson Fields down the sideline, the one that had all the touch on it. And I mean, those are those moments where you see a quarterback that his back is up against the wall and the quarterback needs to make a play for his offense. And Sawyer Anderson, time and time again, for 4 years, he's been doing this. And the numbers just, I mean, they're just the cherry on the top for an amazing career. Mike, that's not done yet.
It is not done yet. Fitting that he went over 14K with a touchdown pass. He now on the season is up to 45 touchdown passes this year. His 3 touchdown runs equaled his total for the season coming in. He had 3 rushing scores coming into tonight. He had 3 rushing scores tonight. And with his 440 passing yards, he's now up to 14,120 passing yards on his career. That puts him 103 behind Travis Quintanilla from Refugio for 3rd all-time. Hunter Lyle from Booker's at 14,408. Both of those are now in shouting distance for Sawyer Anderson next week. The all-time record, Grant Gunnell from St. Pius X, 16,108. I don't think that Sawyer Anderson is chasing that down, but he certainly could climb his way to 2nd. I do not know if Armando Lujan from Sunray went over 14K tonight. I haven't been able to find that on Twitter as we've been rolling through the evening, but he was closer than Sawyer was coming into the night, so it feels probable that he did, especially given the fact that it looks like Sunray went ahead and won their game over Hawley tonight. So I got to imagine he probably also went over 14K, so Sawyer's got some company tonight, moving over that threshold, but a iconic career for this Parish Episcopal quarterback, following in the footsteps of Preston Stone, who went on to SMU, continues into the state semifinals. Hackman, you and I talked about it before the broadcast, the offense that Daniel Novikov spins up for these guys. It speaks to certainly the talent of these 2 quarterbacks, but also the offense that Novikov runs, that he's able to set these guys up for this kind of otherworldly success.
Mike, I haven't seen anything like it. And you talk guys like Preston Stone, you go back as far as when he was at the helm at the quarterback position, and the numbers that he put up, all of the same type of success. You're seeing wide receivers running wide open. You're seeing the production. You've had years where they've had a running back that, guys that have gone off and played for Georgia, guys that, like dogs at their position, literally, but still, this offense runs with such efficiency. Daniel Novikov deserves his flowers, and a lot of people that, doubt or have those, or try to kind of dump down the accomplishments of this squad, you can't. The numbers are there. They've taken down some of the big dogs. They've beaten the Alitos. They've beaten the Austin LBJs of the world. This team they're for real. And it's no longer an excuse to look at TAPS football and say, oh, it may be a step down from 6A, 5A, or whatever, what have you. Yeah. This offense that Daniel Novikov has implemented here is one that transcends and is good on any level, anywhere. I've called these games. Yeah. I've watched the way that this thing operates, and it is a well-oiled machine that is hard to stop. He stresses you at every point on the field.
Maybe the strongest endorsement of Parish Episcopal and the strongest endorsement of TAPS football that I think I've personally heard, and you were a part of this conversation, was with South Oak Cliff head coach Jason Todd, who, when we talked with him last year, Sock and Parish Episcopal played for the 2nd straight year. Sock was able to get him both times, but he said that he felt like that was a really good test for them because he felt like Parish Episcopal was akin to a team that they would play in the 4th or 5th round of the 5A D2 playoffs. That's a pretty strong statement in terms of endorsing Parish Episcopal and private school football in general, because very clearly PCA can play with these guys, Liberty Christian can play with these guys. That's 5A D2 big school football in Texas, and he's thinking, yeah, they could go regional final, state semifinal type level deep into the playoffs. This is a big-time program with guys like Jalen Pyle going to Michigan. They play some serious football here in TAPS, especially in TAPS D1.
Yeah, and Jalen Pyle is a junior. He's not going to Michigan until another year. He still has some more ball to play, and I promise you, I don't know who's the heir apparent behind Sawyer, but whoever that guy is, he is chomping at the bit to get his opportunity because he knows that he's going to be successful. This is absolutely amazing to see the success that they've had. 5 state titles in a row for Coach Daniel Novikov, and this is one of those off years where even you said, look, you haven't seen Parish Episcopal lose this many games in one season and still be right there on the cusp of winning another championship. But there is an Argyle Liberty Christian that is still
they're lurking,
yeah, and waiting.
Man, I want to see that football game. There's no
Me
two
too.
ways about it. Real quick, let's give our respect to Prestonwood Christian because they had a terrific season as well. They will finish this season at 9-3. A terrific season for Donnie Yantis' club. He's building something here at Prestonwood Christian as he moves now into year 4 this offseason as they continue to try and work their way into this upper echelon in TAPS Division I and themselves contend for state championships. They're very clearly right there. A lot of really good football players on this team. I certainly hope Matthew McLean is going to be okay. He's just a junior as well. He went for 8 for 221 and a pair of touchdowns tonight. Jonathan Frenchlove, also a junior, 7 for 145 and the other 2 touchdowns. They've got some serious talent. Luke Glass is a junior. Like, it's all coming back next year.
I just got to say, this was my first opportunity to watch and analyze a guy like Luke Glass. This kid has all the goods.
Yep.
He made some throws tonight that were jaw-dropping. I mean, his ability to touch for a kid that's 6'6", 200 pounds, I mean, put a basketball in his hands. I mean, what else can this guy? I mean, he's got to be able to drain a 3 on you also. But, man, he made some throws tonight that were absolutely spectacular.
24 for 37 for 425 and 4 touchdowns. The line for Luke Glass tonight. He was absolutely game and very nearly brought his team back, even from down 2 scores in the final 3 minutes of this game. They made Parish Episcopal sweat this one out right to the very finish. But it is ultimately Parish Episcopal that gets the win. Sawyer Anderson with a virtuoso performance. Just another one for him. 586 in total yards and 5 combined touchdowns. Nick Wheeler with 3 touchdown runs as well. And Parish Episcopal puts up 61 on the road to move on to the state semifinals. 8-4 now on the year as they win it 61-55 over Prestonwood Christian. For our entire Friday Night Football crew, our director Clay Marshall, our photographers this evening Graham Rayner and Cody Pryor, our digital coordinators back in house Pete Friedman, Zachary Giannis, and Jay Wallace, Heckma Harrison alongside. I'm Mike Leslie. Thanks so much for watching Friday Night Football tonight. We're certainly hopeful. One more to go this season next week. We'll keep you posted on that. But for now, we bid you a good evening after a terrific football game. See you next week, everybody.